Digital Radio, your home of football.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Victoria's Premier Daniel Andrews says there will be more COVID-related deaths if people don't follow the rules of Melbourne's sixth lockdown. 25 new cases have been recorded. 13 have been in the community while infectious, with 4 additional mystery cases. Mr Andrews has renewed calls for people to follow lockdown rules following an illegal pub crawl which occurred in Richmond in Melbourne's east last night. He says those kind of actions will keep Melbourne locked down.
What we can control through our own decisions is how many people get this virus, how many people finish up in hospital, how many people finish up on a machine to breathe, and how quickly we get back open again. That's what we can control if we all just follow these rules.
Health authorities say of today's cases, 10 are linked to Altaqua College, 7 to the Glenroy West Primary School and 3 to the Caroline Springs Shopping Centre. Victoria's COVID testing commander Jerome Weimar says there's a lot more work to do to get on top of the clusters.
What we're really seeing is that this outbreak is now not just concentrated to the western suburbs. And my call out today is if you're living in Melbourne, you are potentially at risk from this virus and where it's spreading to.
Meanwhile, Deakin University epidemiologist Professor Catherine Bennett says the lockdown restrictions should be able to reduce the impacts of those cases who were infectious in the community. But she says it's the state's new mystery cases that are of most concern.
Most importantly, it's these 4 cases that they can't yet tie in. It's early days, but we still have 8 from before today that they weren't able to link back to other cases. So we know we've got missing cases out in the community.
New South Wales has recorded another 4 COVID deaths with 415 new locally acquired cases, slightly down from yesterday. Nuno Gozaki reports.
New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says one day doesn't make a trend and the main suburbs of concern remain in Sydney's west.
That's Blacktown, Mount Druitt, Marryong, Merrylands, Auburn and Guildford.
New South Wales Chief Health Officer Dr Kerry Chant says she's very concerned about Western New South Wales.
We have cases in Dubbo, cases in Walgett, and we have exposures and sewage detections in a number of other areas such as Burke.
A woman in her 50s, a woman in her 70s, a man and a woman in their 80s have died in hospital. Most were unvaccinated. Nearly 127,000 tests were done in the latest reporting period.
Australia is set to receive an extra 1 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine from Poland. Jade McMillan reports.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison says the extra doses will start to arrive in Australia from tonight.
There's more than a million doses of hope on its way.
530,000 of them will be sent to New South Wales to administer to people between the ages of 20 and 39 who are living in 12 affected local government areas. The rest will be allocated to the other states and territories on a per capita basis. Mr Morrison says the extra 1 million doses are on top of the 40 million that Australia has already locked in.
Meanwhile, the Victorian government has announced 84,000 new vaccine appointments will be made available over the next 5 weeks. It brings the total number of available appointments, including both Pfizer and AstraZeneca jabs, to 300,000. The boost in appointments is part of the government's plan to vaccinate 1 million people before late September. The announcement does not relate to the federal government's announcement about the extra Pfizer doses. The Taliban have captured Mazar-e-Sharif, the last government stronghold in northern Afghanistan, as they continue their rapid advance towards Kabul. The BBC's Caroline Hawley has more.
Mazar-e-Sharif is a major prize for the Taliban, an important trading hub and the country's 4th largest city. The government had vowed to defend it. But with reports of security forces fleeing to Afghanistan's northern border, one resident said Taliban militants were parading through the city. They've already taken the country's 2nd and 3rd largest cities, Kandahar and Herat, and are edging ever closer to the capital. People are now scrambling to leave the country if they can.
At least 300 people have died and around 2,000 have been injured after a powerful earthquake struck the Caribbean nation of Haiti. The magnitude 7.2 quake hit the west of the country, toppling and damaging buildings, including churches and hotels. To the weather now. There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for parts of the central, southwest and western South Gippsland districts. There are also strong to gale wind warnings for most Victorian coastal waters along with the bays. For the state, isolated showers about the southwest and northeast ranges, but remaining dry in the north and east Gippsland. For Melbourne, cloud increasing, the medium chance of showers in the southeast suburbs in the evening, the slight chance elsewhere, with a top today of 19 degrees. Tomorrow, a shower or 2 and 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 17 degrees. ABC News.
When history is made.
Over the boundary it goes, and New Zealand are the World Test champions.
ABC Sport is there.
Olam away from one, gets it away to Wello Power. Now I've seen a six-bar. Josh Allen carved it again.
Commercial free.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Off he goes! A hanger in the goal square.
ABC Sport. On radio, online, and on the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Footy freaks, round 22 of the AFL Premiership season is in full swing, and it looked like coming in we could have some lopsided games with all the top 9 teams playing teams that were bottom 9 on the table leading into round 22, and yet some thrilling upsets again. Hawthorn top of the list down in the Western Bulldogs in Launceston.
Back into play, Hawks in attack, taken by Wingard, clean finish, a left foot snap, and he makes no mistake, he extends Hawthorn's lead.
Perfect farewell for Alistair Clarkson and Sean Burgoyne down in Lonnie. What about Port Adelaide? So they were 23 points down against Carlton. Kicked the last 19 goals of the game.
Both regathers, flat kick in front of Georgiades. Off the bounce, Drew can gather, hands it wide to Rosie, dribbles it from the right forward pocket, Connor Rosie.
We had a highly entertaining game yesterday down the highway at Cardinia Park, Geelong and St Kilda. Saints took it right up to Geelong, and then the match winner just bobbed up for the Cats late.
Lockie Henderson loads up, and he's going to kick as far as he can, right to the goal line. They all compete up in front. What a mark. And Dangerfield is going to come down with it in front of the behind post. He runs around Dangerfield and pops it through. What a gamer. In perhaps a game-winning moment, Dangerfield with a heavy contested mark and snaps it through for a goal.
And as you can hear there, the crowd just went wild in the background with Dangerfield marking and goaling for the Cats. Charlie Cameron, a career best 6. Brisbane Lions doing a job on the Pies.
Charlie Cameron puts a punctuation point on this absolute flogging of Collingwood here at the Gabba. 142 plays 57. It is 85 points the margin.
That's how it finished too, Brisbane's way. And under the roof at Docklands last night, a win for the Swans. 14 points, given a bit of a fright by the Wooden Spooners, North Melbourne.
Coming out, Campbell, fisted away by Zeeble. It spills down to Papley, who has a shot on goal. It bounces, and I think it's rolled home.
Tom Papley kicking one of a couple last night for the Swans in their victory over North Melbourne. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass in our studio in Melbourne alongside former GWS, former Richmond champ, the Brett Delidio Cup, handing it out to his most recent side, the Giants, back on Friday night. Brett Delidio's here. G'day, Lids.
It was a win-win situation for me on Friday night, mate. I couldn't lose. I think there's a few teams that are just limping towards the end, aren't they? They've... well, I'm not saying they've packed up, but the poor old Pies and the Blue Baggers yesterday. North put up a good fight, and we were just talking off air before that. They're starting to show some really good signs there, but we were down the highway, and geez, mate, I'm not usually a fan of having to travel too far out of my comfort zone, but geez, it was peaceful driving down the highway. And when you're cooped up in your house with 3 young kids at home, mate, TV on. Declined the offer to go with you and Beach down together, but I said, no, I just need some PC boys. And
some Lids time.
It was great. I
Absolutely.
loved it.
That's how people feel listening to our show. They put their headphones in, and it's no one's bothering them, not their wife, not their husband, not their kids.
Yeah, a few laughs.
And they just get an hour with their 3 favourite people, with you, me, and, of course, Lauren Arnell, former the Carlton inaugural AFLW captain. And big week for the AFLW. 4 new teams to join the competition season after next. And, of course, Brisbane Lions AFLW Premiership player up in Brisbane. G'day, Loz.
G'day, guys. Hopefully we can bring some peace and enjoyment to a Sunday afternoon today. And unfortunately not, as Liz mentioned, for a couple of clubs, particularly Carlton and Collingwood this week. You do feel like they're counting the hours until round 23 is over. But interesting finals format forming for our contenders as well.
The finals pitch is fascinating. I want to get into that momentarily. Lockie Henderson's going to join us from the Cats. Big winners yesterday, so provisionally they're on top of the table. Melbourne can win that spot back today if they beat Adelaide at the MCG. You'll hear that game on ABC Radio. For some markets, you'll be getting Gold Coast and Essendon, and then later, it feels like we say it every time it rolls around, but Derby 53 feels like one of the biggest derbies ever, with both teams obviously playing to keep their finals aspirations alive. There's actually a scenario, if the Gold Coast beat Essendon today and West Coast win the Derby as predicted, the top 8 will be set. So for how thrilling it's been in the race for the top 8, it could be decided with a round to go if the Suns and the Eagles both prevail today. Star performer though, Loz, start us on a positive note. Which individual caught your eye?
Yeah, positive for me. We go back a couple of days. Tim Taranto against Richmond. 4 goals, 2, and we thought that the Giants without Toby Green are not necessarily the Giants that could have beaten Richmond, and that was comprehensive. And I just loved watching Taranto play, and you feel like even some of his chest marks, he started to look a little bit like Toby Green leading up at the footy. I just thought he was so impressive and just adds a whole nother element to a game where he's almost a complete footballer, isn't he, Lids?
Oh, exactly right. I think his ability just to accept that he wasn't going to play midfield time and go and fill the role. He's so good one-on-one. I didn't realise he had 4 goals in him. He's always bobbed up and kicked a couple, but his ability to stay down there and really fulfil the role that Toby was going to play, real feather in his cap.
What's his nickname, Lids?
The Weapon.
The Weapon.
Yeah, he's just put together so well. He's got everything. Good looks, chiseled body, fit as... Just gets about his work. He's the Weapon.
Hopefully a happier ending than the last Weapon in the AFL world. Of course, Dean Robinson going back to that saga.
No comparison.
Give me a star performer, Lids.
Yeah. So I was watching the cricket last night before I went to bed, and as the guys were coming back out from lunch, and there's a big guy walking out, just strolling out, thinking I'm a part of this.
Jarvo.
He's streaking, this guy, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not streaking, mate. Look at the shirt. I've got the Indian emblem on my shirt," and just played it really cool, calm, no malice in it. One of the funniest things I've seen.
It's excellent. If you haven't seen the footage of that, so this big pommy bloke walks out there, as you said, sort of little, what do you say, overweight, stout.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's got a number on his back. He's got Jarvo written across his Indian team shirt. So it looks, apart from I guess his shape, he looks like he absolutely fits in.
Yeah. No, he was.
He wasn't trying to run away from security or evade anyone.
What?
Trying to convince the umpire as if he was part of
I'm in first
one of
slip.
the fieldsmen.
This is where I am. No, my real star was Dan Howell yesterday for the Hawks, a Bushy's boy. 34 touches, 1 goal, 8 scoring involvements, and 769 metres gained. So a real coming of age sort of game for Dan. He's had a pretty good year, to be honest, and very good to see him be one of the reasons that they got the job done over the Dags.
So Tim Taranto and Daniel Howe, our star performers from the weekend so far. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. We want to hear from you, of course, on 0437 774 774. I'll give you a tip on the SMS lid. So people often say, texting all the time, and Corbin never reads them out. If you keep your text sort of succinct, and you have your name on there and the suburb in which you're texting in from, and there's nothing sort of that I have to try and read around while I'm trying to decipher it on the run, it is the chances of it getting read out astronomically improve. So if it's short and tight, you've got a question or you want to make a point, I'm happy to read it out, and we'll hopefully get to a few of them before the end of the show. Chris Scott yesterday about the pre-finals bye, which has been a hot-button issue in the game, obviously, over the last week or so. It looks like it's going to be scrapped, and we're going to roll straight from round 23 to week 1 of the finals. That's what Chris Scott had to say post-game.
Even in the turmoil that the world's endured over the last 18 months, to not know whether there's a bye 6 or 7 days out is, we should know by now. I'm not sure. I haven't heard a good argument for, and this is completely driven by self-interest, so let me put that on the table. But maybe you guys could enlighten me. What's the argument for not having the bye? You would only bring the bye forward if you thought things were going to get worse in Melbourne. Well, as it is at the moment, no crowds and no crowds. You can't get worse than that.
So that was Chris Scott yesterday, post-game after the Cats' 14-point win over St Kilda. Lockie Henderson's going to join us as well from the Cats. Richard Goyder, earlier in the day, the chairman, of course, of the Commission, was on ABC Radio in WA on Sports Talk with Clint Weldon, Mark Duffield and Mick Malthouse, and he was asked the question whether there'd been a decision made to scrap the pre-finals bye.
No, there hasn't been a decision yet, Clint, but it's certainly an option we're looking at because, again, possibly 2 of the 8 teams have been on the road for a while. This Delta strain of coronavirus is causing sort of a bit of chaos around the place. So there's certainly a school of thought that maintaining momentum is important, but we'll work with the clubs and players on that, and clearly we've also got to work out where finals are going to be played and all. So there's a lot of work going on at the moment, and we've said since the beginning of last year we had to be agile and flexible. I tell you, that's never been more important than it is right now.
So Richard Goyder on Sports Talk in WA yesterday on ABC Radio. Lid's double banger then. Should we scrap the pre-finals bye, and should a decision already have been made on that?
Well, yeah, there's a good argument for, still keeping it. I understand that he's saying, there's some teams that have been on the road for a long time, but they've also, I think the sooner they can get back into their home state, into their home bed, they'd be pretty comfortable with that as well, So there's arguments for and against that. I get it, but mate, personally, I was always one I just like to keep rolling. I was like, right, we've come this far. It's a war of attrition. Let's see, who's got the ability to, really sustain that and keep it going. So, we played North Melbourne in round 23 one year. They rested a whole heap of them. We needed to win to make sure we had a home final. They didn't change where they finished. Then they come out there fresher legs 2 weeks later, whereas we've played a game a lot earlier since they'd had. So, look, mate, I'd always like the idea of not having it, but I wish we did know, mate, to be honest, and I think it's unfair that they don't know already.
Look, I couldn't agree more. I think to keep rolling for clubs and for players and for fans to watch the momentum. Obviously, there's a couple of states in lockdown. There's others on teetering on whether there's more cases popping up. I think we just keep rolling, boys. And the fact that there hasn't been a decision, I think, just reeks of the bureaucracy of the AFL. It takes so long for a decision to actually be made, because once full-time staff have ideas and decisions they'd like to make, then that has to go through senior levels of management, and then it goes through the commission if it's something like a pre-finals bye being scrapped. So, the decision needs to be made and needs to be communicated to clubs, and I think Chris Scott's right to bring it up and say, hey, we're on a very short time frame here now. We need to know.
Mm, absolutely. Do you think we'll know before the end of next weekend, Loz, before round 23 starts?
Surely. Yeah. I just can't imagine why that decision wouldn't have already been made, and perhaps it has been made and it needs to go through the commission to be finally ticked off. That's my only explanation that I can come up with.
There's some really good options too about possibly keeping the bye but moving it later in the final series, putting it before the grand final. I don't even mind the proposal about putting it before the prelim, which would be a little bit like the college basketball system, Loz, where you get the final four all in one place and they play, say, the last 3 games of the season across 2 weekends.
Maybe, but is the original purpose of the pre-finals bye being introduced not necessarily to make sure that teams are fit and healthy? It was to counteract teams resting certain players in the final round of the season, so integrity of the final game, plus a sense of that Super Bowl feel where there's a week off and you can get some media build-up and hype moving towards finals. So you just feel in the current climate of where everything's at in the country with the pandemic, surely you just keep rolling and continue the momentum that you currently have.
I think we can thank Ross Lyon for that. A few years ago when he rested half his side and got done by 120 points, didn't he, down in Tassie?
As I was saying off the top, the Suns and Eagles win today and the top 8's decided. We could very well see it again next week. I think the Eagles, they will qualify for finals. They're meant to play in Brisbane next week. All of a sudden, the same issues are raised again in the lead up to round 23. Let's bring in a current day cat, Lockie Henderson, on the back of the team's victory yesterday. Back in the team. And the Cats saluting by 14 points. Lockie, thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL Sunday.
Cheers, thanks for having me.
We're just chatting about the pre-finals bye. Do you have any indication as to what's ahead after round 23?
No indication, but that's sort of the way we go with things at the moment. I think it's a bit of a floating fixture, and we just got to roll with the punches.
Do you share the sentiment of your coach that you should know by now?
That's a political question that I'll leave to the AFL and the coaches to understand, but yeah, look, it's one of those things. It's a changing landscape, and it's a pretty tough one to manoeuvre at the moment. So we just roll in each day, and as I said before, roll with the punches with what we're put in front of us.
If you could be Gillon McLachlan for a day, and as a player, Lockie, you were planning out the final series, how would you structure it? Would you have a bye at all? Would you place it somewhere else in the final series?
I heard Brett just before talk about just keep on going, and I've just had 2 weeks off, so I'd definitely just say keep on going for me personally. But yeah, I'm a little bit the same as Brett, saying that he'd rather just keep going, and I've always been that way, just keep going and get the season done as far as I'm concerned.
Lockie, it's Brett here. Well done last night, mate. We were down there at the game. We saw, I think it was Joel and maybe Mark Blitzarves bring you boys in at quarter time. I'm just interested to know what was said there, because your game style changed. You were down 5-2 at quarter time, and then you really got control of the game thereafter.
Yeah, look, it was all the normal stuff, to be honest. It was just the stuff we weren't playing it well enough our way, and then not playing any contests, and they were just moving the ball a bit too easily. So it was a lot about our defensive system, but just also about the way we attacked with the footy. So it was a pretty wide-ranging chat. It wasn't really one or two things. It was a few that we were just getting wrong.
And we know how big of a loss Tom Stewart was last night and will be for you guys. Is there a glimmer of hope that he's still a chance to come back? And did you notice, not having him as sort of like a general senior player down there setting you guys up last night?
Yeah, definitely. Look, Stewie's been fantastic all year. I think Scotty came out and said that he's probably been our best player, and I think I second that for the entire year. And he's a big loss for us, but there's a lot of players that have come in. Zach Guthrie's come in and played a really good role, and Mark O'Connor came back and played back last night for us, which was really good as well. So, yeah, you notice someone like Stewie, because I don't think anyone in the comp can do what Stewie does. So it's a big loss, but we've got a lot of players and a lot of players who can step up to that role.
Lockie, it's Lauren Arnell speaking to you from Brisbane. I'm just really interested in what it looks like for you in Geelong in terms of your schedule. I know that you're not aware of what's happening, whether there's a pre-finals bye or not, but what does the week look like at the moment, given we've seen Giants and Swans on the road for quite a long period of time? Up here in Brizzy, the Lions have been required to lock down for 48 hours, essentially in AFL lockdown conditions prior to the game at the Gabba last night. What does what do you expect of the week ahead coming?
Yeah, the old adage of 1 week at a time, I think, is pretty spot on at the moment. So I don't think we even know what day or where we're playing next week. So we just set up the schedule, I think, as if we're playing on a certain day. They might have just picked Saturday this week, and then we just set it up like that. So we're reasonably lucky. I'm definitely feeling for the teams that have been on the road for as long, because you know how it was last year. So it's definitely feeling for them, but we're sort of pretty lucky down here where we can set up our schedule reasonably well, and then just, as I said, roll with whatever's given to us day by day.
Lockie, what were you thinking at quarter time yesterday when Max King was playing like an absolute animal in that opening quarter?
I'm thinking a few things, actually. He's a very, very good player, and he's going to be a very good player for a long time. That's one of them. And then just get it done, try and stop him as best we can. So, yeah, look, he's a great young player, and there's a fair few of those forwards coming up that are playing great footy. So it's one of those ones where you hope for as much pressure up the field to make your life a lot easier.
Lockie, I want to take you back to 2010, mate. I want to know whether you remember. I was playing on you, and
I'm going to say I do remember already, mate.
You do, right? So for the listeners out there, I was playing on Lockie as a smaller halfback on a big key centre half forward, and Lockie was complaining to the umpire that he didn't get a free kick or something. So I grabbed the trainer's towel and started to wipe away his tears. And the umpire blows his whistle and said, "High contact, here's a free kick for you, Lockie." I couldn't believe it. I caught one of the biggest sprays of all time from Dimmer for that, carrying on like a pork chop I was. So it's good to see you remember it.
Do you remember what happened a minute before that?
No, I don't, mate. My memory's gone.
I put the ball in your face when I took a mark off you. It was very arrogant of me, and it was probably fair enough that you rubbed my face away with tears. I definitely should not have got that free kick, mate. It was a moment that I don't think I'll ever forget. I actually was talking about it with someone a couple of weeks ago, to be honest.
Oh, there you go. Well, you did me a favour and you missed it. So Dimmer was.
I did.
He wasn't too displeased. Now the last one, I've just had a text from Brendan Goddard, mate, and he loves the small things in games. He wants to know whether there's anything in Danger socks up or socks down. Is that a tactical play, or is that just Danger being Danger?
I think it's just Danger being Danger. It's got a lot of Nathan Buckley about it, actually. I was a big Nathan Buckley fan as a kid. It's just Danger being Danger, I think. I don't know if it's just because he wants to be different and no one really wears the socks up anymore, but it definitely is just Danger.
Okay, so I can let Beach know there's no tactics behind it. Doesn't mean we're going this way with the footy or whatever else. It's just... It's all the Paddy Dangerfield show.
That is just the show, I think.
Lockie, what about your own future? Have you started chats about playing on in 2022?
No, not at all, mate. Last couple of years I've sort of left that till October, November, and won pretty late in November a couple of years ago. So, there's no rush for me, mate. It's not a big worry, and I'm a bit older, and someone where I'm at in my career, I can have that conversation a bit later. So no chats yet. We'll just hopefully get through the next 5 weeks with a big premiership at the end and then go from there.
Are you keen to play on?
I don't know yet. I don't know. It's a good chat to have with the club. I actually haven't been asked as straight as that, to be honest. So good question, but it's a chat to have at the end of the year, I think, for me and the club, and see where the club's at and see where I'm at. I've given it a bit of thought. I'm not going to lie there, but I haven't really come to any type of conclusion.
Oh, you're playing some great footy. That it's absolutely an option for you. Talk to me about the Elephants before we let you go, Lockie. What are you doing in that space?
What was that? Sorry.
The elephant rope. What can you tell me about that?
Elephant rope. That's put to the side at the moment. I've got Reg and I, Zach Tui and I have got a new one out called They Do What, which is a conservation climate change based one. So we've sort of done a bit of a 180 at the moment, and we're just going down a little bit of a learning experience for us. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with the elephant rope, but if you're giving myself a little plug, I'll say They Do What. Go check out They Do What if you're interested in conservation or climate change.
Yeah, that's a particular passion of yours, isn't it? That you've been, as you said, exploring with Zach Tui and have really put some time into.
Yeah, last few years I've been doing a fair bit. I had a pretty epic trip to Papua New Guinea in 2018, I think it was. It really opened my eyes up to a few things, and a couple of trips to Africa as well. So, something I'm pretty passionate about, and just trying to get the conversation started a little bit more. Than I know there's a fair bit at the moment, but as much talk as they can get is something. So the podcast there just to try and educate myself and anyone that wants to listen.
Do you think there's anything the game can do in this space? I mean, footy's been a great support for certain causes. Is it something that you've looked in the AFL world and thought, look, there's something we can do here as a playing group?
Yeah, I won't jump on anyone's toes, but there's a few things coming that a few people are putting together. So I know there's an AFL players group that's coming together, so I'll leave it at that. But there is some space, and there definitely is a lot of room for the AFL to jump in, and the AFL players to jump in and just let their voice be heard, because I know there's a fair few passionate players around. There is some good things coming, which is really exciting.
Lockie, thanks for chatting today.
Cheers. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, mate. Lockie Henderson with us from the Cats. The other big talking point coming out of the game was a couple of reports, or one report and one that'll be looked at, I'm sure, by the match review officer. First of all, Patrick Dangerfield was reported on the spot for a front-on contact on Brad Crouch, who was actually pushed into it by Zach Jones.
Yeah, not guilty.
Obviously, the teammate of Brad Crouch. Chris Scott, not a big fan, it must be said, on matchday reports.
Was Patrick Dangerfield reported in the last quarter for rough conduct?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, so I'm told. So I laughed because Brad Crouch and Paddy were having a good laugh about it as well. Matchday reports. It's comical. I'm pleased that Brad had that view as well.
So it was for that where they collided. Is that what the incident was?
The one where Brad got up and laughed about it and said there was nothing in it. Yeah.
The other one was the Tom Hawkins incident, Loz, where Darragh Joyce was run down from behind. His head obviously bounces off the ground. As a result, Darragh Joyce was concussed and subbed out of the game. It was a late tackle from Patrick Dangerfield. Does he have something to worry about with the match review officer?
The Tom Hawkins tackle, Corby. I think
Yes.
The precedent was set with the Nick Holman and I think Mitch Duncan tackle earlier in the year. And I think Holman ended up getting off that at the tribunal. So, I mean, Joyce was subbed out of the game with concussion, I believe. That's obviously something that the AFL's trying to stamp out. I'm interested in what you think, Lids. It's a difficult one. You're tackling from behind. He pinned his arms and the head went into the ground. So, I mean, you'd expect it would go to a tribunal process.
Yeah. Oh, well, it will get looked at, no doubt. But if that's... We've already seen what can happen with the Holman one thrown straight out. And what do we want us to do here as a former player? Do you want them to just go and try and tackle them around the waist so they can still get their arms free and get rid of the footy? There's so much. I understand the duty of care. That's fine. But you're running full tilt. They're running full tilt to try and kick it. How do you expect someone to calculate how they're going to fall, and they're not going to be able to get their one hand down or what? I just can't see how you can control this. And I can understand the AFL trying to do that. It'll be thrown out, I would have thought, and Tom Hawk just continues to play.
But isn't I think I agree with you, Lids, based on the precedent. But how ridiculous is that we think that the MRO will grade it this way, and then there's a clear disconnect between what the match review officer is thinking and being told how to grade it with his matrix, compared to what the tribunal is then going to conclude. And so all of a sudden, we're sitting here having a conversation about what we think will be the outcome of something on Tuesday or Wednesday, for example. Why it's so broken as a system if that's the case. And I touched on this yesterday, Loz, as part of our broadcast. It feels like we got to a point in the game that we looked at the bump and we said that the bump's dangerous. So if you want a bump, good luck to you. But if you cause any damage at all, you're culpable for the damage which happens from a bump. Now it feels like Michael Christian has extrapolated that out for every action in the game. So if you choose to fend off, if you choose to tackle, if you choose to do anything in the game, even if it's illegal and you cause damage, it's your responsibility and you have to deal with that in terms of a suspension. Surely that's not the path we were meant to be headed down, was it? That whatever, it's basically we're trying to get rid of accidents, that if there's any sort of damage at all, it's on the person that lays the tackle or commits the defensive action.
I don't know the answer, to be honest. I think what you're describing is true. It's so confusing in the process, but I think it's another illustration of how complex the game is of AFL. There's so many moving parts and pieces, and for Dangerfield as well to have been reported when he was pushed into a contest by Zach Jones. I don't really want to go down this rabbit hole, but if the St Kilda player gets injured, isn't it then Zach Jones's fault for pushing Patrick Dangerfield into the contest? Like, it just becomes too big. So I don't have the answer for it.
Well, off the SMS, Neil in Sorrento, if Norton had needed an opponent in the head instead of Tim English when he was flying for a mark, would he have been reported under the current interpretation? So that's from Neil. So then all of a sudden are we looking at high-flying marks, which I know Kane Corns has spoken about that in the past. Is it time to outlaw the fend-off? When I was a lad, lifting the elbow was a definite no-no. That's from Rob.
That's exactly right. So therefore, Dusty becomes null and void. I had another teammate of mine who was unbelievable and one of the most courageous guys I played with, Steve Morris, and used to love going to ground to slide in over the footy. But as soon as that new rule came in where you couldn't do that, like he had free kick after free kick paid against him because he's just grown up doing that. So Dustin's going to have free kicks and reports because he's one of the best fenders in the game. Is that what we're saying we want? I don't think so.
Sean in Sydney, isn't moving the bye to only to get Isn't moving the bye only to get the grand final to Perth and quarantine? So that certainly gives them another option. There's obviously a 7-day quarantine that goes along with that. If they were to assign the grand final to Perth Stadium and gives them a bit of time to clear quarantine. And a question about the ABC Footballer of the Year voting from Peter. He says he hasn't been able to find the voting or the leaderboard. It has been floating around on Twitter. I think it's actually gone, what do we say in awards? It's gone behind camera for the last few rounds, so you might not have been able to find it. But the last time I saw it, Marcus Bontempelli was leading. He was about
up by 6 votes up.
Yeah, 6 votes with about 3 rounds to play. So that gives you a recent update. Peter, on that, 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. Coming up next, Carlton Hawthorn. Loz was at the Gabba last night for the Brisbane game. We'll get into all of that, plus Lids' Giants and the cheesy game show still to come. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday.
On Hard Quiz, only the most important facets of human knowledge are put to the test.
Which US rapper's name sounds like a brand of colourful chocolate?
Topics chosen are critical to the evolution of the human race.
The palindrome rotator is what word spelled backwards?
And experts are treated with the utmost respect.
Well, I'm afraid your parachute hasn't opened this time. You are plummeting to Earth.
Catch Tom Gleeson with all new episodes of Hard Quiz. Back Wednesday, August 18 on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Alistair Clarkson and perhaps Hawthorn in general farewelling Tasmania yesterday. Our last game for season 2021 at the venue. A lot of uncertainty going forward. Peter Goodwin, the Premier, hasn't committed to re-signing the contracts with Hawthorn and North Melbourne. Obviously, the finding of the Carter report came back on Friday. The recommendation is for a team to be relocated as opposed to Tasmania to have their own team and a 19th AFL licence. This is Alistair Clarkson post-game after the Hawks win yesterday.
In the absence of Tasmania having their own side, we've just been absolutely delighted to be able to come down here and provide the AFL product to the people of Tassie. This state has got a great heritage, and the legacy that this state has left in terms of some of the players that have graced AFL ovals for over 100 years is absolutely first class. So, if Hawthorn has been able to help in putting Tassie on the map in terms of giving the exposure to AFL footy, then I think that's a great thing. Somewhere down the track, just being a football purist, I'd love Tassie to have their own side. Where that leaves the Hawks and the Kangas in the years to come, who knows?
Loz, I don't know what to make of Hawthorn. Help me out here. So 2-9 at the bye. They're 4-4 though against top 8 teams, so their good is really good. And since the decision has been made for Clarkson to hand over to Mitchell from next year, they've gone from 17th to 14th. They've gone from pick 2 to pick 5 in the national draft. So the Hawks going up the ladder, a 27-point win over the Dogs yesterday.
And they've played some really good footy, haven't they? They've beaten some good teams. Good on them. I think it's fantastic. I think the uptrend of two poorer teams in North and Hawthorn in the early stages of this season, they played some shocking footy, and then to see them, both sides improving as they are, and Hawthorn getting the results that they're getting, particularly beating Brisbane recently and now the Dogs, you'd got to, as much as some Hawthorn fans would probably appreciate a higher draft pick, I think the improvement in that bottom, younger tier of Hawthorn players would be really exciting.
They're number one for points from turnover in the past month, and number one from points from forward half turnovers, which is the game. I mean, when you look at the
That's
profile,
what Richmond did during their glory days.
Yep, and the profile of the best teams in it this year are generally high in that category. So it's been a big last month.
Yeah.
If you look ahead to next year, then Lids, what are you expecting from Hawthorn? Where would you place them on a ladder predictor?
Geez, that's hard, isn't it?
Are they fringe top 8? Are they bottom 6? Are they a top 8 team?
Yeah, I think they're fringe top 8 for mine. I think, it really depends. They're going to be learning new things under Sam Mitchell, but you would assume that Sam's learnt most of his coaching craft under Alistair Clarkson, or someone who's been under Alistair Clarkson and Adam Simpson. So, there's going to be a lot of similarities, and I think there's a lot of similarities right across the league as to what he's been able to set up. But, geez, the ability to keep the Bulldogs, who are an offensive juggernaut, to 37 points, they're doing a lot right, aren't they? But you worry about the Dags at the moment and where they're heading, and I don't think any side going into the finals would want a couple of losses and a big game next week as well against a fellow top 4 aspirant. So, look, it's going to be good viewing next weekend.
I'm keen to watch Hawthorn's development alongside clubs like Adelaide and Collingwood and North Melbourne. You sort of look at those tier of clubs and where their lists are at, and you think perhaps they start to trend upwards together, just like everyone thought Brisbane and Carlton would be trending on a similar line together around this time. I think, the Hawthorns, Collingwoods, Adelaides and North should be in a tidy little bunch in the next couple of years.
Who's the best place, Loz, out of those 4 going forward?
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask the same
without
question.
notice, Corby. Oh,
I would have said Adelaide earlier in the year. I thought Adelaide were going really well, but now I feel like what Hawthorn's been able to do it's been pretty impressive.
I like North's mids as well, and their tall forwards that are developing. I think that's a really exciting element. Collingwood, I think, might take a little bit longer, but again, very dependent on that coaching change. And when we go back to talking about Hawthorn, it'd be fair to assume that Sam Mitchell's had a lot to do with the recent success since that decision was made.
Shall we be worried about the Dogs?
Well, I think so.
Their midfield's got beat 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah,
and that's their weapon.
And comprehensively, you talk about the Bulldogs. I understand Josh Bruce out is a big one, but if you're not even getting it in there and not looking like scoring, it makes it incredibly hard. And I think that's the part that would be worrying Luke Beveridge, is that they've been so well beaten, especially from centre clearances over the last couple of weeks. The Dons put them to the sword last week, and now the Hawks, who were missing Jager O'Meara, who's arguably one of their key centre takeaway players. So, I'd be very nervous about if I was a Dog supporter and what's going on, down there at the kennel.
And does it not coincide as well with 2 high-quality players returning to the Bulldogs side in Treloar and Dunkley? We know how good they are in that midfield, and perhaps maybe it's just going to take another week or two. You can't really take too much longer than that to find your groove again in that team, because they've missed a huge amount of footy.
Yeah, I've been big on Melbourne all year. Obviously they win today. They're on top of the ladder with one to play, but the X factor that they've got is obviously Max Gawn. So you look at the best teams in the league at the moment. Geelong don't really have a ruckman, no disrespect to Reece Stanley, but he's not considered sort of top 5 in the league. The Western Bulldogs at the moment, boy, it's an issue. We saw Sam Draper dominate against them last week. Tim English, unfortunately, since he's had the concussion, doesn't look like the same player he was early in the year. And I don't know what Jordan Sweet has to do to get a game at the moment. So surprisingly, he was rushed in as an emergency, having not been initially named in the 26 for the Essendon game, didn't play. And then I think we all thought as a footy world that, with Bruce going out, English goes forward, Sweet comes in, takes the ruck role. He didn't play yesterday either.
Yeah. There's an issue there, though, wasn't there?
It was a little unusual.
Yeah. I think, look, it is. And where Steph Martin fits into all that, I read an article saying that he did a big session yesterday, so he's pushing his claim, but, geez, yeah, it is the one area. And that's where, if you're a Melbourne supporter or a Melbourne player even, you're very happy with having your 4-time All-Australian ruckman who gives you a first look at it week in, week out, and knowing that the other contenders, Brisbane aren't too bad though with big Oscar McInerney. I reckon he's starting to really develop into his game, which is good, but other than that, Scotty Lycett's probably the other one from Port Adelaide. So it's, watch this space a little bit, and, we're talking about, if you're going to use that as a segue into my old boys, Braden Preuss, where does he fit if he comes back in, for the Giants? Does he come straight in and get a chance? We know he's been out for a long time with a pec. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there, but D's certainly front runners in that area.
We're not a segues game, so I'm going to take it in a different direction.
Perfect.
Grandstand AFL Sunday, Corbin Middlemass, Lauren Arnell and Brett Delidio. David Teague, here he is yesterday about whether that performance, 19 straight goals kicked against them, from 23 up to a 95-point loss, does that hurt his chances on keeping his job as Carlton coach?
Oh, look, it doesn't help. I understand that. In terms of the pattern of behaviour, that's our first really big loss. Timing's not great, but in terms of where we've been and the way the guys approached it at the start, I thought we cracked in. I thought our pressure and our ball use, and we used it well early. It may not help, but again, I think it was one game. I think over the year we've been pretty competitive, but we've got some growth, and that's where we're at the moment.
This feels like a brutal ending, Lids. It's sort of slow and drawn out, and it feels like the worst-kept secret in footy that he won't be coaching Carlton next year, and yet they haven't told him. They keep saying they haven't made a decision, and it looks like he's going to coach the year out.
Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it? I think I was watching the game a little bit, or just checking the score while we were doing our game on at the same time yesterday, and you thought when they started, you're like, oh, how good's this? They're, Murph's 300th. They're playing it in the right manner. They're challenging. Where's Port Adelaide at? And then the further you just kept watching the game, it was just like, oh dear, they haven't kicked it. And then you're reading scores out, and you're like, they haven't kicked the goal since the minute mark of the second, or the first even. And then there's 19 goals unanswered. Like, it's just, dire straits down there. And as Tiggy's alluded to, it's doesn't look great, does it? And how do you answer that? Like, you've been battered over the last couple of weeks, and it's sort of, apart from that St Kilda game where they actually played pretty well.
Well, Lidsey was super honest, wasn't he? You get asked a question like that, and an answer like it doesn't help. It's a little bit sad to hear, to be honest. Yeah. And I wonder, with the regard that Mark Murphy's held in that footy club, perhaps they've just not communicated anything to leave that space for Murphy's 300th and for him to finish. And obviously that did not go anywhere near to plan yesterday, but yeah, perhaps that is another reason why it's been quiet. If it is fait accompli, as you've suggested, Corby, maybe that's one reason why that's happened.
I did love this during the week, though, from David Teague.
Damien Hardwick reached out to me, and he talked about Richmond's courage to back him in. 2016, he went through a similar thing, and to stay strong. And I'm really hopeful that our club back me in and have the courage to stick to the course.
How good's that? Have the courage to stick to the cause. Put it back on Carlton's board. Have some of that. Nice little going out message from David Teague. But, yeah, I think the footy world sort of realises where it's headed. It is one thing that happens in our game, probably more than any other professional sport around the world. There was a great article written on the ABC website, which I sort of reference regularly, that the job security of an AFL coach is better than any other professional league in the world. And I think part of that is obviously the success that Mark Thompson had, and then obviously Damien Hardwick, where they were on shaky ground, ended up coaching through Dynasty. Yep. So let's keep the coach in place as long as we can, and hopefully that's the answer to success. So the actual tenure is much better in our game than it is in most other competitions. Loz, just on Port Adelaide, did you see the Zach Butters incident, the late hit on Adam Saad?
I think there's actually a couple of Zach Butters incidents yesterday. I watched the early stages and I've seen the replay on the end of the game one. I can't remember who it was, but he put a block on very early in the game and looked like he threw a punch within that. And then towards that back end of the game, something just looked like a brain explosion where he's thrown a high shot at Adam Saad as well, which you could describe as off the ball. It just seemed Saad was not impressed at all.
No, and I think he ended up having a free kick given against him, Adam Saad, as he went back to remonstrate. But he was holding his jaw on the bench for a while, so Butters will be sweating on the outcome of the medical report, because this will be intentional. It'll be high contact. If it's low, he's got 1 week. If it's medium, he's got 2 weeks, which will rule out the first final. Can Port go on a run here? I know their form's been up and down all year, but they could potentially finish on top of the ladder 2 years in a row. So if Geelong beat Melbourne next week and Port have a considerable win over the Western Bulldogs and make up that small percentage that they trailed Geelong, Port could be top of the ladder at the end of the home and away season. Can they do damage in September?
Well, you'd be fearful that this is what they did early 2000s too, didn't they? They finished on top but couldn't quite get the job done. So I think they can. Like they've got those energy players back, haven't they? And Butters and Rosie's playing well, and Dersma's back in, Fantasia's back, adds speed. And I was looking at their Sandford side yesterday, and you see even Stephen Motlops, he's been pushed out of the team. It'd be interesting to see how they can go. Yesterday was probably a danger game for them, essentially. I think if the Carlton side was full of all the players that usually play for them, well, then it's probably a different story, I think. Paddy Cripps being laid out doesn't help at all. But because Port have shown that they can struggle a little bit at times and be vulnerable. But, I think that they're a real sneaky little chance if they can get it all going. But so is every team, Corbs. You can make a case for every team on their day. And that's the beauty of it at the moment, is that it's pretty even, and no real standout at the moment is grabbing it by the whole season by the neck and saying, right, I've got this and come and beat me if you can.
I've got Port finishing second in my predictions, but I think one player that's not spoken about enough is Carl Amon. He's been really impressive, and the 30 touches again yesterday. He's very dynamic around stoppage, involved in a lot of scoring opportunities. He's another player that just adds more depth, high-class depth to their midfield.
So, Loz, Brisbane's still a chance to finish in the top 4 if they win. The Western Bulldogs lose next week. The Lions play West Coast. They have to make up 2%. They trail the Dogs by, and obviously the Bulldogs have to lose to Port Adelaide. Did we learn anything out of last night as they flushed out an 85-point win over the Pies?
It was a challenging game, particularly that second half. There wasn't huge amounts happening. The Lions just absolutely demoralised Collingwood. I thought Collingwood's first 40 minutes of the game was very good and very competitive, but unfortunately they weren't able to maintain that level. We saw flashes, well, not flashes, we saw a pretty nice game from Jordan De Goey in the midfield. So for Collingwood supporters, you'd be probably expecting him to spend a lot more time on ball next year, particularly at centre bounce. Grundy looked really tired. Oscar McInerney had six clearances and did a really good job. But the dynamic, I think, for Brisbane, particularly in that forward line, is really developing. Nakai Cockatoo's come into that and adding a really nice goal sense and electricity, particularly with his defensive pressure. And the synergy between Charlie Cameron and Joe Danaher is really exciting for Lions fans. And I think going towards a final series becomes a real dynamic duo now that Dan McStay has really filled a gap and stepped up with Eric Hipwood out. So I think, again, the Pies are counting down for the end of round 23 and the Lions are building some really nice momentum moving towards the final series. I think Brodie Myercheck will be an interesting one, a hit on Fullerton off the ball as well. Whether he plays next week or not will be something we see throughout the week.
Leeds a few bars back on Friday night. The Giants' 39-point win over Richmond. They keep doing it, the Giants, without Cornelio and Davis, and they didn't have Toby Green.
Yeah.
Which I think people
wasn't it?
People forgot during the week that they actually won a prelim without Toby Green not that long ago. But, that was a super effort. They tore Richmond apart.
Yeah, they did. And I think it's built off the back of just a lot of effort. I think, and that's why I was talking to a few boys down there, that they just love what the younger boys are bringing week in, week out. And it's not always, what they've been known for in this orange tsunami, where high class will flick it around and try and make you look silly. It's been based around blue collar, roll the sleeves up, can I tackle, can I chase, put them under pressure. And I talk about in that with Connor Iden, Sammy Taylor, who we've just seen the last couple of weeks really come of age and make a name for himself. Zavo Halloran, I think, starting to play some really good footy down there. Tanner Bruin's getting a chance as a young player coming through. So, and as well as that, they've still got their great players in. Obviously, Timmy Turano, who we spoke about, kicked 4 on the weekend. Josh Kelly after signing his 58-year deal to stay with the Giants. He had 32 and 11 touches. Jacob Hopper's a star. So it'll be interesting to see how that all works. Can they squeeze them all in and keep everyone there?
I was about to say, can they win a premiership with that list build to sort of pay the top end long-term big money?
Yeah.
Which would probably, and I think Mitch Cleary said during the week that he suspects they would have somewhere between 7 to 10 players essentially on base with match payments thereafter. Can you win a premiership like that with the list so top-heavy?
It's a good question, isn't it? Yeah, it's hard. I think we've always heard about the Geelongs and the Hawks when they were at their best in their prime. They didn't have many players on, or maybe one or two at 800 or just below, around that mark. Whereas you hear of 5, 6, 7 players all on that sort of money and long term on that sort of money. It doesn't leave a lot of area for these younger guys. What happens if you've got a young Zavo Halloran who becomes a star mid of the future, and he's so, well, how do you keep him if you've got all these other guys already locked in? That's tricky, and that's for Jace McCartney to work out. But look, I think it does make it hard because you're trying to keep that constant pressure from below to challenge your older boys. But mate, they're doing a damn good job at the moment, and I think they're enjoying their footy, albeit they're away from home and have been for the last 7 or 8 weeks.
Very quick one on Richmond. Is the dynasty over?
Well, for this year it is.
Yeah, but can they come back next year and win again, and you can sort of extrapolate it out over a 6 or 7 year period?
Yeah, it's hard to make a case for it, given that they're another year older. Trent and Jack, Shane Edwards again. Basher Hooley says he wants to go on, but not contracted yet, so makes it very challenging. It sort of depends on where they can get someone in, another young mid or someone else like that who's from another club.
Your premiership coach, Lauren Arnell, was telling the AFL, just pump the brakes. We don't want these last 4 teams in immediately after winning that premiership earlier in the year that obviously you were a part of. And yet the AFL announced yesterday Thursday, that we're becoming whole. So all 18 clubs will have an AFL men's team and an AFLW team by the 2022-2023 season. I mentioned the Richard Goyder interview, which is up online, by the way, under the Best of Grandstand folder if you want to check it out in the podcast store. But here is Richard Goyder yesterday on Sports Talk in WA. He was asked about whether there is enough depth in terms of talent to support 18 AFLW teams.
I hope she won't be offended because she's going to be senior coach next year at Hawthorn. But Beck Goddard said to me after the first year when Adelaide won, don't let any more teams in, there's not enough talent. I think that's when and then now she's saying this year, we should be in, Hawthorn should be in. So, Mark, I reckon the great thing about this has been that talent is exploding. And yes, it's taking some teams, West Coast as an example, a couple of years to get going. But if you look at the talent at West Coast now, it's exceptional, I think. And the talent coming through in 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old females is stupendous. So, that became much less of an argument over this time. It was really more, were the clubs ready in terms of their facilities, in terms of their integration of AFLW into the clubs, and clearly they've all put forward very compelling cases. And I actually, as I said, I think this is a really important moment for AFL to have all 18 clubs in that competition.
Lauren Arnell, what do you make of all that?
Oh, I think it's so exciting, Corby. It's awesome that we'll finally see an 18-team AFLW. And the conversation that's always been around, is there enough talent in the playing pool, is not the issue anymore, as Richard Goyd has touched on. The issue, I think, moving forward is how the competition rolls out, when it becomes full-time, not if. How soon the players and the administration staff to make the league happen become full-time, so it can be a comprehensive and more well-supported league. The quality that we're seeing that the athletes are putting out now, as paid as part-time athletes, is very, very good. The conversation now is how do clubs and the AFL staff that league full-time, because there's multiple staff across footy clubs in the AFLW who work across both AFL men's departments and AFL women's departments, and they are stretched thin.
As we saw in the men's game with the introduction of the Giants and the Suns, equalisation laws is really hard when you have new teams coming in. It feels like by the time we get to 18 teams, I know this isn't realistic, but the ideal scenario would be to hit reset on all the playing lists and give the teams a chance to kind of spread the talent a little more across the 18 teams. Do we have an issue at the moment in the game as to the difference between the really good and the lesser teams?
But it's definitely a challenging space for list managers across AFLW and the players. There's going to have to be a huge amount of player movement. I think the phrase you've chosen, hit reset, needs to not be said. There's a lot of player allegiance and players who are, as I said, paid part-time. They have jobs and family and everything in states and not anywhere remunerated to move into state for football. And so, yeah, it's going to be really interesting how list structures are put together and list rules from the AFL in that AFLW space. Those are going to be the interesting talking points over the next 2, 3, 4 years.
Look out in 10 to 20 years, the Richmond side, there is a lot of girls that were born from my era, the guys that I play with. So if they go on
you got a few coming through, haven't you, Liz?
I've got 3. Chrissy Newman's got 3. Cambo has 2. Maddie Richardson's got 2. Trent's got 2.
Here we go.
Jack's got 2. Jeepers.
Look out, Richmond, the AFLW.
It is forward runners.
It's great for the game and the competition to obviously get the competitions aligned with one another to now have a men's and women's team across all 18 clubs. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Now, I haven't done you any favours here, Loz.
That's okay. I got swept last week.
Glad to hear that.
One of the two of you grew up as a Carlton fan, and my theme is very much around Mark Murphy and Carlton. So Mark Murphy featured yesterday in a milestone game. I'm looking for the top 10 all-time Loz games record at the Carlton Football Club. So,
who's going first? Me, because I got swept last week.
No, I think Loz can go first.
Oh, my God. Ladies
Craig
first.
Bradley.
Craig Bradley up top, 375 games.
Stephen Silvani.
Stephen Silvani, 312.
Bruce Dool,
356.
Oh, that's so many games, isn't it? Sticks Kernahan.
No, Stephen Kernahan. Craig Bradley, 375.
I forgot about Kate Simpson.
Bruce Dool, 356. Kate Simpson, 342. John Nichols, 328. Stephen Silvani, 312. Murphy, 300. Justin Madden, I would have taken, 287. Cooter, 278. Jeff Southby, 268. And David Mackay, 263.
263 gets you into the top 10.
Yep.
Wow.
At the Carlton Footy Club. One around coach under pressure at the moment, still with the Carlton Football Club. I'm looking for the last 10 men to coach a senior game at the Carlton Football Club. So who are the last 10?
Yeah.
Who goes first?
Lids can go here.
David Teague.
Obviously.
Brendan Bolton.
Brendan Bolton is there.
Brett Ratton.
Brett Ratton's on the list.
John Barker.
John Barker coached 3 senior games. Oh, sorry, more than that, 14 games.
David Parkins.
David Parkins there, just 328. And I say just in terms of how far back we're going.
Dennis Pagan.
Dennis Pagan's on the list, 104.
Wayne Britton.
Oh, we're at the end of the list.
Ooh,
we're not there already.
Hang on.
Wayne Britton is there.
Mick Malthouse.
Mick Malthouse is on the list.
Oh, was there any other caretakers in there?
I think we got 2 to go here on this list.
This is. Are you looking at this, Loz, by the way? This is.
I genuinely am not.
I can see Loz.
Yeah, she is rolling them out real quick. No, I am no good.
The others I would have taken, Peter Jones coached 22 games in 1980.
Didn't know that.
And Robert Walls.
Oh, Wallsy, I could have known that maybe.
I was definitely hitting a wall myself there, so thanks, Liz.
I had one more category, but we're not going to get time, and as a result, Loz has already swept anyway.
That's 2 sweeps in a row.
I got baby brain, that's why I'm putting it down to. Lockdown brain.
There's a lot of your text messages coming through, and Clint Wilden is up next for the Sunday Footy Forum. Mark Duffield and Jake Knoll to join him, so they make up for exactly what we failed to do on this show, and they will take your calls and answer your feedback over the next hour. So the Sunday Footy Forum is next. You can also have your say on the talkback line. 3 games today, all of interest. First up, Melbourne and Adelaide. D's need a win. Top spot on the ladder. Lids, I'll see you at the G for that.
Oh, I look forward to it, Corby.
Loz, enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
I saw Loz in the Glenelg. She's in the Glenelg hoodie today as well. Always has great sporting attire, Loz. I saw a picture of you during the week. You know, I'm a big Giants fan. You had your big blue Giants jersey on, ready to go. So that's the New York Football Giants, of course.
I was going to say.
Not your Giants, not the orange Giants.
They're not in blue.
Then later today, it's the Suns and the Dons, and then the Derby. Derby 53 coming up from Western Australia later today. So big day of footy. It all follows the Forum, which is after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, ABC News with David Rowlands. Australia is set to receive an extra 1 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine from Poland. Here's political reporter Jade McMillan.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison says the extra doses will start to arrive in Australia from tonight.
There's more than a million doses of hope on its way.
530,000 of them will be sent to New South Wales to administer to people between the ages of 20 and 39 who are living in 12 affected local government areas. The rest will be allocated to the other states and territories on a per capita basis. Mr Morrison says the extra 1 million doses are on top of the 40 million that Australia has already locked in.
Another 4 people have died from coronavirus in New South Wales, with the state recording 415 new locally acquired cases. The Premier Gladys Berejiklian says at least 35 people were in the community for part or all of their infectious period. Virus fragments have been found in wastewater at Burke in the state's northwest, Parks in the central west, Lennox Head in the north and Wallacia in Western Sydney. Ms Berejiklian says most of the people who have died were not vaccinated.
A female in her 50s from Western Sydney at Campbelltown Hospital who wasn't vaccinated. A female in her 70s at Royal North Shore Hospital who was only recently given her first dose, so wasn't protected. A man in his 80s at Liverpool Hospital who wasn't vaccinated. A female in her 80s at RPA who was vaccinated but did have underlying chronic conditions.
Victoria's Premier Daniel Andrews says there is growing concern over the state's mystery COVID-19 cases. Of today's 25 new cases, 4 are yet to be linked to a known outbreak and 13 have been out in the community while infectious. The Premier has warned that people are not following the rules could result in more deaths in the state following an illegal bar crawl at Richmond in Melbourne's east last night. Mr Andrews says there are too many unknowns for people to be so careless.
There are far too many cases, firstly. Then there are many cases that are not linked. Now, they invariably become linked over time, but there are a number of mystery cases, and those numbers continue to grow, and that's really challenging.
The ACT has recorded 2 new cases of COVID-19, taking the total number of active cases in Canberra to 9. Close to 6,000 tests were conducted in Canberra yesterday, setting another single-day record. Testing centres are busy again today as the list of exposure sites grows to over 50 locations. The Territory is in day 3 of its 7-day lockdown after the cluster's initial case was reported on Thursday. Chief Minister Andrew Barr says today's new cases are concerning.
The first case is a man in his 20s, and unfortunately at this point there are no obvious links to other cases. The other case is linked back to the Fiction nightclub site, so this is also concerning.
Queensland recorded 0 community cases of COVID-19 overnight. However, authorities still expect more cases linked to the Indooroopilly cluster. And Western Australia's Health Department has reported no new cases of COVID-19 as well. There are 3 active cases, including 1 in hotel quarantine and 2 crew members from the MV Darya Krishna vessel in hospital. The Taliban has taken Afghanistan's key eastern city of Jalalabad without a fight. An Afghan official in the city says the provincial governor surrendered to save civilian lives. A Western security official confirmed the fall of the city, one of the last besides the capital Kabul to remain under government control. The US is urgently dispatching another 2,000 troops on top of the 3,000 already committed to help evacuate thousands of people, including its officials and others from Kabul. Zambia's President Edgar Lungu says Thursday's presidential and general elections were not free and fair and should be nullified after early results showed his rival in the lead. The BBC's Nomsa Maseko has more on this story.
Thursday's elections were declared to be relatively peaceful by African and European observer missions. But the incumbent President Edgar Lungu has said 3 provinces in which his party lost votes were characterized by violence and said elections should be nullified. Mr. Lungu also said the killing of the Patriotic Front chairman in the northwestern province on the day of the election renders the polls not free and fair. Meanwhile, opposition leader Hakainde Hichilema accused the incumbent of trying to throw out the electoral process in an effort to cling to power.
And at least 300 people are being killed after a 7.2 earthquake struck the Caribbean nation.
G'day, I'm Jan Fran.
Absolutely not true.
And we have a quiz show
Kinda.
that will put an end to fake news.
Slight overreach.
Catch the new show about getting your facts straight.
It showcases the best new comedians.
Yeah, that bit's true.
And it gives you the tools to tackle misinformation.
Question everything.
People call me misinformation.
Really?
Drop in for a new show with Will Anderson and Jan Fran. Starts Wednesday, August 18 on ABC TV and stream it on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is the Sunday Footy Forum.
Sunday
Footy Forum. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Yes, indeed. A big hello to you wherever you're listening around the nation. This is the Sunday Footy Forum. As always, the Grandstand AFL show where you can set the agenda. If you were part of a team who wanted your club board to keep your coach, would you concede 19 unanswered goals? Would you fail to kick a goal from the 14-minute mark of the second term? And would you play oh so poorly as one of your players brings up his 300th and final game? Because that's what the Blues did to David Teague yesterday as Port thumped Carlton by 95 points. I also ask you, what do you make of Tasmania? If you're not from the Apple Isle, do you support a Tassie team? And if you are, I ask you this. If you had the choice between a relocated team or perhaps no team at all, would you take that on board? I'm not talking a half and half, which was one of the 3 options that was put forward from the Carter report, nor, in this case, the 19th team, which I do think Tasmania deserve with the historical significance, although I do have a reservation about the player depth. But if you were given a side to move lock, stock and barrel to Tassie, just like South Melbourne did to Sydney all those years ago, would you take it? Curious to get your thoughts if you're listening around Tasmania today. And do you think we should say bye-bye to the pre-finals bye? I say yes, as we've done on this program since the 11th of April earlier this year. I want to know what you think about it. 1300 558 222. That and anything else you want to have your say about in the world of football. This is the Sunday Footy Forum. 1300 558 222. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to send us a text. Clint Wilden with you in the host studio. 2 of the nation's best footy journalists are with me on the panel. From the Age newspaper in Victoria, Jake Nile. From the West Australian, Mark Duffield. Gents, I'm going to start with this today. The Tigers dynasty is over. 3 premierships in 4 years, including the remarkable effort amongst the COVID hubbub of 2020. We've had 4 now 21st century dynasties. To you both, and I'll ask you first, Jake. Very big hello to you. Which one's the best? Brisbane, Geelong's 3 and 5 season, Hawthorn, or Richmond? Where do they sit?
Well, I'd rank them. I'd rank them narrowly Geelong ahead of Brisbane, bearing in mind that Geelong, the opposition that Geelong had to beat. They had to beat a 20-2 team, home and away team in St Kilda in 2009, and they had to beat a 20-2 Collingwood team who didn't lose a game to another club in 2011, and they were utterly dominant in 2007 from about round 5 or 6 onwards. So I think that Geelong were winning sort of 80% of their games and they were pulverising teams. Brisbane had a better balance of players. They had a better figure, you would say, in terms of having Jonathan Brown and Alistair Lynch to kick to with the Fab Four midfielders led by Michael Voss and Simon Black. But I think the overall talent and the cohesion that Geelong had, I think was they're a little bit more, just a little bit more capable. And both of them, then Hawthorn, I would rank next, and then Richmond.
What about you, Mark Duffield?
I would probably go the other way. I'd go Brisbane. I think all things being equal, with the same training methods, etc., with the personnel in the park, I think Brisbane would win. Better bone structure. Gun fullback, gun centre half back, gun centre half forward, gun full forward, gun midfield. Pretty hard to top, really, and really powerful as well. I agree with Jake that Geelong did beat St Kilda in 2009. That was a great win. Let's not forget that Brisbane had to take it off Essendon after Essendon had almost been undefeated in 2000, and Brisbane had to come along and topple them and basically shortened Essendon's what looked like it would be a 2 or 3 premiership dynasty, shortened it greatly. So, Brisbane just, Geelong next, Hawthorn third, Richmond fourth.
Okay.
I'd take any of them, though.
Yes, I'd be very happy to see any of those teams roll around again. Brisbane, for me, for pretty much the same reasons that Mark identified a short time ago. Lots of chances to hear from you today. Already Susan and Graham in the queue. We'll be with you in just a moment. Lines are available, 1300 558 222. Again, go through, send us your text messages, 0437 774 774. It is the Grandstand AFL phone number, 1300 558 222. And the text line, as it is throughout all of Grandstand AFL, 0437 774 774. We'll head to Susan and Graham in just a moment, but I do want to get the thoughts. Back page of the West Australian. I know it's certainly in discussion around the rest of the nation. Where do you think the grand final will end up being, Mark Duffield?
Well, clearly, we had Richard Goyder on Sports Talk yesterday, and I think the clear impression I got on that was it's too early to say that their absolute preference is still to play it at the MCG, and I suspect if the MCG can get to maybe half capacity, that's where it'll be, because there are contracts that have to be gotten out of, there's a government that has to be negotiated with. And let's not forget, even if they took the game somewhere else in the hope of having a crowd, you could get to Wednesday on the week before the grand final if it was being played in Perth. And if we had 3 COVID-19 cases, the chances are the crowd would be pulled. So I think it's still leaning towards Melbourne, but this Delta variant is very hard to clean up. And if they don't have it cleaned up in a couple of weeks, I think Richard indicated the decision would be made before the preliminary final. If it's not cleaned up by then they'll be looking elsewhere.
So I'll ask you this question, because I know Jake's written a very interesting article in The Age about it today, but if you were the AFL, what sort of number would you want at the MCG to say we're having it at the MCG? We asked Richard Goyder yesterday. He said there is no magic number at the moment. But if you were the AFL, how much would you want to have in?
50.
Half. You'd want 50%.
50 equals what you get in Adelaide. It's not far off what you get in Perth. And you don't have to worry about contractual issues and that sort of thing. I think you can, as a West Australian, I would love it here, but I think you can sell the idea that a half-full MCG is the place to have it if you can have it at that capacity there.
I agree with 50%. I think it might be a bit less. But what do you say, Jake Nile?
I'd like it to be 50, but I think that there's a possibility that they would do it at 40 or 45.
Mm.
Because I think the Victorian government, I think one thing that has to be understood about this whole issue is the call is not, so for the listeners understand this very clearly, whatever state they live in, it is not the AFL's call in the sense that, yes, it is to a degree, it's their competition, but there is a contract with the Victorian, essentially with the Victorian government and the and they that goes till 2058 now because they added a year to it last year. And in order for that contract to be varied, but having said that, the Victorian government also will determine it because they'll be the party saying what you're allowed to put in the ground. So it's a very interesting scenario where the Dan Andrews government will be deciding with their chief health officer, etc., the Department of Health, deciding what number you can get in and what the measures you have to have are. And I think this is a bit of a one-off because I think in future, I think by round 1 next year, we will be looking in Melbourne and in other places at compulsory vaccination or tests before you go into the ground.
So
I think that's the
show
future.
your vaccination passport on the way in.
Yep. Like Wembley, like Wimbledon. I think that's where we're going to go. But of course, because of our low vaccination rate in Australia, we're not at that point where that's a factor. Now, Perth, clearly, there just hasn't been much COVID at all. So Perth, to me, would be a more attractive alternative than Adelaide because I think to get 60, if you can get 60, and I think the atmospherics might be better. Having said that, the South Australian government has been, a little bit, maybe the relationship's been slightly easier than it was with WA, although I think that's changed a bit this year. The WA government have certainly been better with the AFL this year than they were in the first year of COVID.
What we have read today in the Sunday Times newspaper is a report saying that families will not be allowed into WA. But I think that goes down to if it's not going to have any crowd at the MCG, that's irrelevant anyway because families wouldn't be allowed in to watch the game. It does make the point, though, if you are allowed some level of crowd at the MCG, I still lean towards the game being played at the MCG because, it will be an important thing to have families and people involved with the AFL there. Now, the WA government won't be letting them in, and that's something that the AFL will factor in, I would think.
Can I ask Clint, you and Mark, as West Australians, do you think that this scenario of there's a case the day before or Thursday, or even, God help us, the day of the game in the morning, do you actually think that they would that there would be no crowd and that the McGowan government would pull that lever, and the game would be played in front of no one or postponed or so forth?
I do.
I don't see how they couldn't do that, Jake. I mean, it's been their stance all along with this, that this is the way we handle the virus and we believe this is the best way to go. They'd look like rolled gold A-grade hypocrites if they didn't pull the crowd.
Whether you like the government of Mark McGowan or not, the one thing that you can't argue with is he's been absolutely consistent on all these things.
Yep.
And so if the question is, and this is why I do think it's a gamble either way for the AFL, which is why I feel any sort of crowd at the MCG above 20,000, they'd probably play it there. I would like to see half, but I think 20,000 they play at the MCG because if you take it to Perth, and as you say, you get a couple of cases the morning of, and both Mark has been in a situation where he's been at the ground and I've been travelling to the ground or about to travel to the ground, and they've cancelled a crowd of 40,000. So I would think the WA government, like them or not, agree with them or not, have been absolutely consistent. If there's a COVID case, everything closes. And they would do it again.
Can I just add something to this? The broadcaster is a really important stakeholder in this decision. And I would be staggered if, and for the little bits I've heard, the word around, and I've not spoken to Channel 7 about it, but the word around AFL circles is that the broadcaster would prefer that it was a full stadium.
Understandably so.
Whether that's in Adelaide, I think the other thing we've got to consider is Adelaide a little bit easier on that scenario you just painted, Clint, of a case.
If you're a broadcaster, you want a crowd, you only had to watch... I watched the English Premier League last night. Having crowds back makes no end of difference. You only had to look at the Dreamtime game in Perth and what the difference of full house makes. If you're a broadcaster, you want it in front of a full house.
Yeah.
And you would get that if COVID wasn't an issue. Our callers have been patient. Thank you for giving us a bell. 1300 558 222. I wanted to get your thoughts on a whole range of things. Let's start with the Tasmanian issue that continues to bubble along. Really keen to get your thoughts on the whole thing. Susan has been good enough to give us a call. Hello, Susan.
Hi. Look, I am from Tasmania, been a long time AFL supporter, actually a member of 2 clubs. We should have a standalone team, no question. Don't give us half a team. It won't work. We're sick of pouring money into Hawthorn and North Melbourne. It's not all to do with money. It's about community. We feel very strongly about it, and just do it. That's all I want them to do. Do it.
Susan, I ask you this question. If there was a relocated team and that was your option, you can have a relocated team or no team. Would you take that? I'm not talking a half and half, but you wouldn't support a team that was being moved to Tasmania, lock and stock.
No. I just don't know that it would work here. I don't know. I guess I've thought about it for a long time. I wondered whether it was going to happen in my lifetime. I hope it does. I just think we need our own. To start with, we'll struggle just like other teams have, but we'll just go with it. I know that family, friends who are members of our other teams will be first to line up to be members of the Tasmanian team. We feel very strongly about it, and, we're close, but I don't know. Then it seems a long way off.
No. Oh, so, Susan, this is a question that can only be answered by people in Tasmania, which is why the 2 questions have been asked. If you're outside of Tasmania, do you think they deserve a team? If you're in Tasmania, I'm not sure about the half and half logic. I can see why people are putting it forward, but would you support a relocated team? We have seen that. Admittedly, it took 2 decades, but Sydney now works. They moved South Melbourne lock and stock and barrel, and Sydney now works. It wasn't a merger, but it does take time. If you're in Tassie, would you accept that?
I think that's the key. Like, you have to be thinking 50 years down the track, not 5 years down the track, 10 years down the track. Would you embrace the team? Would the next generation of supporters in Tasmania embrace the team? My concern with a start-up team, a standalone team, would be player retention. Picture kids from, say, even the Midwest or the Northwest of Western Australia and the weather they come from to go there and play there if you weren't winning many games. I would think there would be the sort of exodus we've seen from Gold Coast. Now, you can probably combat that. You may be able to set up an academy. So there's a lot of homegrown kids finding their way into the ranks. But at the end of the day, we are supposed to have a draft. And we are supposed to have, is supposed to be as uncompromised as it can be. So I think the more practical solution, provided Tasmanians are prepared to support it, is the relocation. A full relocation, not a half relocation, but a relocation.
Let's find out what Graham thinks. Calls in from South Yarra. G'day to you, Graham. Welcome to the program.
Very much. I think it's very clear. You have 19 teams. You play each other once. You have a fair season. You bring back state of origin, and it doesn't matter because it shouldn't be about money, and that's what really irks me. So when Gill says that it's not going to increase revenue, it doesn't matter. And anyway, Gill's going to go, and then Brendan Gale will take over, and he's a Tassie boy, so he'll introduce it. So 18 rounds, bring back the big V, and we're all set.
I'd like having State of Origin back. I'm not sure it'll happen, but again, my concern is, and I read the Carter report, not the reports on the Carter report, but the actual Carter report. The one question I have is the ability for another team of 44 players and probably 7 elite players to be able to be supported. It's easy to go, let's have a 19th team, but if the 19th team is no good, then that doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help broadcast rights, doesn't get people signing on. Tassie deserve it on every level, but I'm not sure there's the player base there. And before anyone gets upset about that, I'm not sure the player base is there for 18 teams we have now, let alone miraculously putting a 19th or even, as some people are saying, a 20th team in.
Jake, the 3 options, one of them seems to me to be not an option at all, the half and half option. That to me puts you in neither one place nor the other. What's your view on that?
Well, buried in that report, if you read the report, there's a reference to a review after a certain number of years. It might have been 10 years, I think, Clint. There's a little clause in there that that read to me like at 10 years you can review that and become a relocated team. That's how I read that. Because I think you either become, as Abraham Lincoln said in the Civil War, we will either become all of one thing or the other. And you either eventually you become one or the other, but that may take time. It's often forgotten that when South Melbourne went to Sydney, the first year of their existence up there, they weren't called Sydney. You know what they were called? The Swans.
And they would
Swans.
travel back and forth as a Sydney junior. I remember that distinctly. So, but my point
they
about
called them the Swans as though they were this non geographically specific club. It was a really interesting bit of, and people could see what was going on. And they were the Sydney Swans, and they've now bedded in Sydney. And the interesting part of that is that the supporters of the ex-South Melbourne supporters, I know a number of them, who are very passionate about the Swans. But there's also an evangelical element to that of being a bastion of the code the Swans are the club, more than any club in the competition, to this day, that represent the interests of the code of Australian football in converting the heathens of the north. So, and sorry to all those people in Sydney, I don't think you're heathens. You're just sorry about your lockdown too. Well, we've been through it down in Melbourne, so it's not pleasant. So I think that's where the Tasmania debate's going to end up. And it was really interesting that Colin Carter gave a nod to relocation as the fiscally best option. I do wonder whether that factored in the structure of the competition as well, that it's a bit unwieldy with 19 teams.
I do also remember for a period of time there was, at every Sydney game in Melbourne, there was the people that hold the back to the lake south signs that used to
keep south at south.
Yeah, keep south at south. It does take a while and it does hurt if it's your team, and I'm not pointing the finger at anyone, but it does. I would say now Sydney are an example that if you're prepared to invest for a couple of decades, it does work.
Jake, given that if there is a relocation, you would be betting on North Melbourne, and North Melbourne went through that period. I think maybe just either side of the turn of the century where they started calling themselves the Kangaroos.
They had a little flirtation with Sydney for a while.
Was that them dipping their toe in the water to wonder about something like this before there was a GWS in Western Sydney?
I don't think so. I think they were trying to be a multi-market team then. I think they were trying to still be in Melbourne and try and expand their supporter base. They've still got this problem of finding a secondary market. Tasmania is working well for them financially, but I don't think the support for them there is there. The other issue they've got is the Tasmanian government. To say that they're the biggest sponsor of this new team, if it happens, is an understatement. I mean, I think we will never see in the history of the AFL a bigger government investment per capita in a club than this club if it comes up.
Let's go back to our callers. Phil wants his say. 1300 558 222. This is the Sunday Footy Forum. G'day to you, Phil.
Hi, mate. How are you?
Good.
Look. We talk of evangelical, and Clinton, Mark, and Jake. I understand the point of view you're getting across, but thinking outside the circle. Look, I've probably kicked a footy before you guys were even born. Probably coached football even before you guys were even born. But I'm not sure about that. But look, what about looking at a different approach? What about, we've combined teams before and the Australian public has got right in behind it and it hasn't starved the AFL at all in any means. The public know where Fitzroy and Footscray and these teams come from. What about something like, because Hawks have put some money into Tasmania and vice versa, something like the Tassie Hawks? Call it Tassie first to protect the Tasmanians. I think the Australian public would get in behind that. I also think that, Greater Western Sydney combined with, say, North Melbourne wouldn't hurt there. And I don't think by any means that the Northern Territory wouldn't mind having a team in.
I'd absolutely agree, Phil, that the Northern Territory would like a team. Then we had the issue again of a 20th team. I don't think it's an issue about the rest of the nation getting involved with it. It's about whether or not Tasmania embrace it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's as simple as that. Would Tasmania, which is why my question is to people listening in Tasmania, and I will get to Grant in a moment, who always very strong in his opinions, would you embrace it? If that was your choice, if you had a choice of no team or a relocated team? Which way would you go? I'm really interested, and you can only answer that question if you happen to be in Tasmania. I'm really keen if you reckon we can support a 19th team to hear your arguments as well. But yeah, it is a question for Tasmanians, which means we might just jump, see if we can get Grant, who's always very good to have a chat with us. G'day, Grant. As a Tasmanian, I ask you this, and I know it's a hypothetical. Which way would you go? Would you stand your ground and say, nope, no team here, or we would accept the relocation, but it's 2 feet in Tassie?
Clint, good day. Thanks for having me, mate, and good day to gentlemen. In terms of another team relocating here, we've already had Hawthorn for 20 years. They've done pretty good out of us. We've had a great time watching them. Same with North Melbourne. I've been here to a lesser extent.
They're not your teams, though, are they? They're not the Tassie teams.
Not. No, I mean, Peter Hudson played for Hawthorn, all that jazz. It's all good. But we're after our own. And I think, there's a lot of people support various political parties, but I think everyone's pretty much united over Peter Gutwin. He's been showing incredible guts and determination, more than anyone else has ever had in terms of being a premier on this subject. Now, a lot of people are saying, why we shouldn't do this, why we shouldn't have a Tasmanian team. Perhaps we should also be looking at why should we continue to put millions and millions into the Gold Coast when virtually no one goes. Here we are in Western Sydney. I went to a final in Sydney 4 years ago, and there was me and about half a dozen other people there against West Coast. It's quite all right, seemingly all right to fund money into those teams, but when people look at a football heartland, people come up with a million excuses but don't look at theirs. Now, if you ask around, like everyone, and forget about the North and South thing, we're united on a Tasmanian team down here, but we want our own. We want our own, and we've done, an uneven number before. We could have 19 teams. We made it work last time with 17 teams or whatever, but we could certainly do it again. And put it this way: if the AFL is supporting football, football is losing its interest in people going to watch the games down here. The amount of people going to North Melbourne and Hawthorn is dropping. It's because people are sick of being fed, with all due respect, we're sick of seeing Fremantle, the Gold Coast play down here. We're interested in seeing other sides. We want our own. And we will pretty much will not accept anything else. And if the AFL keeps going and snubbing its nose at us, basketball will get an even bigger hold down here. I can tell you, basketball is enormous down here in Tasmania now. So it depends what they want. They want to keep snubbing their nose at us and probably end up putting a team in New Zealand in 10 years, or do they want to look after people that really care about football? That's us.
Grant, well said. Thank you for your call. We'll jump to Belinda, who calls from Bellerive, to get her opinions as well. G'day, Belinda.
G'day. I'm from Bellerive, and so I'm also a cricket tragic. I'm also a total bomber tragic. I know there's no way known we get the Bombers down here, so I can keep that open as well. I think we should have our own team. Several issues. Previously, they used to argue that there's no point in bringing the AFL down here because they're all mad they're all mad AFL supporters. We're not competing to convert people from Rugby League or Rugby Union. I'd agree with that. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I think that because we're down here, we should have it. We deserved it. Why don't you look at the number, not you personally? Why is the AFL not looking at the number of Tasmanian-born players who've either succeeded phenomenally in the past, including, of course, Matthew Richardson and others, but also the ones who are up there currently playing and playing with the top teams? We mightn't be able to lure them back, but it does show we have the talent down here.
Fairly simple from what we're hearing so far, both Jake and Mark, that the Tasmanians, they won't accept a relocated team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they want their own.
Well, it's an interesting turn of events that the AFL tried to get North Melbourne to go to the Gold Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't get them to go, and the Gold Coast became, not organically, it was top down, create a team there that is the Gold Coast's own team that wasn't relocated. Whereas when you look at it, the groundswell, I don't think the Gold Coast people would have cared quite as much in the way that the Tasmanian people do about having their own, because it's a football state, just as with West Coast and with the Adelaide Crows, and then of course Port Adelaide were a long-standing club, and Fremantle drew on the traditions of two clubs, and indeed on a tradition in that area in WA. All those clubs had organic foundations, whereas the Gold Coast and GWS in particular were, top-down invented test tube babies almost. So the order's kind of back to front a little bit. But North Melbourne, I respect their supporters. I've written about them on the weekend, about North, the position this puts North in. Their supporters are quite entitled to be quite upset about this because they're always in the gun. Right at the moment, their debt is $450,000. They have basically no debt. And St Kilda, for instance, has a debt of well over $10 million. And St Kilda isn't in the gun, and North is. And I can understand why North people would be quite, if it's your club, you're quite entitled to be upset. That doesn't change the position, which is that they're the club getting $4 million out of the Tasmanian government. So that money will disappear. And North will have to find a way to replace that money or most of that money.
This is the Sunday Footy Forum on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Clint Wilden in the host studio. Our panellists, as always, Jake Niall of The Age newspaper and Mark Duffield of the West Australian. We'll be back to take more of your calls on 1300 558 222 after this.
When history is made.
Over the boundary it goes, and New Zealand are the World Test champions.
ABC Sport is there.
Lamb away from one, gets it away to Wello Power. Now I've seen it. Six mark. Josh Yellow carved it again.
Commercial free.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Up he goes! A hanger in the goal square.
ABC Sport.
On radio, online, and on the ABC Listen app. Have your say on the issues of the game. Text us on 0437 774 774. This is the Sunday Footy Forum.
And on the text line, Eric says, ditch the buy for now. Keep it as insurance in case it's needed later on during the finals, if perhaps Corona causes more scheduling problems. Interested in your thoughts on the buy. Ryan says, guys, Tassie should get a relocated team. There's too many in Melbourne. It's time for the VFL to move on. And also, why doesn't the AFL do more to help country footy around the nation? Country footy clubs are struggling, yet the AFL does very little. We go back to your callers. It's what the show is all about, the Sunday Footy Forum, your chance to have your say. Let's go to Mark, who's been very patient, to Ian, Paul, Andrew, Mitch, with you in just a moment. But Mark, the floor is yours.
Hello, boys. Great show. Listening every week. Look, I think Tasmania should have had a side before two sides went into New South Wales and Brisbane, but that said, we've got to try and make those expansion clubs work now. It's interesting amongst my social circle is I'd support if my club went to Tasmania, but a lot of people in Victoria at least seem to me wouldn't support it.
Who's your club, Mark?
It's Collingwood, so it's probably unlikely.
I would say there's zero chance of that happening.
Yeah, but like if I was a North Melbourne supporter, see, I'd hate to see what happened to Fitzroy happened to North Melbourne, and I reckon there's a real possibility that could happen. Look, the Swans, I was a 15-year-old when the Swans relocated, and they did that brilliantly, and they've kept their supporter base. But with the Fitzroy supporters, some of them still follow Brisbane today, and others are sort of now supporting other clubs. And for people, their club has such a sense of identity, and I just think that they, by doing that, you take the identity away from people a little bit. I sort of think that the league's put the cart before the horse. The Tasmanian sides should have had a standalone side before two more expansion clubs interstate.
Good call, Mark. Thank you for that. I would say about Fitzroy in particular, when that deal was done, there was a very poorly judged interview on the Footy Show with the Brisbane president of the time, who really did appear to crow that deal had been done. That hurt a lot of Fitzroy people. And then moving on, the agreement about keeping the Regal line and then changing that to the paddle pop line offended an awful amount of supporters as well. It's never easy, but there are things that clubs can do to make it worse. And I think that had been the case with Brisbane, with the greatest respect to Brisbane, because the people there now are not the people who made those decisions, that really did hurt at that particular time. You never, ever get over losing your footy club. Let's go to Paul, who wants his say. G'day, Paul. Welcome to the program. Fire away.
Gentlemen, one and all, how are we?
We're well, thank you.
That's the shot. I don't know if you remember last week I rang up about you had the rivalries and about the Indigenous thing, and you and I wanted to help out in the community.
Yes.
To learn and understand. And, well, thanks to you guys, I got in touch with Bowls Victoria. And we're starting, well, not starting, I'm starting to go over to Wangaratta next week and find out more about it all, and just want to ring up and say thank you very much.
Oh, that's terrific, Paul, and I'm glad Bowls Victoria were able to help. I was certain they would be, but that's terrific news. Thanks for letting us know.
No worries, and keep up the great work.
And may you start the good work for you as well. Thanks for getting in touch with us, Paul. Let's go to Andrew here in the Sunday Footy Forum on ABC Radio and, of course, on ABC Sport Digital. G'day, Andrew.
Good afternoon. How are we going?
We're good, thank you.
Good. I'm just calling from Hobart. I just picking up on a comment you made earlier in regard to teams from, say, Northern Australia moving down for a Tasmanian team, which the proposal is to be based in Hobart but play in both Hobart and Launceston. They already moved to places, in Melbourne, which is a very similar climate to Hobart. So I don't think that is a much of a factor. If they're going to move to Melbourne, they can move to Hobart. It's the weather in that case is not a big factor. In fact, the Hobart's second driest capital in Australia after Adelaide in terms of annual rainfall, which is about 550 millimetres. And if you look at Sydney, it's about 1,200 millimetres a year. So the cold, wet stereotype we get, it doesn't actually stack up in the statistics. And a lot more people are moving down here these days with different Facebook sites, and the commentary is, it's actually not as cold or as wet as we thought. So I think there's a stereotype that the media really have to get over in regards to the weather here. Yes, you come down here and you luck out and you'll get a bit of wind or something like that, particularly in the open grounds we have here. But if you're in Melbourne, you've got the MCG or you're at Marvel, and they're both very enclosed, so you're very much protected. So I think that factor isn't as great as it should be in the perception. The other one I wanted to talk about was in regard to a relocated team. Generally, the relocated teams have taken their names, whether it be the Lions or the Swans, etc. While the public here may accept a relocated team, I don't think they'll accept the name. They'll want something like the Tasmanian Devils, I think.
Okay. Andrew, we appreciate your call. I would say one thing. I've been to Hobart twice from WA, and one of the days I was there was up against West Coast versus North Melbourne. It's one of the coldest days I've ever experienced, and I've actually saw on two occasions West Coast blokes kick the ball across half back and the ball almost travelled back over their heads. It was that breezy. It's all about where you happen to come from and lived experiences. But I get what you're saying in regards to the dry conditions there. Thank you, Andrew.
Just on the point he made about the stadium infrastructure being different in Melbourne, and that basically cancels out a lot of the weather. The stadium infrastructure is going to be an interesting issue for them to get their heads around as well. I mean, I accept that if they get a team, that Launceston and Hobart will unite on this, but you're still going to have two venues to play games at, which means you're going to be updating and upgrading stadium infrastructure for probably 5 or 6 games a year of AFL footy. And that's going to be an interesting challenge for the Tasmanian government to create less open grounds that are less susceptible to the weather. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it is going to be a challenge.
Jake?
Oh, look, there's a really good call from the caller just then from Tasmania. I think that one thing that with the weather, they already play footy in a market that's in winter colder than Hobart, which is Canberra.
Yeah, true.
And I think some in Victoria would say Ballarat would well and truly. Ballarat is colder than Melbourne by a fair way. Not to the people in Ballarat who are listening, nothing personal. I think that, so there's not, I don't know that weather's that big a factor. It's more that are you going to be able to get young men who come from outside of Tasmania to get half of your team? If you can get half of your playing list or even 40% of your playing list out of Tasmania, that would be a great foundation. And then you'd have to try and keep the good draft picks, the early draft picks, particularly out of Victoria. They might be closer in climate, etc., and just closer to get home to their families, to be based in Hobart. And they will straddle. You go back to the original task force report, it seems as though this team, if and when it comes into being, will straddle the two markets of Hobart and Launceston, and initially playing the bigger games at Launceston with more games in Hobart. So it's a complex. This is a very complex. Well, not very complex, but there's a lot going on to get this up. And bearing in mind the AFL and the Tassie government, though, has made a stand.
They certainly have. They were fighting words from Peter Goodwin the other day. Mitch calls in 1300 558 222 to Ian, Adam, Stuart, Calvin. We will get you in just a moment. But Mitch, it's all over to you.
Hey guys, I was just thinking, I think Tasmania should have a team, but I think the struggle with the Giants and the Suns is they were pretty bad to start off, and it makes it hard to set up a team or get people to rock up and watch a team. And in ice hockey, they just announced the new team, and they did an expansion draft, so the new team gets to take one player from each other team to reduce the roster. So in the AFL, you could do it. You've got 18 players then coming in. You have a solid list that's strong enough to be competitive and still works under the same salary cap as every other team. So
Mitch, can you explain to our audience in the expansion draft, in the hockey, for example, can you just take any player that is uncontracted from other teams, or can they be contracted and you can say, for example, hello, Western Bulldogs, we'll be taking Marcus Bontempelli and there's nothing you can do about it. How does it work?
So in ice hockey, the established teams can protect 10 players, and those players can't be selected. Every other player on the roster that is under contract would just move with their current established contract, so the player doesn't lose out if they've signed a 4-year deal for $800,000 a season. So it becomes almost strategic for the other teams about which players they're going to protect. I think it builds intrigue going into the draft, and it was massive intrigue over there. And I follow ice hockey, so that's why I'm aware of it. And so if you're like the Eagles at the moment, where you're kind of on the end of a window and you're like, oh, we've got a contract, let's say Jerry McGovern, where you're like, you know what, we're not getting the best out of McGovern's last couple of years, and he has a massive contract, so we'll leave him unprotected. Tassie take him, they get that salary cap space back. And I think that way you could have the Tasmanian team with genuine superstars in the team that you want to come see play. Then the players that go there, they've got a reason to kind of prove that they were worth protecting. I think it just means that the team would start and be a lot stronger, but you're not really weakening. You're weakening every other team to an equal advantage rather than relocating an entire team or something like that. So I think it just works better than, say, let's start with 10 first-round draft picks and just have a young team that gets belted every week.
Mitch, it's a fascinating suggestion. I reckon list managers around the country would start to shake in their boots, but I'm not sure it would work. Jake and then Mark. Jake?
Well, something along this lines has happened before, but there was a dark side to it. When the Brisbane Bears were set up, clubs had to provide, I think it was 2 players. And, of course, let's say, in the words of Donald Trump, they didn't send their best. And they sent, the most famous case of this was the Carlton Football Club under a Mr. Ian Collins at the time. I think they sent a player who was studying medicine, I think, in the UK. He wasn't a chance to do anything. There was all sorts of things. Essendon, I think Kevin Sheedy took pride that he sent a couple of guys who actually, I think Banfield was one of them, Peter Banfield, and they actually sent a couple of guys who did play some pretty good footy.
Mitch's point, though, is different, though, Jake, because unlike you sending players...
They would pick it. They would pick it. That's right.
You protect. You've got these 10 players you can't touch, right. But everybody else is a chance.
Another precedent for this was the Nathan Buckley trade.
Yeah, of course.
Collingwood listed 10 untouchables, and the Bears could pick anyone else that they could attract, and they took Craig Starcevich and Troy Lehman. That's sort of along those lines. So you take 10. Most teams have got more than 10 really, really good players, though. That would be the one thing I would query on this, is that if you exempt 10, you'll get some players that are pretty good, but you won't get... You mentioned the Bulldogs, Clint. Bontempelli is going to be number 1. Number 2 is going to be, Aaron Norton. We can name them now. We can name who the players are going to be protected without any trouble at every club.
And it goes back to what you've made the point before, Duff, is it doesn't solve the issue of having probably 7 or so elite players to start with, because every club protects their elite players.
And they have to want to go. We're not at the point in our sport where where it's like in America, where basically players just get sent because they're earning so much money to say, well, you're now playing for, so-and-so. The players have to want to go. I think player retention and player acquisition is going to be an issue. I really do. And I know people...
What about an expanded salary cap? So you go, that's what the Giants model was. The Giants got, and the Suns, particularly the Giants, got an expanded salary cap to start with.
I'd be
which
more...
helped them sign Scully, etc. Scully, Ward, Phil Davis, those players who are pretty good players. They got some good players. Geelong, of course, Gold Coast, of course, got Gary Ablett, but then the next players were nowhere near that level. But they did get that extra bit of money to spend, bearing in mind that it was always going to cost them 1.5 times probably to attract players.
So you pick a player out of a list and say, you'll come here, but you'll get an extra 100K for coming.
It might have to be more than 100K, I reckon. I'd be more inclined to go heavily into an academy-based scenario so that homegrown players, like we've heard the love of which Tasmanians talk about their state, and that's fantastic and that's understandable. So homegrown players would be your best chance of good player retention and good player acquisition. So strong academy set up and develop it along those lines.
Food for thought, Mitch. Thank you for the call. 1300 558 222. Ian's next on the program. G'day, Ian.
Morning, boys. Great show. Speaking as an ex-Tasmanian, if you like, and I want to throw something in that nobody's sort of thrown in today, but I think it's been thrown in before. I'd like to see 20 teams in the comp. Certainly Tasmania by itself, yeah. And I'd also like to see a team from up in the Northern Territory with a lot of the young Indigenous boys playing. I reckon that would be sensational. And I know that you're going to say, oh, yeah, but the whole thing would be weakened. But that's why I reckon the whole thing should be split in half like they do in England, that you'll have a top 10 and a B grade 10. The B grade 10, the top 4, if you like, would go up into grade A, and the bottom 4 of grade A would go down to grade B. And work it like that, and that's what I'd like to see done. And the only other thing that I could see as a bit of a problem personally, and it's always been a problem, is the kind of inverted commas infighting you have between Hobart and Launceston. I think that if they're going to make Tasmania have one team, I think it's got to be either in Launceston and put a bloody ripper stadium in, or in Hobart and do the same thing, but not have one here, one there, one here, one there. Okay, I'll hang up and you can throw me to the wolves, because I know you're not going to agree with me.
Ian, we don't, but we appreciate you ringing in. And as we always say, you're welcome to have your say. I don't think we're anywhere near a stage where in this country we can have promotion and relegation in the AFL. It's simply not going to work. The teams who drop down to, say, a second division, you are never going to find them strong enough to be able to come back, because everyone's going to want to play in the top division. I just don't see it working financially. I can't see it working in regards of lists. And I also can't see, as much as, geez, it'd be fabulous, the dream of having a team in the Northern Territory. But again, I state my concern. I don't think there's enough players around to have a good quality competition with 18, let alone 19, certainly not with 20 teams going around. Jake?
Oh, you can't have relegation.
No.
Forget that. It undermines the broadcast. It undermines equality. It undermines a whole bunch of things. You would end up with players wanting to play in the first division all the time. So players will leave the bottom division team if they can, if they think those teams are going to be stuck there for more than 3 or 4 years. They want to play their career in the top league, like the Premier League in England.
And with a draft, how do you possibly have a situation where we're going to take 3 or 4 years, we're going to go back to the draft, and we accept that we're going to finish down the bottom of the ladder, because that's how our competition is set up for equalisation, and then you're a chance of getting relegated. Like, it doesn't work. You can't have the two things. You can't have a draft and have promotion relegation. Doesn't work. Duff?
No.
And you just see the rich and powerful clubs just dominate, get stuck in the Premier Division, and you'd see a few clubs on the cusp who might go backwards and forwards, and you'd see another group of clubs that would be stuck in the second division and would never find their way out, which is probably what happens in England.
Well, it is.
Truthful.
It is. It is what happens in England. But if we want a situation where every club, and this is why there is such great hope, that within a period of 4 years, you can turn your club around. Every group of supporters knows at the moment that there's a chance in 4 years that they can be challenging. If you get your list management right, you get the right people in as CEO and as coach, you can become, no matter where you are in the situation, you can become a genuine
people
chance.
There's some people who follow a couple of clubs who wonder if that will ever happen.
Yes.
People at the Carlton Football Club, even though they've been powerful over their whole history, their supporters are wondering after 10 years of not being good. And, of course, Melbourne. But Melbourne have got up there. So Melbourne are there now and a chance to win the premiership this year. So, yeah, you can do it. I'm not sure you can do it within 4 years, though. It depends on the base of players that you start with and a whole bunch of factors.
You need one or two really good drafts. Got to nail a couple of drafts. Adam has called in 1300 558 222. Adam, fire away.
Oh, hey, yeah, I was just calling in as a South Melbourne / Sydney supporter, and knowing what that kind of, that the movement process, obviously, for the Swans happened a tiny bit before I was born, and look, obviously, I have gotten over it fairly easily. It wasn't too hard. I think moving clubs eventually clubs and supporters particularly get used to it if the process is done well. But in the case of Fitzroy out to Brisbane, especially because it was a merger, I don't think that necessarily works. But with a club getting relocated, I think the main issue is the fact that, for example, if you're a Tassie supporter, there's lots of support in Tasmania for North and Hawthorn, and I guess historically for the Saints as well. I think a lot of issues come up there if you're supporting the Tasmanian Kangaroos, supposedly. What happens if historically you're a Saints supporter? You just can't get behind that, I think.
We've seen it in WA, for example, and I'd imagine with Adelaide in South Australia, but a lot of people supported another team before they jumped on board what was an out-and-out West Australian team. Adam makes a good point. Would they jump on board what was another originally Melbourne team if they'd been relocated to Tasmania?
It's an interesting question. I mean, I speak from my own personal experience. I supported a number of VFL teams, basically depending on where the West Australians played. West Coast came into the competition. I was a West Coast supporter until Grand Final Day 1994. The day after the Grand Final, I knew I was going to be a Fremantle supporter. I just knew.
Yeah.
As Damien Drum once said, when he found himself barracking for Fremantle against Geelong after Fremantle had sacked him, and he said, it's funny, he said, you don't really choose your team chooses you.
Yeah.
And I think there is a bit of that. I can't say that what I went through would apply to everybody, but that's certainly how it worked for me.
Yeah. One of the reasons I asked this question is obviously have a little bit to do with rugby league in this state, in WA. And a lot of West Australians went from we must have, these are people involved in the Warrell, by the way, we must have our own team. There was a massive push for the West Coast Pirates, to a point now where most rugby league supporters in WA have completely given up that they will ever get a national rugby league team. And if you said to them, well, you can have the Bears, or the Sharks have fallen on hard times again, the NRL said you could have the Sharks, they would now take it. And that's been a change of attitude, which is why I asked the question to our Tasmanian listeners about what they think about the situation, having had to go through so much for so long. And again, I make the point, only people in Tassie can answer this question for us, which is where Stuart is. Sorry, Jake?
Yeah, I just think a really important point is that when you get Tasmanian players playing, that changes things.
Yeah.
When you have Matthew Richardson equivalent, whoever that is, when you have hopefully the Peter Hudson equivalent or the Royce Hart equivalent from the future playing for that Tasmanian team, whether they're wearing a green Tassie jumper like the state jumper or whether they're wearing a jumper from a Melbourne club, when they have those players who they know, people because it's such a village in Tasmania, when they have those people that they identify with, that's when it becomes more powerful.
Yeah, the Ben Browns of this world, if they're wearing that jumper and they're playing for your team. Stuart, let's have your say. G'day, Stuart. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. An interesting chat. With my work, I travel around Tasmania an awful lot, so and being a lover of football, that's what we talk about, when we've finished business. And the overriding sensation down here is that it can't be a relocated side. It needs to be standalone so the whole state can get behind it. A relocated side will, just bring the baggage of North Melbourne or St Kilda or whoever comes down will have the baggage. And being an old football supporter, for instance, if it was a standalone side, I'll still support my Mighty Tigers, and I'd probably buy a membership for the Tasmanian side to simply support that. I wouldn't buy a membership for a relocated side. And I think part of what the conversation I'm listening to is you guys are rabbiting on about weather. You're talking about drafts. You're talking about whether young guys want to live here and so forth. I think we're sweeping on the small stuff too early. We need to get the big picture organised. Get the AFL to admit that we need to have a standalone side down here, and also give us back a bit of the respect that we deserve down here in Tasmania. A lot of people down here, with this conversation, the Premier's right. They've kicked the can down the road with this Carter report, and the disrespect from the AFL is palpable. And it's also now flowing back from the supporters to the AFL. I said AFL, the AFL, because the lack of respect to our heritage is making people like my age, we just look at it and go, why can't we have our own standalone side? We deserve it. It's a national comp. We've been part of the success of so many clubs for so long. And I think you can hear the passion that we're all talking about us Tasmanians. We get quite fired up around us.
I can understand the passion, and it's been great to hear from so many people who don't ring in to get in touch with us. It's the whole idea of the Sunday Footy Forum. And Stuart, thank you for having your say. To Calvin and to another Stuart and to Nicholas, sorry we couldn't get you on, but we're out of time, gents. They're passionate. It's a big discussion point, Duff.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic you have your say. Always good to hear from you as well, Jake Niall. Hopefully we'll speak next week.
That was a very Tassie-heavy hour.
Well, that's good. We don't have too
great.
many of them. Great that they were able to get involved.
The passion was incredible.
Look forward to hearing plenty more from our Tassie listeners over the next couple of weeks. Normally I'm accused of being West Australian bias, so that's a good difference. Final teams for Melbourne versus Adelaide. Stephen May's out of the side. General Saunders replaced by Joel Smith. Let's go there now.
Arts, politics and culture from a range of Indigenous perspectives. On Speaking Out.
We're seeing a lot of our people, young people, going away. We should be guiding them.
We must have a country to call our own.
A lot of our women were taking their children back into the bush and hiding.
Speaking Out with Larissa Berendt. Sundays at 9 p.m. on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football. Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. It's just a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
It's a new day beginning.
Breaks the pace. Has a shot. Makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's the classy finish. That is sensational. Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Wide angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuck through an incredible goal. Tries to fend off. Got him. Takes him to ground. Back to that Nui. Second don't argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on man down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
On the foot, kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, great mark. Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh,
He has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap, he'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and fans approve.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Hello, welcome to Sunday afternoon footy. 2 rounds to go in the home and away season. 19 degrees and the sun is out of the MCG. It almost feels like finals are upon us. A big triple-hander today, starting at the MCG with Melbourne and Adelaide. The Demons looking to springboard past Geelong and Port Adelaide, to reclaim top spot on the AFL ladder and move just one win away from their first minor premiership in 57 years. They haven't finished on top in a VFL AFL season since 1964, and of course that year was the last time they won the premiership. The Crows started the season with a bang, winning 3 of their first 4 games, but have lost 6 of their last 7 since the bye. And despite a fighting effort against Port Adelaide in the showdown last week, the racist comments by Taylor Walker, the Adelaide Football Club, off-field and on-field, are trying to develop all the right culture. So this afternoon from the MCG, it's Melbourne taking on Adelaide on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clincher. It's one late change for the Demons with Stephen May out. And Joel Smith comes in, gets his first crack since September in 2019, the last time he played against Essendon back in round 18. The Adelaide Crows, of course, are without their big ruckman in Riley O'Brien, so a big opportunity this afternoon for Kieran Strawn. Corbin Middlemass to call the action alongside me. Corby, welcome.
Thanks, Clinchy. A big day for the competition. There is a scenario where if West Coast and Gold Coast win today, the top 8 will be set. So if you're a fan, Clinchy, of any other team in the competition, or you're just a fan of the game in general and you want the most exciting finish possible, what we need today is Fremantle to cause an upset in the Derby. Doesn't really matter what happens then in the game between Gold Coast and Essendon, and it'll mean heading into the final round of the season, positions 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so 5 teams can still make the 8. There'll just be percentage in a game sort of separating them, so that would be the most thrilling outcome if we forecast to what's ahead in round 23. You mentioned Adelaide about what's at stake here today. They haven't played a game at the MCG, Clinchy.
I had a look at this as well.
Since 2019.
Over 2 years.
It's their first game here since then. So despite the fact there's no one in attendance this afternoon, it's just a few media and obviously officials and personnel working on the game, 14 players for Adelaide are playing their first game on this famous ground today. So I imagine, not that I've ever been lucky enough to do it, Clinchy, but that must be a buzz whenever you get the chance to play here at the MCG, regardless whether there's anyone here or not.
2 men who have had the buzz of playing at the MCG. Brett Delidio, welcome.
Thanks, Clinchy. Boys, good to be here. I'm just watching the D's backs warm up, and a good mate of mine, he's in charge of the back line down there, Troy Chaplin. He's not out there because he tore his Achilles, would you believe, playing social basketball.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes. I used to play against him. Keep going, though, Lids.
Yeah,
he's good. He can play.
Oh, no doubt. I've actually played some rep sides. Obviously, we played together footy teams as a 13-year-olds way back, and he was a very, very good basketballer, but missing out there in action at the moment. Obviously, he'd be up in the box already. I think he's getting around a little scooter, but the D's get it done comfortably, I think, today. The Crows will put up a relatively good fight, but missing your number one ruckman, Riley O'Brien, out up against the premier ruckman in the competition, I think is a huge out. Good challenge, though, for young Strawn to come in and cut his teeth against the best ruck that has been, was he 4-time All-Australian, so no better challenge for him, and good place to do it here on the MCG.
How do you imagine that phone call would go to Simon Goodwin? I've just ripped my Achilles. I might be a bit limited in what I can do.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure it would have been an easy one, but he had an ally who had done it previously at the Hawks, and Adam Uze did it, I think, as well. So he's been able to bounce off and understand how the best way about going about it, but I can't imagine it'd be too bad, would it?
Like, not as tough a combo as a coach than as a player.
Yeah,
like the Charlie Curnow conversation.
Yeah.
When he has to ring up and say, I was just sort of mucking around playing basketball on a Wednesday night. A little less riding on it, isn't it? A little less riding on it as a coach. But big guy, Troy Chaplin, but fancies himself on the perimeter. Lids. Yeah, I played against him a couple of times.
Did you get out there and defend him on the perimeter?
Yeah, I mean, defence, it's not a huge part of my hardwood game, Lids. But for a big guy, he's not a post sort of guy. He likes shooting for threes.
Yeah.
So
that competitive edge.
Yes.
Of course, you guys have both in your career, and once that is finished from a professional point of view. Luke Ball, welcome from Melbourne. The chance for history. This afternoon, they faced Geelong, of course, in the final round, and all of a sudden, isn't there a couple of games in that last round which could be final previews? Those sides might face each other again. So the curiosity around Melbourne is the trip to Perth, the unusual nature of the Thunder and the Lightning and the match being suspended. They got the points despite a quick finishing Eagles. Does that impact them today in any sense?
Possibly. It'd be a good test of their maturity because it would have been a late finish, later than usual. Then, correct me if I'm wrong, they were straight on the plane. So they would have got back early Tuesday morning. So that's only 4 days ago. So it is a good test. They've made a few changes, maybe to try and get some fresh legs in, give Steve May a rest. He's had a long and terrific campaign. So a good test of their maturity. And with some of the other results and some of the other happenings around the comp, Lids, in terms of those top teams, it really does feel like the door's open for Melbourne, doesn't
Yes.
it? Just,
100%.
just to run straight through.
Yep.
And you're right. I mean, we assume that they should take care of business today. Next week it'll be playing off against Geelong for that minor premiership, and then a springboard into the finals. Who knows whether we still don't know whether we're going to have the week off after that. So now's not the time to be flirting with your form. Regardless of their build-up today, regardless of the build-up, they want to be practising good habits today, practising being uncompromising, and really, as I said, taking care of business today.
How did you find that going into games against lower-ranked teams when you were near the top, at the best? Like when you were at the Saints there, you knew that you could probably take the foot off it a little bit, but you knew you didn't want to, and the coach would be drilling it into you. So did you have hesitation going into those games? Because I found, and that was only later in my career, that you would. If you're going in, you'd be like, oh, I want to get through and I want to be unscathed, but I know that we've got to be ruthless here and we've got to really drive the standards we've set all year.
It's natural, isn't it? Yeah, a couple of things. I think you really rely on your leaders there to sense whether that's happening, do a bit of a group sense across the locker room to see whether anyone's just allowing themselves to slip into that mindset and pick that up and knock that on the head early, and then make the impact in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Set the tone.
Set the tone.
That's right. So you're looking for Gawn, looking for Petrarca and Oliver and these sort of guys, Viney, to do just that. But on the other part of it is the guys that come in, they've got a chance. They've got a sniff now.
Yeah.
If Joel Smith plays well, he all of a sudden he forces Simon Goodwin and the coaching staff to make a decision. Hang on, I'm ready. I want to play in a final series. And there's a handful in that boat as well. So they've been pretty settled, haven't they? But there's still some guys, I think, when you think about the last 4 or 5 on that list, who are playing for a spot in what's hopefully going to be a successful month for them coming up.
And what about for Adelaide? They have 8 players over the age of 25. So for a youngish club with some senior players, obviously the leadership has been challenged over the last couple of weeks, but they're united in the 2.5 hours they get to play footy.
Yeah, and similarly, looking for the leaders to respond early and set the tone. Sloan, Laird, these sort of guys with such a young team. Tom Lynch out there to really set the tone in terms of effort and intensity today.
So for Melbourne, top spots on the line. For Adelaide, a chance to score a second upset. Here we go on Grandstand AFL with Corbin Middlemass.
We had an early hit out for Strawn. He wins the opening tap. Chucked back in the other direction for the Crows as Jones knocks it away to McHenry. Off the square, his hand pass picked off. Sparrow for the Demons. Kicks inside 50. Melksham gets to the drop of the ball. Tackled in trouble. Dispossessed by Duday. Says play on. Neil Bullen tries to spear it onto the chest of Spargo. Ball spits out. Pack forms in front of him. Umpire circles and a ball up about 30 metres out from Melbourne's attacking goal. The D's to the city end of the opening term. They're in their home jumper with the navy shorts, and Adelaide predominantly in yellow.
Ben Brown to do the ruck work against Strawn, who won down the tap to Tom Lynch, who was tackled high. Told during the week, of course, or in the last couple of weeks, that he won't get a contract next season, so interesting leads as to whether he gets picked up.
Just keep an eye on Christian Petrarca too. He's a bit sore after that first contest. It was a genuine 50-50. Young McHenry attacked it hard, and he might have a corky.
Jones to Davis at right half back, kicks long around the wing. Murphy was worked underneath it. Dave McKay trying to bust through the lever tackle. Melbourne regain it. Bowie with a hand pass to Salem. He's going to go back inside the defensive 50. Alex Neil-Bullen has it.
As the kick goes short to Salem from Smith, who's the laid in for Stephen May, the 29-year-old, laid out. The old dreaded General Soreness missing today. Just the second game he's missed all year. The first, of course, he was involved in that inadvertent whack from Tom Hawkins trying to lay a tackle and fractured his cheekbone, missed just 1 week for it. As the kick here heads towards the outer wing, Sloan collects for the Crows, hand pass through to Seedsman, so southern wing, Adelaide in a bit of space. Laird gives it back to Seedsman, about 70 out, kicks to half forward, and McHenry takes the mark. So he's too far out. He lays a hand pass off to the man in Seedsman, who kept on running, shoots goalward. He's offline, missing out to the left. But the first score of the game comes 2 minutes in. Adelaide 1 behind. Melbourne yet to score. Mitch Cleary is with us on the boundary. Hello, Masai.
Good afternoon, guys. T-shirt weather today, 18 degrees, more than half of the ground bathed in sunshine. And Lids, you spoke about no Troy Chaplin in the warm-up. Adam Tomlinson, our man from ABC Grandstand, out there doing the warm-up with the backs.
Beautiful work, Mitch. Salem brings Melbourne back into play. A long ball towards Gawn and Brown. Comes down to the front. Rory Laird trying to rip it clear. Neil Bullen over the top. He scraps with Strawn, trying to impose himself early, and the umpire will have to ball it up just on the edge of the centre square, short of the Great Southern Stand wing. Adelaide one behind, Melbourne yet to score. Gawn one down the tap though. Straight to Murphy, who feed the hand pass to Keys, and now to Laird, can work it over the top to McKay. 45 metres out, hand pass into the pocket for Fogarty. Nice side step on Lever to the goal square. Petty spoils it down, and Smith is able to rush it through despite Himmelberg being there on the goal line. So Adelaide a couple of behinds through the opening 3 minutes.
Very, very early days. Just looking for little signs though, Lids, and Melbourne a little bit flat-footed around the contest.
Yep.
Crows look sharp. Handling the ball a lot more. They've had 11 more possessions already.
Bowie taking the kick out as he goes long to the southern wing, looking for Gawn. Rises, can't mark. Spills to Sparrow. He's dispossessed in the tackle. Sparrow gets a second go at it. Hand pass back to Gawn. Hurried kick down the wing. Brown at the drop takes the mark. Inside the centre square now as he turns and looks out to half forward. Kicks to the advantage of Melksham, who can take the mark. And Melksham's got it just inside 50. He's about 45, 50 out. Now he's pointing at the sticks as the forward 50 fills up. So a look at them for Melbourne.
Well, Maxie Gawn had a couple of cracks at that, didn't he? Probably should have almost marked that from the kick out, but was good enough to win it again and just jammed on the boot. Ben Brown, as all good forwards are, in front, read it quicker off the boot. Then a nice patient little build-up allowed Jake Melksham to do his work, get back inside 50. He's having a shot now from just on the paint.
18 degrees and sunny, so he's in the bright sunshine with the red Sharon. Kicks from the 50-metre arc. His drop putt sails, goal, and it's good. Melksham's got the opener. 4 minutes in, and it's Melbourne who kicked the first. The Demons one straight 6. Adelaide a couple of behinds. Grandstand AFL, Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he can do, isn't it? And he's a guy, Jake Melksham, who's had a bit of an interrupted year, so he'll be looking to come into a bit of form.
Consolidate his spot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think he's an important player in that forward line in terms of being that mid-size. We know with Brown and potentially McDonald or Wiedemann down there that he's that mid-size player who can play on an opposition intercept back as well. We've seen him do those sort of roles, but he's also very much a sharpshooter when he gets his opportunities too. So a nice confidence builder for him.
The voice of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport. A couple of goals, Jake Melksham last week in the West alongside a couple of goal assists. Bounce favoured Gawn. He was able to capitalise on it against Strawn. Got the clearance, kicks inside 50. Davis back with the flight. Great courage. As he takes the mark in the right back pocket for Adelaide. Works the kick over the top to Laird. Still inside the defensive 50 arc, yep. And 50. Cosy Pickett, I think it was, through the man on the mark.
Yeah, he just needed to run directly away, didn't he, rather than just continuing along the line of the footy.
Laird wants to try and capitalise on it. Quickly with a hand pass to Seedsman. Out to Sloan at right half forward. Into the attacking 50. Fogarty on the lead. Did enough to claim the mark in the right forward pocket. He's hard against the boundary. Get a crack at Adelaide's first at the 6-minute mark of the opening term with 2 behinds already.
Again, good signs for the Crows. They're better players, getting the ball in their hands. Seedsman's had 5 already. Having a terrific year, Paul Seedsman.
Isn't he?
Rory Laird and Sloan involved then again. But again, just signs that the D's are just not fully on, not switched on. The 50-metre penalty and then really loose with their checking across half forward.
Darcy Fogarty hard against the boundary line from the right forward pocket. He misses to the near side. A 3rd behind for Adelaide. Melbourne a 1 straight 6. Fogarty behind Taylor Walker with 21 goals for the season, leading the charge for this young Adelaide lineup.
Salem on the kick out finds Rivers' back pocket, short to Oliver. Left half back for the Demons. Steve's by 3 points, 1 straight to 3 behinds. Long kick down the wing. Butts gets in there for Adelaide, wrestles it from Gawn, hand pass to Seedsman, kicks inside 50, Himmelberg flies, can't mark, spills to Lever, tries to keep it alive, surprisingly. His hand pass knocked out of play by Fogarty, and we've got a boundary throw-in.
It's going to be interesting to see how Jake Lever goes, Leeds, today, without that safety blanket, isn't the safety net of Stephen May. He hasn't had to play without him much this year, so he'll just have to maybe just tighten up a little bit today.
Of course, against his old team, played in the grand final for Adelaide on this ground back in 2017. And the Crows haven't won here since that game, starting a 4-game losing sequence at the venue. And the boundary throw-in, half forward for the Crows. Plenty of players around the footy, and in the end, the ump says, I'll have it. Boundary throw-in, 5 metres in from the boundary line, right half forward for the Crows.
23 disposals to 17 Adelaide's way as Pull-in Lids made mention of. Gawn against Strawn. Free kick going Max Gawn's way.
Yep, it's you spoke about the number of Adelaide players playing their first game in the MCG. It's going to be a good story for young Strawn to tell his grandkids one day.
Gawn switching play to Hibbert. It hung in the air for a moment or two. Murphy charged in late but gave away the free kick with front-on contact. So
Really
Michael Hibbert, another player who will be keen to try and lock in his spot, playing on often the opposition's best small forward. Long kick to the wing, off hands, pinched by Tom Lynch. He turns it over straight to Petrarca, who started alongside Rory Sloane in this match. Goes short to Neil Bullen, just forward of the wing on the members' side. Melbourne 1 straight 6, Adelaide 3 behinds. Neil Bullen looks into the middle of the ground, wants to try and switch play. It's a risky kick, but it finds the intended target, and Petty has it for the D's.
So a chance down the southern side. He kicks out to the wing, and Langdon marks. Customarily in the long sleeves, as we often see with them rolled up. Adam Uze-esque as he kicks long to the top of the goal square. Butts back, trying to swat it away. Spills to Lynch, last line of defence. Kicks Adelaide to half-back. McKay got an unkind bounce. Salem gets there for Melbourne. His hand pass coughs it up. Kelly for Adelaide, away through the hands of Cook, who's under pressure now. He's spun around, got a hand pass to McKay. Now to McHenry. McHenry to Schonberg, gives it back to McHenry. Southern wing, kicks down to Fogarty at half forward.
Chance to kick quickly inside the 50. McAdams got forward, marks at the top of the goal square, waltzes in and kicks Adelaide's opening goal at the 9-minute mark of the first term. Able to really expose Melbourne there with their speed on the outside. And the Crows retake the lead, 1-3-9 to Melbourne 1 straight 6. On ABC Sport, you Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
I'm not sure, Lids. Sorry, I can remember a time this year where we've seen Melbourne get done out the back like that.
Yeah.
Because usually they've got the goalkeeper, haven't they? Yeah, Stephen May. So again, another test, another challenge for that back six. Joel Smith comes into it, obviously not as experienced. And, I mean, ultimately it was the pressure up the field and the ease with which Adelaide moved the ball, didn't they? Yeah, so again, just a few worrying signs early for the Demons.
Well, it was just
come back from Perth.
Yeah, just a hack handball really from Seedsman that heard a voice. But Lever just dropped off Fogarty, didn't he? Thinking that he could be that wicket keeper. But he was neither here nor there. He's caught in between, watched it go over his head. And ultimately, a nice, easy walk-in goal for young McAdam.
So Crows by 3 points. Second lead change of the game early on as Gawn and Strawn go at it again in the ruck, as they will most of the day. They both share it. Spills down underneath Laird, who's locked up straight away. Umpire says we'll give you a chance to get it out. So Schonberg hands it to Sloane. Hurried kick forward as he's been tackled. McKay clean pick up. Hand pass to Laird at half forward. Goes back to Seedsman. Kicks into the pocket for Himmelberg.
Catch.
Takes the catch like he's in the gully.
Yep.
Diving out to his left. And at full stretch, the big fella hangs onto it. He'll shoot for the right forward pocket.
Well, they're pretty exciting up there in that forward line. And for things to come, it's pretty promising. You look at young Himmelberg. Phil Thorpe out there again today. I watched him. We did a game of his early in the year. We kicked that one over his head, Corby, I reckon.
Yep.
And Fogarty as well. It'd be interesting without that big key pillar. Can these boys stand up and take control?
So here is Elliot Himmelberg. Kicks the banana outside of the right boot. He just misses. And behind. Crows look good early. 1-4. Melbourne 1 straight. 11 minutes in.
Crows look good. Paul Seedsman's up to 9 possessions. 3 inside 50s. So they've got to switch on here, Melbourne. They're going to have to do something about this again. It might not come back to bite them today, but they're going to let a player that damaging get away from them early in the final series. It's a worry.
Bowie straight down the middle for Melbourne, but Strawn takes an intercepting mark in the middle of the two centre circles. Getting his opportunity with Riley O'Brien out of the side. Sends it to Schonberg out on the southern wing, and then inside the attacking 50, looking for Himmelberg once more. It's just wide of him, and Joel Smith able to comfortably walk it over the line. Joel Smith, of course, the son of Demon high flyer Sean, playing his first game since round 18, 2019, when he last featured against the Bombers. He's had a horrible run of injuries, the former basketballer. Thrown back in, Gawn slaps it towards the boundary line, looking for Hibbert. It rolls out of play in front of him and McHenry for a boundary throw-in. Adelaide by 4 points.
Joel Smith, the 36th player used by Melbourne, so that's on the light end. Second fewest in the competition, leading into round 22. Boundary throw in. Gawn again. First hands on the footy. Pack forms though at his feet. Harms trying to hand it out. Got it to Laird. Hand pass away to Seedsman. So Adelaide back with it. Hooks a kick to half forward. And there's the ruckman, Strawn. And Kieran Strawn takes the mark just inside 50. And Lever stands the mark 48 metres out.
Seedsman again. He's up to 11. 4 inside 50s and 4 score involvements. At some stage, they might have to just...
Langdon might need to just tighten up a little bit, you reckon?
No, he's actually playing inside, so I think it's Harms. Has to go and sit with him. Extraordinary performance.
So Kieran Strawn, 25-year-old, 204 centimetres out of South Bendigo. Kicks from 55 metres out. His drop punt is a little right. And it's behind. So Adelaide peppering 6 scoring shots to 1. Crows by 5 behinds. They're 1-5, Melbourne 1 straight, 13 minutes into the opening term.
You know what's going to happen here, though. Melbourne will go end-to-end, bang one through, and they'll be in front.
Salem brings the D's back into play. Short to Rivers, who takes the mark in the left back pocket. So Adelaide 1-5-11 to Melbourne 1 straight 6. Rivers looks long up the southern wing. Ben Brown comes long on a lead. It never reached him. Harms brought it down to Jordan, who tries to link up with Langdon at half-back. Jordan has another go. Handpuck picked off by Laird. Gets it to Seedsman. Another disposal. Kicks inside 50. Lever loose. Backpedaling. Dropped the mark. A chance for Dave McKay. Threw it on the boot and he joins the party of missing in front of goal. A 6 behind. Goodness me. 1-6-12 to Melbourne. 1 straight 6.
Well, I reckon Simon Good wouldn't mind a timeout if they existed in footy at the moment, because they've come here looking for an easy day, the Demons. There's no two ways about it at the moment.
Salem on the kick-out runs, carries, kicks to Jackson, spills the mark under the pressure from Murray. Or the Crows hand it back. Seedsman hand pass not good. Melksham gives it to Langdon. Hooks a kick from the southern wing down to half forward. It won't sit for Brown. Advantages Butts. He goes back by hand to McPherson, slips through his fingers. He goes back and collects, still with plenty of time in the back pocket for the Crows. Kicks down the southern boundary line. Melksham up, spoils it to the boundary line. Finds the safety of it, and a throw in between wing and half forward for the D's. Crows by 6. They're 1-6. Melbourne 1 straight midway through the opening term. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Riley Thilthorpe just coming back on the ground now, replacing Elliot Himmelberg. Just had his neck, shoulder region worked on for the last 4 or 5 minutes with the doc and the physio. He's back on the ground now.
Thanks, Mitch. Jackson into the ruck against Strawn. One down the tap. Harms gathered, was tackled immediately by Laird, and we'll throw it up just short of left half forward for the Demons, with Max Gawn heading to full forward. Joining Brown and Fritsch inside the attacking 50. Jackson one down the tap. Trying to get it to Sparrow. He squeezed the kick out towards the boundary line. Seedsman steps it across and another boundary throw in.
They're making the most of the sun, aren't they, these players? We haven't seen any of the play out this side in the shade.
For our listeners, half the MCG is drenched in sunlight. That's the southern side. Outside the broadcast side in the shadows.
Crows by 6 points early from the boundary throw-in. Jackson wins it down. Keys, it's a kick out of congestion. Gets it very wide, out of bounds. On the bounce, it's deliberate. And a free kick for Hibbard. Can bring it back into play for Melbourne. No one stands the mark, so up into the front half. A lefty with the long kick down to half forward. Brown the target. He's caught at the back and forced to spoil. Finds the boundary line. We'll have a throw-in half forward for the D's. 1-6 to 1 straight. 16 minutes in. Stephen May, the laid out for the Demons. Aaron Vandenberg and Lachlan Scholl, the 2 Medi subs.
Gawn doing the ruck work just inside 50 against Scholl, trying to tap it down to Pickett. A chance for Keys. Hand pass to Murray, stripped of it. Schomburg hand pass it straight to Gawn, who ran into Kelly. Trying to get the hand pass to Harms. Turns on his right, snaps on goal and hits the post. Into the right goal post. Melbourne's first blemish. It felt certain it was going to play out. 1-1-7 to Adelaide, 1-6-12.
It did. Yeah, and that's the issue, isn't it? That you mentioned, Lids, that they just got to hold on here. Adelaide, they've done so much hard work. It'd be a real shame to spoil it here.
Chase Jones on the kick out long to a pack, and Rivers, standing third in the queue, takes the mark. Between wing and half forward, can put it back inside a congested forward 50. Right to the hot spot. Gawn down there from the back. It's Brown. And Ben Brown takes the mark. Gawn was in the front of the pack. And Brown, about 3 deep, plucks it.
It's a good contested mark, wasn't it, by the big fella? It's something we don't probably see a lot of from Ben Brown, taking a high ball up above his head. We know how tall he is, how long he can be with those arms stretched out, but it's not one of his strong suits. He's more of a lead up on the mark, get him just through work rate. So, well done, Ben Brown. It'd be nice to pop this one through. It rings true what I said.
The long approach that we're used to seeing from Ben Brown, his usual routine. It finishes with a goal as he threads it. And Melbourne back in front. They kick their second. 17 minutes into the opening term. The D's 2-1-13. Adelaide 1-6-12. Third lead change of the opening quarter. Melbourne by a point. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Starting to look more at home, isn't he, in this forward line?
Yeah.
Coming off 3 last week, and that's right. It's a perfect day for him, isn't it? This is a perfect day for Ben Brown to either get up on his bike a bit and you know, so get access to the footy up on the wing and at half forward, but
test out a young defence.
That's right, test out a young defence in Adelaide, and really they were a bit too worried about Gawn, who looks like he's going to rest forward, and that's the beauty of Luke Jackson's form at the moment, isn't it? That they can rest either forward with confidence, and Jackson's been hitting the scoreboard too, so it takes a bit of the pressure and focus off Ben Brown, and he can have a run and jump at the footy, and that was a nice contested mark.
Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Elliot Himmelberg just getting some work done behind his right knee. It looks like a hamstring region. They've just told the medical sub lock his shoulder warm up. No decision's been made as yet.
Laird gets the clearance for Adelaide, kicks towards half forward. Tom Lynch dives on the bottom of the pack, has to try and knock it out. Salem now locked up by Dave McKay and Thilthorpe, and the umpire will throw it up just short of 50 for the Adelaide Crows. Heading to the punt road end in this opening term. Thilthorpe does the ruck work against Jackson. Tapped it down. Lynch with a hand pass to Seedsman. Another disposal. Quick kick inside 50. Smith came from the side and juggled the mark. Good support for Lever, who was being nudged under the footy, and Melbourne will repel from the left back pocket, leading by a point.
Smith's kick goes long out to the southern wing. Jackson reaching for it, juggled effort, can't complete the mark. Oliver, his teammate, picks it from him, kicks inside the centre square. It sits for Spargo, and the reason for that is a free kick, a hold, and it's going to go Adelaide's way as Spargo just tugging onto the jumper of Ben Davis, who's going to get the free. In his 5th game, it's 3rd of the year. He goes short to Sloane. Can't take the mark at half forward. Spills to Seedsman, still with the Crows. Hand pass to Laird, floats a kick into the pocket. McHenry copped an unkind bounce. Smith onto it though for Melbourne along the boundary line southern side. Hand pass out to Langdon at half back. Melbourne trying to get out here of a sticky situation. Spargo under pressure. Harms keeps it alive. Hand pass to Langdon. Back out in front of the path of Spargo, and now Murray happy to see it over the boundary line. And the ump's happy with that too. Of course, he was central to everything that took place the last time these two teams met, with a controversial call not deemed deliberate. Adelaide winners that day by a point. It's Melbourne by 1 at the moment as we tick into time on opening quarter.
Seedsman update, 15 possessions, 6 inside 50s.
15.
Thilthorpe 1 down the tap for Adelaide, but straight to Harms. His hand pass missed the intended target. Keys got a hand pass out. The kick inside the 50 from Davis finds Tom Lynch, who has it out to the right. He'll kick from just inside 50.
What are your thoughts on Tom Lynch, Bally? Is he get a chance at another club, do you think, a developing club, or does he go to try and get to a top 8 team that's challenging next year?
Yeah, you could do worse than have him on the list. I think he's just turned 30, I think, so certainly not ancient. He's had some issues with his body, but terrific locker room club person, so yeah, I think he gets another chance.
He's hit 1 goal in each of his last 4 games. Tom Lynch, this shot's across the face and fails to score. Out of bounds on the full, up against the left behind post. Melbourne leading by a point. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
That sub has been made. Elliot Himmelberg out. Ice applied to his right hamstring. Lockie Scholl, the medical sub, is warming up, preparing to come into the game.
That's really disappointing for Elliott. A nice catch earlier in the quarter, and Himmelberg, as Mitch mentioned, out of the game. So from the kick out, Crows going back inside 50. Kelly floats a ball to half forward. Stolen away, though, by Smith, who's been busy in the opening term. Kicks along the boundary line. It pitches just inside the boundary and out of play. And a throw in front of the interchange gates.
I think the Melbourne mids just need to get to work a little bit more. Oliver's only had the 3. Petrarca's only had the 1. So getting well and truly done inside at the moment. Obviously, Seedsman's had his own footy.
Melbourne by a point. Time on opening quarter. From the boundary throw in, Jackson palms it down to Sparrow. Locked up straight away, taken to ground by Keys. With the ball up again on the wing. Did you have any overlap, Bally, with Tom Lynch at St Kilda?
Yeah, he had the first couple of years, yep. Yeah, ripping guy.
Thrown up Jackson and Strawn. Jackson got it down to Petrarca. Kicks towards Brown. 1-on-1 with Butts. It clears the 2. Cozzy Pickett trying to knock it on. Now Brown becomes the tackler as Kelly just dropped the footy. Umpire lets it go for the moment, and then it's locked up with McPherson laying a big tackle. And no room for Sparrow to move. 55 metres out from Melbourne's goal at the city end. Jackson once more does the ruck work against Strawn. Strawn one down the tap. A chance for the Crows to try and clear. McKay couldn't gather the loose footy. Brayshaw for Melbourne. Kicks into the pocket. Great vision. Found Spargo. Running into the vacant territory in the right forward pocket. And he'll shoot for Melbourne's third goal. Just being set on his angle here. He was looking into the corridor, but Adelaide have pushed numbers back. So a good pressure player for Melbourne. Alongside Cozzy Pickett.
Yeah, underrated, I reckon, the work that he does. He'd be one of those guys that'd be loved inside the four walls for the work that he does, the unselfish work that he does for his teammates.
11 goals, 13 this season from Albury in New South Wales. Spargo shoots on goal. It's right to the goal line. It hits the post, into the left goal post. So Melbourne 2-2-14 to Adelaide 1-6-12. 23 minutes gone opening term. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Brett Delidia, your experts, with Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
So D's by a couple of points. 3 lead changes in the opening term. McPherson brings it in. Short to Keys. He goes to the back pocket. Not 15 to Murray, so told to move it on. Kick out to Butts along the boundary line, southern side. Still at half-back. Kicks down the wing. Over the head of Thilthorpe, his intended target. Bowie onto it. Keeps it alive for Melbourne. Hand pass to Langdon. Gives it to Oliver under pressure. Hand pass to Hibbert. Back out wide to Spargo. He links up with Langdon. Now between wing and half-forward. Kicks inside 50. Brown the target. Spoil comes from the back. Langdon had it. Lost it in the tackle. Led through traffic. Still just inside the boundary line. Comes back out to Cook, sends a high up and under down the wing for Adelaide. Missed attempt at spoil from Smith. Pack forms 1 metre in from the boundary, and the umpire says a ball up virtually on halfway. A bit of aerial ping pong at the moment from half forward out to that southern wing and back. And right on halfway, a ball up, Melbourne by a couple of points.
Quickly thrown up, Strawn one down the tap, a chance for Adelaide to emerge through it. McKay hard against the boundary, dribbles it towards half forward. Thilthorpe became the tackler on Smith, did enough to turn it over. Lynch's chip kick looking for McAdam. He gathered but was tackled immediately by Brayshaw. Quickly hand passed out by Rivers for Melbourne, got it to Oliver. Kicks towards Brown, it bounces in front of him and Butts is pretty happy to see it over the boundary line for a throw-in. On the southern wing.
Sorry, Clinchy. We just see on the scoreboard, Seedsman sitting up there at 15. Bully, were you ever a watcher of the scoreboard to see where you're at, stats-wise, tackles-wise?
Nah, of course not.
Yeah. Okay. I must have been on me Pat Malone.
Damper and Geelong's been in touch on the SMS. Seedsman absolutely slaughtered the D's last time they met. Harms is one of the best taggers in the game. Am I missing something? Yeah, Paul Seedsman with 35 disposals and a goal the last time these two sides faced off.
Good call. Not missing anything. There's still room for it. They've got to be practicing for the next month, the Demons here.
Of course they
That's Bontempelli, sorry, Corb. They need to be practicing for that.
Langdon long kick to Fritsch, top of the goal square, can't mark, spills down to Chase Jones, hand pass away to Scholl, the sub who's on early for Himmelberg, back to Jones, under the pump, tackled, ball close to the boundary line. Scholl wanted to keep it alive and eventually he's helped over. So a throw in forward pocket for the D's.
Just lifted their rating a little bit, haven't they, over the last 5 minutes around stoppage and contest and just controlling field position a little bit more.
Melbourne deep in attack. Brown does the ruck work against Strawn, tapped it down to Petrarca, couldn't get a boot to it. A chance for Keys, hand pass straight to Spargo, trying to initiate some high contact. Oliver got it back to Brown. Ben Brown, standing start, snaps it through. We're going to work out whether it was touched or not. Adelaide players think there was a hand onto it. It could be Brown's second. We're going to go upstairs. And Adelaide, who led the inside 50s, they still lead 13 inside 50s for their 1 goal 6. Melbourne have had 10 for 2-2.
Gee, that's going to be hard to see, isn't it?
Just a flash of the ball going past Ben Keys' hand.
Sometimes, I mean, he went for it straight away, Keys, but sometimes you hit the boot. Yeah, your hand can hit the boot. When you see it sailing through, you can. Although they are setting up for a point, so that even the Demons are pretty confident that he has got a finger on it. I'm not so sure, Liz.
What was the goal umpire's call? Did he say it was touched?
Oh, I didn't catch it either.
No.
As the central umpire was signalling, I didn't see what he called.
I can't imagine that the goal umpire would have called touch from there. It was 25 metres out, wasn't it? So if that's been called a goal, then I think it stands.
I agree, Bully. It looks as if there's a bit of distance between his hand
and foot,
and the actual ball.
So 2 side-by-side visions we're getting on the big screen. says it's umpire's call, which was a behind. So, interesting call there. Ben Brown has one for Melbourne. Likewise with Jake Melcham, who kicked the open goal, and Shane McAdam, the goal for the Adelaide Crows. The D's leading by 3 points.
You and I, Ball, would have been a bit more daring in the arc. We would have been happy with that.
Yep.
Here's McPherson on the kick out, long out to half-back. Hibbard, in fact, it was Smith, whacks it away. Some good things, Joel Smith. First game for the year, as we've touched on, the 25-year-old.
Yeah, he's an experienced player, isn't he? Yeah, that's right. So he should be sniffing an opportunity here.
Boundary throwing. Half forward for Melbourne. Both rucks miss it. Spills down to Salem. Salem trying to take on the tackle from Seedsman. Got it out to Bowie. Hand pass to Langdon. High up and under. Doesn't really go too far. Strawn grabs it and he's wrapped up. And a ball up. 70 out from Melbourne's goal. Left half forward in the sunshine. Southern side of the ground. Beautiful day in Melbourne. 28 minutes into the opening term. Melbourne by 3.
From the throw up, Jackson one down the tap, got it to Langdon, kicks inside the 50. Fritsch had a hold of Kelly's arm. Jake Kelly will take the free kick in the right back pocket for the Adelaide Crows. Done a lot right, the Crows, 1-6-12 to Melbourne 2-3-15. Their endeavour and intent has been impressive, they just need to finish. Kicks long towards Strawn, couldn't take the mark. Thilthorpe's there as well. It comes out to Langdon, the hand pass to Jordan, to Oliver, into the hands of Jackson, kicks inside the 50, Brown on the lead. Takes the mark on a 45-degree angle. He'll shoot from just inside 50.
How good's that?
He's impressive, isn't he, Jackson?
Big ruckman can just hit a nice little lead up over an opponent, put it on your full forward's chest. Not bad for a guy who's 200 plus, gets around the ground, gives you a chop out in the ruck, then goes forward.
Seems the front runner for the rising star.
He's a raging favourite, isn't he? Yeah. He's just got better as the year's gone on, hasn't he? Which, for big guys and young big guys, it's just so impressive.
And that's without considering the difficulty of his position as a young forward. Ben Brown's kicked 10 goals in the last 4 weeks, so he's starting to find his rhythm for Melbourne. Brown comes in for his second. That's a good finish. And the D's are making their opportunities count as the Crows lament wasted opportunities at the other. Melbourne 3-3-21 to Adelaide 1-6-12. Approaching half an hour gone in the opening term. You're with Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, it was just the last 5 minutes, Lids, they've just lifted their rating a bit, the D's, and starting to play more of a front half game. The Crows are really struggling to get the ball
They're not getting that
back
overlap.
past halfway. That's right. They've just been able to set up behind. It's taken a while probably without May there. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt, who we know is such a general. But
Oliver's got going though. He's up to 8 now.
Around the ball, yeah. The mids had to get a bit of a shake up. Langdon's been good as well, so they've just been able to control field position and even up those inside 50s. What is it, 13-12 now? The Crows' way, but it was 13-9. So they've had the last 4 and just overwhelming the Crows with pressure at the moment.
Melbourne by 9, back in the middle. Jackson palms it down to his opposite number, Sloan, who turns and kicks down to half forward. Trying to work his way to the front there was was Lynch. Instead, on the bottom of the pack, Hibbert got a hand pass out. Adelaide win it back, though. Scholl, hand pass to Sloan. Kicks inside the forward 50, over the head of Fogarty. And at the back, it's Rivers who takes the intercept mark. Inside the defensive 50 for Melbourne. D's by 9 points. Rivers off the back flank, kicks down the wing. In front, Strawn takes the mark.
Yeah, he's been okay.
Kieran Strawn in his second game, the ruck for Adelaide. He puts it back inside 50. Flying effort from Cook, can't complete the mark. Spills down to Murphy. Hand pass to Keys. Out wide at half forward, hooks it back to the top of the goal square. A shove from Jones, a late whistle. And it's going to be a free kick for Ed Langdon and the Demons. Top of the defensive goal square.
Looks out to the southern side. Eyeing Cosy Pickett. Couldn't quite get it to him before the siren sounded for quarter time. So the Demons have a 9-point advantage, 3-3-21 to the Adelaide Crows, 1-6-12, despite a entertaining start from the Crows, but not able to capitalise in front of goal. As always, if you want to get in touch with us, you can so on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Let us know your name and where you're listening from, as we've got one here watching from Canberra. The MCG grass looks sensational on TV. It does, with no crowd in attendance as well. So, it'll be interesting in the next couple of weeks once we start to get announcements about where finals will be held and when crowds will be in attendance. It's all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The whole idea of bulldozers coming in and raising these beautiful houses In the process of some of her campaigns, she made a lot of enemies.
There's just too much money around.
She would not be intimidated. Confronting revelations.
Guess what? I have found her.
Kieran McGee closes in on the truth.
I was quite prepared to say no to you.
I wonder what is the bottom of this story, and you wonder and you wonder and you wonder.
Hear Unravel True Crime, Juanita, on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Go on, hurried kick down the wing. Brown at the drop takes the mark inside the centre square now as he turns and looks out to half forward, kicks to the advantage of Melksham, who can take the mark, kicks from the 50-metre arc. His drop putt sails, goal and it's gone. Melksham's got the opener. McHenry to Schonberg, gives it back to McHenry. Southern wing kicks down to Fogarty at half forward.
Chance to kick quickly inside the 50. McAdams got forward, marks at the top of the goal square, waltzes in and kicks Adelaide's opening goal.
Chase Jones on the kick out long to a pack, and Rivers, standing third in the queue, takes the mark. Twin wing and half forward can put it back inside a congested forward 50. Right to the hot spot. Gone down there from the back. It's Brown. A long approach that we're used to seeing from Ben Brown. His usual routine. It finishes with a goal as he threads it.
Strawn couldn't take the mark. Thilthorpe's there as well. It comes out to Langdon. The hand pass to Jordan, to Oliver. Into the hands of Jackson. Kicks inside the 50. Brown on the lead. Brown comes in for his second. That's a good finish.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time at the MCG, Sunday afternoon footy. It's Melbourne leading Adelaide by 9 points, 3-3-21 to the Crows, 1-6-12. Of course, the last time these two sides faced off, Adelaide ended Melbourne's unbeaten run. Matt Lynch calling alongside Corbin Minimas. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Luke Ball with you.
Well, Lids, we mentioned it that the first 10 minutes, it did look like Melbourne were happy just to see what the game was going to bring today.
Yep.
And if that was a nice, easy day out in the sun at the G, then that'll be okay, because we know we've got bigger things to come in the next month or so. And the Crows, and as they should, as any team at this level will, the Crows took advantage of that and they slaughtered them early. The clearances, they were all over them, and they were just able to work their way through Melbourne's much vaunted team defence far too easily. In the end, we know they didn't quite have the class or the execution to be able to hurt them on the scoreboard, and ultimately that's going to come back to bite them, isn't it? But 1 goal, 6. Really, seven shots on goal, and possibly could have had a few more too. So we mentioned Seedsman. He embodied that early. 15 possessions, 6 inside 50s, and 6. So he was involved in all of their scores. And Melbourne didn't want to pay him any attention at all or any respect. And he's a good player. He's had a good year. The text machine lit up, didn't they? If they didn't remember that from last time when they played them, then that's pretty ordinary stuff from the Melbourne coaching staff. So the Melbourne mids needed to have a bit of a shake-up and get going a bit. And just that last 5 to 10 minutes of that quarter they did. Oliver got going a bit. Langdon's had a fair bit of the footy.
Just the two,
yeah,
though.
He has, yeah. They just lifted their intensity around the ball a bit, and they were able to trap the ball in their front half and even up those inside 50s and hit the scoreboard a couple of times. He's looked dangerous, Brown, hasn't he? A couple of times, once out on the lead, another nice contested mark at the top of the square. So you do fear that if as the day goes on a day like this, that'll certainly come into play. But really impressed with the Crows' first 20 minutes of that quarter, led by their mids, Seedsman, Keys, Laird in particular. Yep. They were all over them.
Well, that's the thing, that what they've taken away from Melbourne is they haven't allowed them to get the game on their own terms, and it shows purely that Pickett hasn't touched it. Fritsch, no touches. Jackson, 1. And that's all their guys in their front half. They're just Neil Bullen, another one up there, 2. Melksham's had 2 and 1 shot on goal. It's sort of, they've taken it away from them. They haven't just given it to them free flowing. They've made it a bit of a scrap, made it tight. But there's a concern for me, and it has been for a few weeks, is that Max Gawn's dominance in hit-outs, and they're leading 12-9 at the moment, but they're down in clearances, and I think that's just where their mids need to get to work. And you don't want to have an over-reliance on Clayton Oliver. Max Gawn's actually the leading clearance player for the D's. He's got 3, and Ben Keys has got 3 for the Crows. So they can tidy that up and get a little bit more out of his dominance. I think that'll give especially their forwards, a bit more of a chance, because they've been starved. Although they're only 3 behind on the inside 50s, but some cleaner ball movement, a bit cleaner entries coming in. So that'll be a talking point, I think. And as you spoke about, don't allow them just to link through and take the game up to them.
The voice of Brett Delidio, Mitch Cleary on the boundary. Adelaide activating their sub in that first quarter.
Elliot Himmelberg coming off with that right hamstring, a setback for him, but Lockie Scholl into the game, the running man for the Crows.
Thanks, Mitch. Second quarter underway. Bounce favoured Gorn, who sharked it forward a good 25 metres.
Look out on that southern stand wing. The game was played out there a lot, wasn't it? So Seedsman's out there, he's at 15, and Langton's at 11. They're playing on each other.
Had to be recalled as it sprayed out Gorn's way. Still one down the tap, got it to Petrarca. The hand pass to Langdon. Kicks towards half forward. Jordan worked off it. And a chance for Laird for the Crows on half back. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Strawn has it. Looks towards half forward. Sends a long kick inside 50. In front position, Smith worked it down to Oliver. Then the hand pass to Neil Bullen. They go short to Petrarca. And Melbourne are out through Spargo.
So Spargo, outer edge, centre square. Hand pass to Smith, who's run up into the front half. Gives it back to Spargo. Kicks inside the forward 50. Duday, best position. Stealing it out of his hands. Fritsch, centering kick, superb. And Clayton Oliver marks back in the corridor. Bailey Fritsch with a bullet. And Oliver can shoot from dead in front, 35 out.
Probably a bit unlucky not to be paid the mark, really. More often than not, you'd see that paid. I understand Duday probably had first hands on it, leather of the law, but geez, how nice was that kick? He's one of those guys that's really nice to watch kick the footy, isn't he, Bailey Fritsch? Yeah. He's had his struggles in front of goal, but he certainly cleaned them up over the last 10 or so weeks.
You wouldn't always say that about this man. 7-14, he's finishing at 28%. His shots on goal, Clayton Oliver. His drop punt is left. I think that's 7-15 on the year. Another behind. So Melbourne 3-4, Adelaide 1-6. D's by 10 points early doors, second term.
It really is the only part of his game, isn't it, that stops him from being spoken about in the conversation with the Bottom Pallies and the Martins of the... He's had a magnificent year, but that's just that last part of his game.
McPherson brings the Crows back into Scholl, works it up to half back, and then Sloan trying to keep it in play. Just can't do so in front of the two benches. Did kick 3 goals, Clayton Oliver, the last time these two sides faced off.
Oh, yeah. That was a big game.
That was an amazing game, wasn't it?
So showed what he is capable of if he can get his confidence going. Thrown back in. Strawn and Gorn. Strawn worked it down to the front. McHenry with a hand pass in the direction of Sloan. Langdon the other direction. Big collision. Langdon emerges with the footy. Sloan's okay. Hand pass to Gorn, to Bowie, and back to Gorn. Left half back, kicks a high ball towards Ben Brown. Nudged underneath it by Butts. Good battle of strength. Left it for Duday, who comes charging in. Gathers, broke Fritsch's tackle. Got it away to Kelly, who kicks a long ball in the middle of the ground. Gorn can't quite juggle the mark. Strawn's there with him for company. Gathered by Seedsman. Runs away from Oliver. Kicks inside the 50. Thilthorpe almost had it. But Smith closed late and got a fist to it to punch it out of play in the right forward pocket for Adelaide.
He's been good, Smith, hasn't he? He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence. Set up that last goal with a bit of play across half forward there for the Crows, and that was an emphatic spoil. Looked a beautiful kick in the end to advantage, but got there, closed the gap and got there well.
He's the late in for Stephen May, and withdrawn with general soreness before the bounce from the boundary throw-in. Still no clean takeaway. Neil Bullen in close, hands it to Harms, releasing hand pass to Salem, kicks to half-back, and Brown marks. His direct opponent Butch just slipping over. Brown pulls the trigger back to Petrarca. Nice mark over Davis. Turns, kicks into centre square. All alone there is Spargo. Marks, shanks the kick to half forward. Fritsch got there on the hop, rolls around, trying to get back onto his left boot. Eventually does, shoots and goals. Beautiful finish from Bailey Fritsch. Melbourne have their fourth, and the D's bounce out to a 16-point lead. 4 minutes into the second term, Melbourne 4-4-28, Adelaide 1-6-12. Brett Delidio, Luke Ball, Grandstand AFL.
Well, they got there in the end, Lids, but I spotted something that I know you did as well. Charlie Spargo, what was he?
He sizzled
how did he miss James Harms? Harms would have run into an open goal and wasn't happy either, and rightfully so, and had some words with Charlie Spargo, and he was lucky he got away with it, Spargo, because he shanked the kick, and Fritsch was good enough in the end to...
You would never have done that, though, Bally. Giving someone a bit of feedback instantly after burning you. I know I did. I was shocking at it.
Yeah.
Mate, that's lay down. Yeah, that's... I'm thinking...
You just got to give it, though, don't you? I mean, again, we're looking... Maybe we're being a bit overcritical, but we're looking for little things and habits that you don't get away with that when you're playing against another top 4 team, which they go to next week and the next month. So Yeah, they were lucky in the end then.
Brett Delidio and Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Melbourne with the last three. Gawn one down the tap. Oliver trying to break clear. Adelaide to take the free kick penalised, and Rory Sloane's going to take it. The Adelaide captain veers out to the right and sends a high ball inside 50. Where are the high flyers? Still thought from behind, but in front, Lever takes the mark.
Got to come to
the
ground.
challenge.
Yeah, sorry,
Melbourne.
Twitchy. Got to come to ground. Young Tilthorpe. That's okay. You're going to be in for a tough day, but it's one thing you can do. Compete and at least halve that contest. Bring the smalls into the game.
No, Stephen May. Surely Adelaide forwards will be trying to take Jake Lever out of it. Kicks to half back. Bowie links up with Salem, who now finds Bailey Fritsch on the members' side. Turns and kicks on the 45 to Petrarca. Slow start for him, but working his way into the match. Turns on his right boot, looking for Gawn. Up, can't complete the mark with Strawn there. Spargo hard against the boundary line is shoved over. The non-officiating umpire said it's high. Good 30 metres away from the contest in the middle of the forward 50. Charlie Spargo will get a second shot on goal.
Where's Harms? If I was him, I'd be getting a little bit of space there. All right, here's your chance. Square it up.
Spargo had a similar shot, tight in the right forward pocket in the first quarter, missed. He thought about chipping it back to Gawn. That option's dried up. So Charlie veers out to the right, goes with the snap and gets full purchase. Good finish. He knew he just needed a metre or two to snap across his body. And all of a sudden, Melbourne have skipped clear by 22 points, having kicked the last 4 goals of the match. 5-4-34 the D's to Adelaide 1-6-12. 6 minutes gone, second term with Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
That's a nice finish, isn't it? Really taking advantage of that new on-the-mark rule. He was able to run out. It was a bit of a soft free kick too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But what I like about it, he does get into lane one. He gets front and centre every time, Charlie Spargo. As a small forward, that's what you want. You give yourself every chance to be involved in the play. And in the end, as I said, it was a bit soft, but he hurt the free kick from getting... He didn't fly past the contest. He got to the front of it. Maxi Gawn's hands have been a bit off today, haven't they, too? He's dropped a few that he'd usually take, but that's why he's been able to cement a spot in this team. Charlie Spargo.
Made it his own, that's for sure.
Kicked the last 28 points in the game, Melbourne. 4 unanswered goals. Remembering Adelaide had 7 of the first 8 scoring shots in the match. Melbourne walk it out the middle as Gawn gets the clearance, kicks to half... or kicks to the forward pocket and getting back Murray, punches it over the boundary line. So a throw in forward pocket for the D's.
Danger signs here, isn't it? Yep. The Crows.
Walking it out of the centre, unfortunately.
The beast has been awoken from the D's point of view.
Boundary umpire spins it back in. It's Strawn and Jackson to go at it. Jackson in front, palms it down. Keys rights the bump from Arms on the way through. Now he's tackled. He's in trouble holding the ball. A tough one against Keys, who got it straight from the ruckman. He's pleading his case.
That's a shocker.
And Luke Jackson, who was one of the 2 men in the tackle, and he's going to have a set shot here, right half forward, 45-degree angle.
Clayton Oliver come over the top late, trying to sniff one, I think. Seen the odd midfielder get those fall-on-top-of tackles. Not the legit race, run-down ones. He's stiff, though, isn't he, Ben Keys?
Well, he actually put his head over it and won it, but there's no way he had prior opportunity there.
The rising star favourite, Luke Jackson, pulls the trigger, got it. 5 straight for the D's, and they're red hot here at the G. 8.5 minutes into the second term, Melbourne by 28 points. They've scored the last 34 points in the game. After trailing early, it's Adelaide 1-6. They're stagnant on that score. Melbourne 6-4. 28-point lead for the D's. 8 played second term.
Yeah, well, it's all started from their centre bounce work, hasn't it? Their ability to get going inside. The 5-1 already this quarter. That's been... and they've been sharing it as well, which has been impressive. Petrarca's had the one, Langdon, Harms, Jackson himself, and young Sparrow. So it's not just left to one bloke at the moment. They're all pulling their weight and getting to work in there, which has been good. Disappointed, though, that Adelaide couldn't make the most of that hot start that they had.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle. Gawn and Strawn resume their battle. Bounce favoured Strawn. Gawn moves in with his body and one down the tap. Keys sharks it though. Kicks towards Lynch. Got a cruel bounce. Langdon swoops onto it for the D's. Kicks out to the southern wing. Davis got a cruel bounce and Cosy Pickett runs onto it. Brushes the tackle of Davis and kicks inside the 50. Duday, he dropped the chest mark. Charging in, Jackson gathers. Good support from Oliver. Hand pass too slick for Harms. Davis trying to redeem himself. Tries to lock the footy in and Cozzy Pickett can't charge his way through. The umpire will throw it up 45 metres out from Melbourne's goal.
Blaming the sun there, Tom Doty. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. MCG is bathed in sunlight, but gee, you've got to take those marks. Uncontested marks, under pressure again now, the Crows.
50th game for him today as well as a little saunter out of the defensive 50 from Scholl. Sits okay for McHenry. Hand pass to Seedsman, who was hot in the opening term with 15 first quarter disposals. Kicks across the half back line, and Kelly takes the mark. Still back flank for Adelaide. Short kick, dangerous. Pickett got himself involved, spoils it down, follows up. Hand pass away to Sparrow. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Gawn crashes the pack, can't mark. And out the back, Kelly can scoop it up and have another go at clearing the 50.
Sends it along to half back where Scholl takes the mark for Adelaide. Hand pass to McHenry. They've got Melbourne on the break here. Cook trying to work it down to Lynch, trying to knock it forward. Tackled by Smith and also Lever. Now Hibbert over the foot. He has to try and knock it out. Good work from Cook. Kept in by Fogarty, but tackled and lost it. Umpire says holding the ball. Quick whistle. Felt like the footy came out in the tackle, but umpire didn't see it that way. So Melbourne will take it in the right back pocket and Joel Smith to take it.
Almost just had to try and find a way to get a stoppage there in their forward 50, the Crows.
Just doing so much defending at the moment.
Yep.
Smith long up to the wing. Jackson tried to hold his body position in the air in front of Strawn. A chance for Schomburg for Adelaide. Hand pass to Lynch and back to Schomburg. Left half forward. Pearson kick inside 50. Bounced off the chest of McAdam. And then Rivers gets a free kick in the back. Oh, Adelaide, they had a golden chance there. Shane McAdam just couldn't hang on.
Yeah, wasn't it? Poor Harry Schomburg. He was saying to Shane McAdam, how else do you want it?
Melbourne by
on a platter.
It was a silver platter.
Melbourne by 28, 12 played second term. The kick from Rivers out wide to Spargo. Marks on the wing. Members side goes short to Petrarca. Awkward half volley, can't get it. Keys for the Crows. Away to Seedsman, gives it to Davis. Kicks along the boundary line. McAdam the target. And in the end, Petty spoils out of play between wing and half forward for the Crows.
He's done well since coming in, Petty, hasn't he? Obviously, the key injury to Adam Tomlinson, who made his name down there as a key post backman, but Petty's come in and been more than serviceable.
Last 5 goals of the game for Melbourne after trailing early. Gawn swats it down, but Schonberg through traffic, kicks to centre half forward. It'll sit for Brayshaw, though, the Demons. Hand pass to Jordan. Away to Harms, has to evade the umpire. Hand pass to Petrarca. Members wing, great kick, middle of the ground, finds Spargo. Looks to right half forward. Langdon's on, takes the mark. He's got Neil Bullen on the overlap. The ball sits for him and he marks. Under a bit of pressure, and Neil Bullen can shoot from wide out, right half forward, just inside the 50.
Great spread, wasn't it? Great running power from Langdon and Neil Bullen. Probably their two best runners, two longest runners, the Demons. That's a great clip, I reckon, to show some of these young Adelaide players, the stoppage or the ball at half-back and their ability to burst on that 45 and take advantage of that open space. Tough shot for goal, but again, this guy's making a real name for himself in that area.
Lays more forward 50 tackles than any player in the game. Alex Neil Bullen right to the goal line. It's kept alive. And Seedsman from the defensive goal square bangs it out the right half back. Bowie takes the intercept mark for Melbourne, 60 from home.
Bowie looks to come into the corridor with a kick to Rivers. Takes it to the edge of the centre square at half forward. Adelaide have all bar 3 players inside their defensive 50. This will take a keen kick from Rivers. Waits for Jackson to lead. Sends it in that direction. Murray was right there with him. Neil Bullen gathers. Tackle by Scholl. There's no way forward. The umpire waits for a moment or so and then eventually has to blow the whistle to pull it up. Right forward pocket for the Demons, who have kicked 3 goals to none in this second quarter. Quickly tossed in the air. Gawn trying to tap it down to Melcham's advantage. Fumbled it against the boundary line as he almost ran into the open goal. And a boundary thrown up against the right behind post. Melbourne by 28 points at the 14-minute mark of the second term. Of course, Essendon and Gold Coast still to come up. We'll provide regular score updates of that match for you.
Melbourne by 28. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck, shoots over his shoulder, kicks it from one pocket to the other. The diving effort from Fritsch can't complete the mark. Brown wants the safety. The boundary line gets it. And a throw in 25 around from Melbourne's goal.
Young Thilthorpe just out of his depth a little bit there, playing in the ruck. Out muscled by the bigger Maxi Gawn. Just needs to get to work here.
Same matchup. Thilthorpe works his way to the front. Fingertips to it. Spills down underneath Gawn. He lays a tackle on Laird. And then eventually Jordan stands up with a footy. He too's tackled. 35 out from Melbourne's goal. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
That's another thing to consider with that injury to Elliot Himmelberg. He's their second ruck, so it's pushed Philthorpe up the ground more. With Strawn being inexperienced, he's going to have to carry a lot of that ruck work, Riley Philthorpe, in his first season.
Go on, tapped it down to Keys. A kick long up to the wing. Melbourne intercept. Hibbert gathers, kicks inside the 50. Brown becomes the tackler. Butts just got rid of it at the last moment to Keys, who kicks up, and Lynch takes the mark at right half back. Hand passes wide to Seedsman. Bit of a fumble. Crashed into by Jordan. Langdon tries to keep it alive. Picked up again by Seedsman. Quick 1-2 with McAdam. And now to Keys. Adelaide out. Hand pass down low for Lynch. Trying to keep it going. Schomburg works it back to Keys. Tries to fend off Jordan. Good linking work by Adelaide. Gets it to Thilthorpe. Kicks towards McAdam on 50 this time. He clinches it. And marks it right on 50. Took a lot of hard work for Adelaide to get it to here. Feeds it round the back to Seedsman. A long kick from 52. It's not a bad effort. It's got there.
Jeez.
Wow. Rivers on the goal line was wrestling. He claims he was taken out of it. Eventually they got it into the right hands of the marksman, Paul Seedsman, who's good from long range, and he did the rest. Adelaide with their second goal of their match, their first since the 9-minute mark of the opening term. 2-6-18 to Melbourne 6-4-40. 16 minutes gone, second term.
That was just a pure strike, wasn't it, Bally? 1-2 steps and then just absolutely flushed it. Not bad for your 22nd disposal.
Just don't want to go anywhere near him, the Demons. At some stage,
you would have thought there's one player you wouldn't let touch the ball, isn't there?
Yeah, he's got the fluoro yellow boots on too.
Yeah.
And
maybe it's because his lungs are too close together.
Could be, yeah. They're getting mixed up between number 1 and number 11. But 22 possessions, 7 inside, 50s and a goal. Yes, they're in control on the scoreboard, but what a performance. What an individual performance it's been from Paul Seedsman.
Stops a run of 34 consecutive points in the game. So Melbourne had completely taken over in this second term. Margin back to 22 on the Seedsman goal. Strawn grabs it out of the ruck, kicks to half forward. Salem's hand pass picked off. Laird, centre half forward for the Crows. Gives it to Scholl. He goes back to Chase Jones. Back to Scholl. Kicks inside the forward 50. Top of the goal square, flies from everywhere. Lever competing with Thilthorpe in the air, spits out the back. Thilthorpe has another go. Hand pass went to Petty, his kick smothered. Ricochets down to Bowie. Hand pass out to Lever. Lever went without it. Throw a blanket over 20 players. Thilthorpe grabs it, his kick smothered. Ricochets out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in forward pocket for Adelaide. 22 points, Melbourne's lead, 6-4. Adelaide 2-6, 17 played second term.
Corbin Minimas alongside Matt Clench, Luke Ball, Brett Delidio and Mitch Cleary, your team on a Sunday afternoon. Strawn one down the tap against Jackson. McHenry in the pocket. Hand pass to Lynch. Hardy against the boundary. Fires on goal and missed everything. Which was actually harder than you'd imagine, given he was so tightly hemmed up against the boundary. So Melbourne to take the free kick. Petty looking to switch play across the defensive goal mouth to Christian Salem. Lockie Murphy had the job defensively on him early, and then short to Smith, who has it in the right back pocket for Melbourne. The D 6-4-40 to Adelaide 2-6-18 on ABC Sport. Switches play out to the left back pocket where Langdon takes it, and then up to the wing where Max Gawn takes the mark on the members' side.
So Gawn from half back. Ugly ball drop, ugly floating kick, and well marked by Petrarca. In front of the Adelaide interchange. Looks back, inboard, Sparrow, a little short for him. Laird collects, gives it to McHenry. He's under pressure. Murray helps him out for Adelaide. Hand pass to Keys. Through traffic, kicks inside the forward 50. Forced to spoil at the back. Murphy did well to bring it to ground. Fogarty comes through traffic. Hand pass out towards Laird. Back to Fogarty. Shoots off balanced. Misses everything out to the near side and behind. A scoring opportunity goes begging.
Yeah, just that handball to Laird, wasn't it? Only a small thing, attention to detail thing. Put it out in front of him so he doesn't have to stop and come back to it. Would have run into an open goal, Rory Laird.
Just broke the momentum from Adelaide as they were surging forward. Salem has it in the back pocket. Long towards Ben Brown. Won't get to him. Duday took the intercepting mark. It was going to be an Adelaide free kick for a hold anyway. And Murray will take it. Give it to the guy who took the
Couldn't
mark.
agree more, Clichy. It's a real... Oh, God, it annoys me.
Anyway, Adelaide fans will be happy that the ball's in their hands. That's all that matters. Murray long to the goal mouth. Fogarty's there. Can't take the mark. Salem front and centre. Back to the defensive goal line. Smith able to fend off one and then another. Hand pass around the line. Sloane gathers. Hand pass to Murphy. Tries to screw it back. Didn't get much purchase on it. Oliver underneath. Spills out to Lynch. Hand pass to McKay. Into the open goal, and Adelaide have their third. David McKay wasn't going to miss this time. It's Tom Lynch, great little underground hand pass, set him up into the open goal. So after Melbourne got on a run of 3 goals to start this second quarter, Adelaide now all of a sudden have kicked the last 2, and the margin is back to 16 points Melbourne's way. 6-4-40 to Adelaide 3-6-24. 20 minutes gone in the second term on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Brett Delidier.
I've just noticed a couple of things, Bally. A few Melbourne players just been a bit panicky with the footy. They're just grabbing it and flipping it out and trying to, either they'll probably say they'll put their teammate into space, but it looks to me like they've just panicked a little bit and haven't been as composed as they could be. The best teams are able to take on that tackle, step through and get it to their teammate versus just ad hoc throwing it forward, trying to get a stat if you want. But I think there's better ways to go about it, especially there's big crowds and that when they're coming up to these big games. That's where you'd start to really worry about that.
Yeah, it's good effort, isn't it, by the Crows? They looked in trouble in that first 10 minutes, but they've just been able to wrestle back momentum. They've had a good 5 or 6 minutes here. They deserve that goal.
From 28 down the margin, now 16 at Melbourne's ways. Petrarca out the middle, hand pass to Neil Bullen, gives it to the ruckman Jackson, who keeps on moving and shakes his kick on the run. Misses everything out on the full. Never really got any more than 5 metres off the ground.
And he had Cozzy Pickett again, didn't he? Out by himself, so...
Well within his rights, though, to have a shot.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, 100%. He's 30 out. It's just a long ball drop.
Murray takes the free kick for Adelaide, long to half back. Jackson flew in the pack. Oliver front and centre gathers for Melbourne. Hand pass to Brayshaw, high kick. Underneath it, Kelly, the field umpire almost got in the way there as Cozzy Pickett spoils it out for a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket for Melbourne.
Also, 5 metres off the ground is actually quite a bit. What I meant was more sort of 1.5 metres off the ground.
I was with you, don't worry.
Never got much hang time.
5 foot.
Yes.
Little blokes don't fly that high. Thrown back in. Brown, one down the tap. Spoils the way of Sloane, though. Kicks for Adelaide out of defence, up towards Stilthorpe. He and Jackson battle. Jackson knocked it down to Harms, who's tackled immediately by Keys. Good physical contest going on there between Keys and Harms. And the umpire will throw it up just short of right half forward for Melbourne. Demons leading by 16 points. As Colby touched on, they got out by as much as 28 before the last 2 goals for Adelaide. Neil Bullen trying to break clear out a prior opportunity, said the umpire. Penalised holding the ball. Rory Laird to take it left half back.
They've been hot, but they haven't been consistent. Even then, that was pretty hot, wasn't it, in terms of prior opportunity, but they have been able to be consistent today, the umpires.
Laird kicks into the mound of the mark. It ricochets down to Ben Davis, the Swans Academy product. In his 5th game today for the Crows, spears his kick to half forward. McKay can't mark. Bowie picks it up. He's taken high, so McAdam gives away the free. And Jake Bowie, the first-round pick from last year, Melbourne. He goes across the half-back line to Lever and then out further wide to Langdon. Jake Bowie's dad played for St Kilda, and Brett Bowie. Jake has sort of bright red hair, so it certainly stands out there, and he's got it again in the number 17. It's the short kick from Langdon.
Got a couple of those today, haven't they? Oscar Baker, Clayton Oliver.
Looks at home, doesn't he, though, young Bowie? Had a really good game last week, so another one who's looking to cement a spot.
Kicks down the wing. Oliver in the box seat. Can't mark. Spills down towards Neil Bullen. Walks it out of the pack. Sweeping hand pass. Superb. Well weighted to Harms. Kicks inside 50. Butts got a hand on it in front of Brown. Now he's under pressure. Butts collects. Brown tackles. Taken to ground and a ball up. Right or left forward pocket for the Demons. 16 points Melbourne's lead, but the Crows have kicked the last 2. Time on second quarter.
Brown to do the ruck work here against Strawn for Melbourne. Strawn one down the tap towards the boundary line. Harms with a hand pass to Neil Bullen. Just kept it alive with a bouncy kick. Butts couldn't take it. Spargo's hand pass looking for Harms, who became the tackler with a dumping tackle. He had to be careful with that. As Davis is slow to get to his feet. Still in the left forward pocket for Melbourne. Strawn wins down the tap against Brown. Jordan trying to burst his way through. Got it to Pickett. Ridden into the turf, holding the footy. McPherson got him. So another free kick called, holding the footy. Umpires have been red hot this afternoon. As McPherson switches play to the top of the defensive goal square. Butts with no real intention to move it too quickly at the moment. Called to play on and still a bit indecisive as to where to go. Sends it long to the southern wing, not a great kick.
Don't go there.
Salem sits underneath it, and Sloan had to make up about 25 metres to try and get there. He couldn't. So Salem will take it at right half forward for the D's, leading by 16.
Too many options then, didn't he? In the end, picked the worst possible one, Jordan Butts.
So Salem now to put it back inside 50. Fritsch down there in the pack. Gawn crashes it. Spills front and centre. Melbourne retain it. Oliver away to Neil Bullen to Melksham. Spun around. Hand pass got to Brayshaw. Has a fumble stolen. And Keys comes up with it. Hand pass to Seatsman. Away to Murphy against the boundary line. Chips the kick to Fogarty, who takes the mark. Defensive side of the southern wing for the Crows. Melbourne by 16 points. 25 travelled second term.
These are 3 goals to 2 in this second quarter. A chance for Adelaide. McKay dropped the mark and Melbourne take it back, although Levers spun a full 360 in the tackle, got rid of it as he gives the hand pass away. Sloan picks it up to Kelly, kicks towards half forward. McHenry takes the mark from Adelaide. 70 metres out, kicks to Thilthorpe, worked underneath it by Hibbard. The educated and mature work to nudge him underneath the footy legally, and allowed an uncontested mark to be taken by Jordan. Switches out to half back. Ben Brown takes it. Hand pass to Oliver, who kicks over the head of Cozzy Pickett. He must have missed him. Murray racing hard from one side. Pickett racing down the wing. Got there first, and now Murray tangling with him.
Well done.
Dives on top of the footy. Now he's got a problem, and Pickett's over the top of him. He's going to be pinged holding the footy. He did 9 out of 10 well in that battle, except for diving on the footy.
What was that kick from Clary?
It missed him by 30 metres.
Yeah, missed him.
One of the highlight, I think. He said, I'm going to put this well and truly in front of him and see whether he can run onto it.
Take a tall pick.
Cozzy Pickett from 55 just puts it to the top of the goal square. Fritsch was removed out of it.
Advantage.
By Rory Sloan. Advantage is taken. Christian Petrarca, thank you very much. Kicks it into the second tier. That's a gift if ever you've seen one. And the Track has his first goal of the afternoon. And Melbourne answer back after the Crows have put a couple on at the other end. And Christian Petrarca, he's been a little bit quiet by his own standards. Just the 6 disposals so far for the match. But now, hang on. How many disposals has he had? He's had 5. No.
5 for the quarter.
5 for the quarter.
7 for the match, is it?
We've got a laptop in front of us. I'm trying to do something. And I think Boy's got a mouse doing the other.
5 for the quarter, 6 for the match.
There we go.
Yeah. A bit low possession-wise, the Demons, aren't they, compared to usual? But in the end, it was a transition, wasn't it? They haven't been that fluent. Neither team been that fluent. A lot of mistakes out there.
It could have been if Oliver hits his target.
Oliver's kick, but they were able to transition the ball from their back 50 to their forward 50, and Petrarca, the man on the spot to finish.
If you could just dribble it through and kick it into the fence, why would you do that when you could put it up into the third deck as he smacked it home as well from right in front of the goal line? Melbourne with the quick break. Spargo onto it. Hand pass out to Clayton Oliver. Shoots on the run. Misses everything. Another one out of bounds on the full. They've had a few of those, the D's, in this quarter. Adelaide, by the way, a couple at the other end. So D's by 22. Approaching half-time here at the G.
Plenty of drop chest marks too.
Yeah. On a perfect day at the MCG. Kelly long out of defence towards Strawn. McHenry trying to burst his way clear. Tackle by Harms, lost it. Onto it, Sparrow kicks inside the 50. Not really to anyone in particular. Butts takes the intercepting mark for Adelaide in the back pocket. Melbourne 7-4-46 to Adelaide 3-6-24. So after the Demons led by 9 points at quarter time, they lead by 22. Approaching half-time, got out by 28 in this second quarter. Scholl looks to retreat back all the way back to the last line. Now Murray out to Jones, who we haven't called all that much this afternoon. Out to Seatsman, who we've called a lot of at half-back. Takes a bounce and looks into the corridor. Tom Lynch has a couple of metres on Spargo, takes the mark and works it over the top. Here's Schonberg, who chips inside the middle of the ground to Scholl, over the top to Laird. This is good movement from Adelaide. They get to 50. Laird goes all himself and misses to the right.
Great footy, wasn't it? That was
good movement, wasn't it?
Great movement, coast to coast, because they received it deep, didn't they? Right, 2 metres out from their own goal. That was terrific footy.
Melbourne's lead is 21.
Again, we're not used to seeing teams move the ball like that against Melbourne, are we? So they're definitely a bit off today.
Hibbert to Rivers and now short to Petty against the boundary line. Half back for the Demons. Tries to pinpoint his pass and does so nicely. Fritsch up the mark. Northern boundary line, members side of the ground. Kicks up into the front half. Petrarca in a 2-on-1 and the numbers win out as Jake Kelly takes the intercept mark in front. Kelly, one of 6 Crows to have played in that 2017 grand final. The only other man on the ground to feature in that game is, of course, Jake Lever, who played in the backline that day for the Crows, now in Melbourne colours. The Kelly kick down the wing, comes down to McHenry through traffic, hands it straight to Salem. It kicks out wide, and James Jordan takes the mark for Melbourne as the seconds tick down on the quarter. And that'll do us to half-time. An early deficit for the Demons. They trailed early on here by 6 points. And then it was all Melbourne. They kicked 5 consecutive goals. They scored 34 unanswered points. And the Crows pegged it back with 2 goals in the middle part of that second term. Melbourne the last of the game. So after trailing by 6 early, Melbourne are 21 up. They have led by as many as 28 in the game. They kicked 4 goals to 2 in that second term. Melbourne 7-4-46, Adelaide 3-7-25. The Crows, by the way, forced to make their sub early. Elliot Himmelberg hurting his hamstring in the opening term, so Lockie Scholes in the game. Aaron Vandenberg unused, Melbourne's medical sub. The goal kickers clinchy. Ben Brown has a couple. One for Petrarca, Jackson, Spargo, Melksham and Fritsch. While for Adelaide, 1 each to Seedsman, McKay and McAdam.
The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Beautiful day at the G, but pretty scrappy game.
Do they make Grippo over in South Australia? Are they allowed to use that over there? Geez, I've seen some drop marks and left some opportunities.
Chest marks. Grippo on the chest.
Well, you don't usually, do you?
Yeah.
But it sort of helps.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give them an out.
I mean, they've been good in patches, haven't they? I think both teams have been pretty good in patches. I think Melbourne, we know that their class is, and talent, pound for pound, they've got a lot more talent out there than the Crows. But they're doing it in patches at the moment, Melbourne. They're turning the dial up when they need to, but they certainly haven't been very convincing. And we've just seen a few little things that Simon Goodwin wouldn't be wrapped with. Not giving the first handball, drop chest marks, as you said. Yeah, a few of those types of things. And you just got to be careful not to get into bad habits. We've spoken a lot about what's ahead for them. So sometimes you can be brought down a little bit by, you spoke about it before the game, by what the opposition brings to the table. But
they're not rolling over though, Adelaide, are they?
No, that's right.
They're certainly having a crack, which is testing Melbourne out. And then if you're just a little bit off with your ability to, really dial down on your structures and the way you set up, we've seen them being up. They've gone end to end a couple of times now, the Crows, which you haven't seen against the D's for most of the year, have you? But you give them the out. Stephen May's out. I get that, but you'd hope that another soldier comes in, as all the clubs will tell you. It's like, we lose one, we bring one back in, and we should be able to, still play to the team structure that we want. But just a couple of little things that would just suggest, Bally, yes, they're just not quite at the level that Simon Goodwin would want them to be. But it's only a half a footy. They're in front comfortably. They've had one more scoring shot, and they've still got plenty of things in their game that they can improve on. So it's only up for them, but I think the Crows, they'd be pretty happy with where they are a little bit. I mean, one down early really hurts, especially a key post player, Elliot Himmelberg. You plan all week about how you're going to go against this Demons defence, and when you lose him pretty quickly, it makes it a little bit more challenging. But they're going okay, the Crows.
So how animated do you think Simon Goodwin would be, knowing that finals are just around the corner? They've got a few players out that are going to come back. They're winning. They're doing enough probably to keep Adelaide at arm's length. Would he be content enough with everything that's taking place, or would he be driving standards?
Good question. I think he'd always drive standards. Yeah, I think they know the group. We spoke about the different build-up to this, coming back from Perth after that, the game on the Monday night. So he'll know how the group prepared for this. But it's those little things that we're talking about in terms of not giving the first option when you should.
Really,
the little fundamentals that's made them such a good team, being predictable to each other. They're the things that'll disappoint him a bit, I think, and I think they're the things he'd be focusing on, not necessarily the skill errors and all, because that can happen.
We know that across for Adelaide to be able to come straight through the ground.
That's right. Yeah, that's been their cornerstone, hasn't it? So he won't be giving them the excuse of not having Stephen May out there. So little things like that he'll want to knock on the head in this second half. We know that Geelong awaits them next week, and then we know what's beyond that. So he'll be aware of that. I don't think it's his. I don't think he's the sort of coach that rants and raves too much, Lids, but he'll just want to sharpen those standards up, I think, at half time here.
The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sports. Some of your thoughts on 0437 774 774, the SMS line if you want to get in touch. Marcus in South Melbourne says, it may be a perfect day at the MCG, but the wind is howling over in South Melbourne. Perhaps an excuse for all the missed set shots and marks. I'm not sure you're going to get that, Marcus.
Usually at the G it's pretty good, isn't it?
Yes.
It swirls a bit, but no, it's looked pretty good out there.
Brownie and Nico on Sea-Watch, 200 miles out and enjoying the coverage. I'm sure you guys are getting ready for the Derby in Western Australia, which of course is the game we take you to next. Good call so far, guys. Already heard a few of these names a few times. Jackson, Rivers, Bowie, Sparrow, Petty, Jordan, all good signs for Melbourne, given how young some of these guys are, absolutely. And Mark says, great call from the ABC boys. You inspired me to reproduce the 1910 VFL Grand Final of Jock Mahal versus Dick Lee, Collingwood Carlton and Roy Kazali for Saints and Fitzroy in the dramatic 1913 Grand Final. Hope you enjoy it. Right, we might have to click on those links, see if you got 64. That might all of a sudden become a talking point in the next month or so. So keep your contributions coming through. Also keep your across the match taking place from Geelong, where the Gold Coast Suns are taking on Essendon this afternoon. A chance for the Bombers to keep their finals hopes alive. But for the moment, let's bring you the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
This is ABC News with David Rowlands. New South Wales Chief Health Officer Kerry Chant says she's very grateful that more Pfizer vaccines will be delivered to the state shortly. Australia is set to receive an extra 1 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine from Poland. Dr Chan says the doses allocated to New South Wales will be used in a targeted way to help bring the current COVID outbreak in Sydney's west and southwest under control.
We need to use that vaccine in a very targeted way. We are targeting it to the younger age groups because we know that they are the predominantly driving the spread.
Another 4 people have died from coronavirus in New South Wales, including a woman in her 50s. The state has recorded 415 new community-transmitted COVID cases in the 24 hours to 8 o'clock last night. At least 35 people were in the community for part or all of their infectious period. The New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council says the COVID lockdown is hard for the small town of Walgett in the state's west. There are 42 cases in the region, mostly around Dubbo. Council chairwoman and Walgett resident Ann Dennis says people are getting tested with fears about the growing number of cases.
The rest of the town is really quiet, but there's a real eerie sense of the COVID virus is present and people trying to stay safe and in lockdown.
Victorian health authorities say the increasing number of mystery cases in the state continues to be of significant concern. The state has recorded 25 new cases today. Of the new infections, 21 are linked to known cases and 4 are under investigation. The health department says 12 people were in quarantine for their entire infectious period. Victoria's COVID testing commander, Jerome Weimar, says there's a lot more work to be done to get on top of the clusters.
What we're really seeing is that this outbreak is now not just concentrated to the western suburbs. And my call out today is, if you're living in Melbourne, you are potentially at risk from this virus and where it's spreading to.
The Western Australian government is warning the exemption for travel from New South Wales on compassionate grounds may be reconsidered if the outbreak there continues to worsen. Kian Burke has the story.
From Tuesday, New South Wales will move to a high-risk category. But if the average number of new cases each day starts to exceed 500, the state could be moved to extreme risk. That would limit entry to WA to people carrying out certain Commonwealth, state or specialist functions. But the government has also warned the pathway for travel on compassionate grounds may be jeopardised by the worsening situation. A spokesperson told the ABC that pathway may not always be in place and that border controls can change rapidly.
The Prime Minister says Australia is working quickly to respond to the increasing threat posed by the Taliban's advance in Afghanistan. RAAF planes are expected to arrive in Kabul as early as this week to begin evacuating Australian workers, as well as Afghan interpreters who served alongside Australian troops. Scott Morrison won't comment specifically on those plans, but says the situation in Afghanistan is being treated as a top priority.
What I can assure you is this task has the utmost urgency and priority of the government, and of course has been considered at the highest levels of the government yesterday, and we're in very constant engagement with our allies and partners as part of that broader effort.
The Taliban has today taken Afghanistan's key eastern city of Jalalabad without a fight. Another earthquake has struck the Haiti region hours after a major quake killed more than 300 people in the country's southwest. The European Mediterranean Seismological Centre says the second quake was of magnitude 5.9. A state of emergency has been declared in the Caribbean nation following the earlier magnitude 7.2 quake. Towns have been destroyed and hospitals are overwhelmed with the injured. Ivory Coast has declared its first outbreak of the Ebola virus in over 25 years. The BBC's Sophie Glass-Ryan has more.
The 18-year-old woman at the centre of this outbreak travelled to Ivory Coast by road from Guinea and entered Abidjan 3 days ago. She was admitted to hospital with a fever and is now receiving treatment. It's the first case of Ebola, a severe and often fatal illness, in the West African nation since 1994. Dr. Matshidiso Moeti of the World Health Organization said the new outbreak was of immense concern because it has appeared in the densely populated city of Abidjan, which has over 4 million inhabitants.
You're up to date with ABC News.
You little ripper!
Hey, Kurt.
Hey, another world record!
Hang on a sec. Who are you talking to?
No one. Gold for Australia!
Oh, the Olympics. What did we win?
No, mate, nothing yet. I'm just warming up. The main event starts when the Paralympics start.
Oh, I see. Just how have they pulled that off?
See? You'll get the hang of it.
Catch You Little Ripper with Kurt Fernley and Georgie Tunney, your daily Paralympics podcast. Find it wherever you get your pods.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Yumi Steins as she delves into taboo topics in Ladies We Need to Talk.
If I straightened my hair, I was fitting in, and if I didn't, then I was suddenly sort of a Black Panther or something.
Or immerse yourself in the life of someone else in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
I remember hearing this tremendous roar, and then the boat was literally picked up and thrown upside down.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Tracker, nice mark over Davis. Turns, kicks into centre square. All alone there is Spargo. Marks, shakes the kick to half forward. Fritsch got there on the hop. Rolls around, trying to get back onto his left boot. Eventually does, shoots and goals.
Dilthorpe kicks towards McAdam on 50. This time he clinches it and marks it right on 50. Took a lot of hard work for Adelaide to get it to here. Feeds it round the back to Seedsman. A long kick from 52. It's not a bad effort. It's got there. Smith able to fend off one and then another. Hand pass around the line. Sloane gathers. Hand pass to Murphy. Tries to screw it back. Didn't get much purchase on it. Oliver underneath. Spills out to Lynch. Hand pass to McKay. Into the open goal, and Adelaide have their third. Ozzie Pickett from 55 just puts it to the top of the goal square. Fritsch was removed out of it by Rory Sloane. Advantage is taken. Christian Petrarca, thank you very much, kicks it into the second tier. That's a gift if ever you've seen one.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time of the MCG, Melbourne leading Adelaide by 21 points, 7-4-46 to the Crows, 3-7-25. And despite the endeavour and intent from the young Crows, Melbourne are doing what they need to do in front of goal to have a handy little buffer at the main break. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Brett Delidio and Luke Ball are your experts, and Mitch Cleary down the boundary. The match down in Geelong has just got underway in the last 10 minutes or so. The Bombers making the early runnings 2 straight 12 to the Gold Coast Suns yet to score. So goals through Jake Stringer and Archie Perkins. The Bombers looking to stay inside the finals hunt, and of course the final match of the round, the West Coast Eagles taking on the Dockers in Derby number 53. Yes. 11 straight, isn't it? The Eagles way. Corby's got a mouthful. I'm being very cruel to him on radio. That's almost the ultimate sin. Mitch Cleary joins us, of course, on the boundary. A lot to work our way through, Mitch. Match review, any findings yet?
No, it hasn't yet dropped, Clinchy, but it's a nervous couple of hours ahead for Tom Hawkins with that tackle, that dangerous tackle on Darragh Joyce yesterday. Darragh Joyce was subbed out of the game with concussion, so you would think Michael Christian, if he's true to what has happened earlier this year, that would be deemed high impact, careless conduct, and high impact, high contact, given it was the head that made contact with the ground. So if you throw all that into the matrix, it would spit out as a 2-week ban, just like Nick Holman got earlier this year for his tackle that left Mitch Duncan concussed. Now, that previous one, the Suns took to the tribunal. They got it overturned because they were able to argue that Nick Holman was just acting reasonably like any other player and any other chase-down tackle. If that is the case and it turns out the same way, you'd expect Geelong would be lodging that challenge within moments of the match review officer handing down his findings.
Is that not just a waste of time?
Well, that's the thing. So right now there's this big gap between what happens with Chriso, the match review officer, and the tribunal. It's something that's going to need to be addressed in the off-season. I think with Steve Hocking's replacement, it might be one of the first agenda items for the new footy boss.
Yeah, because he's putting it through the guidelines, Chris. Now, he still can make the call whether it was an excessive action or a careless action. But other than that, he's beholden to the guidelines. And then, you're right, Lids, it feels like it drags out a process that could be knocked on the head. But then it's over to the tribunal to decide whether it was reasonable or not. And you'd think that Geelong would very much point to the precedents, wouldn't they? If that happens.
Is it going to be worse for Hawkins that the ball had gone, as opposed to in Holman and Duncan's example, where he still had possession as the tackle started?
Potentially, and that comes into that whether he acted reasonably or acted unreasonably in the situation. So I would think, and Michael Christian has shown, we saw with Toby Green last week, he's acting on precedents, Michael Christian. If he's going to continue to stay consistent with what happens this year, that is 2 weeks by the letter of the law, and it goes to tribunal, and the Cats look at clearing Tom Hawkins for what would be round 23 and the first final.
So now we can't bump, we can't tackle, we can't fend.
Yeah.
So if you...
Not unless you want to be culpable for the action.
Well, that's exactly right.
And Crusoe's following precedents, and the tribunal isn't interested in any previous incidents. So anyway, it's a bit of a rabbit hole if we go down there. Round 23, any confirmation yet as to what we might be looking at?
Not exactly just yet, but it looks like all signs pointing towards the Western Bulldogs hosting Port Adelaide at Docklands on Friday night. That is a massive game. The Dogs needing to win that to guarantee their spot in the top four. Brisbane are breathing down their neck for the double chance clinchy. So we'll wait and hear in coming days. I heard Chris Scott speaking post-match saying we should know by now what happens with this pre-finals bye. Gillon McLachlan, AFL Chief Executive, saying this week they're happy to make the call right up until a day or two out from round 23 as to whether the bye between the end of the home and away season and the first week of finals is scrapped or not. I think the clubs are being conditioned pretty well now that the bye before that finals will be scrapped and thrown out.
And obviously a dirty day for the Blues yesterday, losing by 95 points to Port Adelaide. There is speculation surrounding Eddie Betts as to whether he might announce his retirement, and of course the Carlton review, which we're all waiting to find out what that means.
Saw Eddie Betts waving to the Adelaide Oval crowd last night, suggesting that it would be his last game at the venue, so you would think he'd be hanging up the boots in coming days. I just think anything around David Teague and Eddie Betts and their decision on their future was just held off for a week, given Mark Murphy was playing his 300th and final game. Clubs are pretty good at holding these announcements to give the limelight required to a player like Mark Murphy. So I'd expect a decision on Eddie Betts tomorrow. The Blues external review has landed on Thursday. The board has had that for a couple of days. I think we might know a little bit more on what David Teague's future looks like in the next few days as well.
It'd be a tough plane trip back.
Oh, horrible.
Mark Murphy's 300th.
Yeah.
Put in an effort like that. Coach under fire.
Can't do much about it. Have to go home, probably isolate and just sink it and dwell on it yourself. That'd be the pits.
Remember doing a game, Port Adelaide played GWS at the Sydney Showgrounds, and Matty Primus was coaching against Kevin Sheedy. It was a milestone for Sheeds, and they lost by a big margin, and no one would look you in the eye, and you just... Yeah, everyone knew what was going to happen as a result of it, but it's just, the tension is so bad.
Hopefully they were able to, at some stage, celebrate the career of Mark. It's another number one draft pick like yourself, Lids. 300 games is a huge effort, isn't it? So
massive.
Not the way you would have liked to have finished. Sometimes that happens, though, doesn't it? Sometimes you just have a shocker.
He got pumped in his 200th too, I think.
Oh, did he?
From what I was reading earlier today, so he hasn't a great run.
I know last year was different, obviously, because of the pandemic, and we played so many games in unusual spots in non-traditional footy markets, but boy, it's going to be weird next week for the Carlton situation. If it is Eddie Betts' last game, the game's going to be played in Melbourne against the Giants. There's not going to be a soul there. Alistair Clarkson bids farewell as coach of Hawthorn. Sean Burgoyne, these champions of the game that It's not going to be the same in front of no crowds, and I know we can sort of get into that debate about where the finals should be played, but it's going to be a really soulless experience, I imagine, next weekend with players finishing up and coaches and no one being there.
And I think the big topic heading into next week will be where the grand final is to be played. Still, all signs pointing towards it leaving Victoria, given the situation.
When do they have to make a call, Mitch?
I think last year, looking at it, they made it 7 or 8 weeks out that it was going to be played at the Gabba, but we had so much more certainty around the COVID situation. The teams, most of them were based up there, so let's see where it heads, but not looking good for Melbourne.
Good on you, Mitch. Yeah, Chris Scott's not happy about not knowing whether the bye is going to take place before the finals, let alone where the finals going to be held. Mitch Cleary joining us on the boundary. Players are in position. We're ready to get the second half underway. It's Melbourne leading Adelaide by 21 points.
Crows led this game earlier by 6 points. Had 7 of the first 8 scoring shots, and from there it's been all the Demons. They've kicked 6 of the last 8 goals. In the middle of the ground, it's Gawn who whacks it away from Melbourne. Now there's a pack which forms just away from the centre circles, and we'll have another ball up. Tom Duday, the last man up with a footy, locked up after all of that. Gawn goes at it again. Palms it down. Oliver extracts it as he so often does. Davis tackled, dispossessed, spills to Petrarca. High up and under, kicks to centre half forward. D's to the city end in the third term. No mark, falls down to Melksham. Hand pass inside 50. Fritsch knocks it in front of him, then gathers possession. Hand pass out to half forward to Langdon. Kicks inside 50. Oh, Murray in from the side. Got a bit of leverage on Cozzy Pickett. And Nick Murray takes a superb grab in the defensive 50 for Adelaide.
It's a beauty, isn't it?
You're able to hang on, come down pretty heavily.
Hit the ground hard.
One of their 8 debutants this year for Adelaide, Nick Murray. As he kicks out towards the wing, slowing the target, Fritsch knocks it out of play. A superb grab. Heavy landing as the lads outlined as well. A 21-point lead for Melbourne, 7-4 to 3-7. First 70 seconds into the third term.
Still 2 straight 12. Essendon leading the Gold Coast Suns 2 behinds down in Geelong. Thrown back in. Gawn wins down the tap. Trying to get it to Langdon. Strawn got in the middle. Langdon becomes the tackler. And the umpire will throw it up. Grant from St Kilda. Can Lids and Bullies see any genuine future in these young Crows? I think that's more of a plea than the question. Can you sell some positivity?
Absolutely. Yeah, we might we'll take that on advisement. Maybe at 3/4 time go through a few of them. I reckon there's plenty of promise there.
Keys is claiming that it came off Salem's boot and out of bounds on the fall. The boundary up on the field umpire just conferring. Keys has the footy in his hands. He thinks it's a lay down misère. Eventually he loses, has to retreat back to the boundary umpire for a throw in.
Good call. Looking on the replays. It was socket into Salem's shins, but little crowd catch, just bounced once before going over the boundary line. From the throw-in, Sloan, first touch for Adelaide, hand pass to Seedsman to Keys. He gives it to Murray inside the centre square, kicks to centre half forward. Hibbert and Smith both collide in the air from opposite directions. Ball spills down to Fogarty, hand pass away to Laird, kicks across the half forward line, McPherson marks, hand pass to Lynch, pokes the pass in front of Thilthorpe, diving effort, can't complete it. Hibbert's back up. Got possession in the back pocket. Hand pass to Bowie. Hooks the kick out to halfback. The ball runs towards the boundary. McPherson keeps it alive. Straightens up with the kick. And Duday marking just forward of the wing for Adelaide. Smith still a little sore. Centre half back for Melbourne.
Duday veers out to the right and then kicks inside 50. Fogarty the target from behind. Clinches it over the top of Hibbert. Darcy Fogarty in the left forward pocket. Will kick from about 35 metres out.
It's a good mark, wasn't it? Yeah. Really good run and jump at that. I thought Hibbert had his name all over that coming across the front of the pack, but I said, no, this one's mine, the big fella.
That's where you can get Lever too, isn't it? We know he likes to zone off and give space. Just didn't put any body on Darcy Fogarty then. Allowed him the free jump and very sticky hands.
He's kicked it behind so far. Fogarty, they need him to try and step up. Fires on
kick.
Goal. That's a good kick. Aiming it at the right goalpost, and it just drifted nicely straight through the middle. So Adelaide struck first in the second half, which is 3 minutes old. Closed the margin back to 15 points Melbourne's way, 7-4-46 to the Adelaide Crows, 4-7-31.
It was a really nice start for the Crows, and just watching Michael Hibbert go back with the flight, just tracking it. And
good for both of them, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Smith,
good
Smith
commitment. Coming back the other way. Hibbert bounces up. He's built like the brick proverbial, but Certainly, Smith's still feeling the wears, isn't he? He's
sore.
He's a little bit sore after that one, but
watch Lever here. That's the one where he's just got. I mean, he's had a fantastic year, hasn't he? But that's opposition teams who will have Melbourne in their sights over the next month. I'll do a fair bit of work on that. If you can isolate and expose the fact that he likes to zone off a bit, there are opportunities there.
Gawn favoured by the bounce, palms it down to Oliver, gets a kick as he's being tackled, still inside the centre square. Strawn grabs it away from Sloan O'Rain into the big man. The kick down to half forward for Adelaide. McKay had it, lost it in the tackle. Hibbert off half back for Melbourne. Hand pass meant for Smith, he went without it. Fogarty collects, hand pass to Scholl. Short kick ends up with Hibbert, it's not 15. Hand pass back out of the defensive arc, ends up with McPherson again to Lynch. Goes inside 50. Waiting there, McHenry comes up with it, takes on the tackler. Hand pass to McKay, away to Murphy, shoots goalward, and Murphy off a single step puts it through. And all of a sudden, Adelaide have kicked 4 of the last 5, either side of half-time. Melbourne's lead cut to 9. 5 played, third term. Melbourne 7-4-46, Adelaide 5-7-37. And Lockie Murphy, the lefty, kicks his first of the day.
Great finish, wasn't it? He didn't even look. We know he's got that capability, but it was just strong play. McHenry stood up in a tackle. Good hands. McKay, quick hands. Beating Melbourne at their own game there. That was a really good, strong play. And Lockie Murphy, gee whiz, that's a no-looker from 35 on the wrong side for a left footer. Well done, the Crows. Again, Melbourne coming out in this second half thinking they were hoping that they were going to get a nice, easy run through to next week. The Crows have said, no, you're going to have to roll your sleeves up and get to work.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Melbourne got out by 28 points in the second quarter. Back to single digits. Gawn wins down the tap. Gets it to Petrarca. Enough time and space to turn around and kick inside 50. Pick it up early. That had to be a free kick.
Wow, that was early.
What was the old leapfrog where you try and jump over someone? He got right on the shoulders and hung for a minute or two. A moment or two, perhaps. Adelaide taken through the middle of the ground. Sloan looks to work it towards half forward. McKay taken out of it illegally by Lever. Adelaide want to take the advantage through Jones. Kicks inside the 50. McAdam on the lead. Marks on his chest. Good decision in the end.
It was a nice kick inside from Murphy, wasn't it? He took the advantage. Lever did his best to try and hold up play, make it a really strong body spoil. And Murphy just plays on.
Well, they're giving a side on how you beat Melbourne, aren't they? Yeah. Again, it was the change of directions through the corridor. Sloan, again, exposing the zoning Melbourne defenders.
Shane McAdam has one, kicking for his second from directly in front. He's got it. And Adelaide have got 3 in 7 minutes. All of a sudden, it's a 3-point ball game. Melbourne yet to come out of the room since half-time. They're slow out of the blocks. Adelaide 6-7-43, closed the gap. Melbourne 7-4-46.
Yeah, that's how you beat them, Lids. In terms of ball movement, if you go up and down the line all day, with or without Stephen May, the Melbourne team defence will just pick you off. So be bold. It was a change of direction. As I said, the kick inside, Sloan, got the overlap run.
You've got to be brave, don't you? You've got to be willing to pull the trigger and almost make a mistake to keep them accountable. If you don't, you play boring, safe footy, you go long down the line. Lever will pick that off all day. Petty the same, but May when he's back in there. But you be brave and have a crack at your kicks, which is what they've seen so far, then you can open them up.
They give you a chance, don't they?
Yep.
That's right.
Joel Smith, after that collision with Michael Hibbert, is now off the ground. We'll get Mitch to keep an eye on that. So did stay out there momentarily, but he's hit the bench. Back in the middle, Gawn wins the tap. Keys first possession, but they're retreating. Gives it to Schonberg. Tackled, dispossessed. Ball spits out. Neil Bullen went without it. Sloan, hand pass away to Murray. Kicks out to halfback. Seedsman and Langdon wrestle for it. Langdon collects. Gets through. Tremendous stuff. Ed Langdon kicks to the top of the goal square for Melbourne. Petrarca onto it. Petrarca in the goal square bangs it through. He's second of the day. They both come from the goal line. And Melbourne stop the bleeding for the time being. 9 played, third term. Margin back to 9 points Melbourne's way. 8-4-52. Adelaide 6-7-43. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio.
Wow, young Benny Davis just allowed him goal side, didn't he, Ball? He didn't do his work enough early. You know he's a bull, Christian Petrarca. The last place you want to be is behind him running back towards goal. Had to get a body on him there. Just missed his opportunity. I think Tommy Duday as well probably could have helped him out a little. Worst case, you just got to hit a body. Get him off the line of the footy. Don't allow him just to run and trail. I understand he's about 97 kilos, so he's a hard man to shift, but just got to be strong enough and not allow them to run into that open goal, because it undoes a little bit of that good work that they've just been able to do.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Joel Smith has come from the ground, but just getting work done on both quads, just a standard massage, doesn't look to be in too much discomfort.
Back in the middle of the ground, Strawn up against Jackson, one down the tap. Got it to Schomburg with a hand pass to Keys, back edge of the centre square. Kicks long towards half forward, Lever backpedaling. Provided the loose in defence to take the intercepting mark. Gets to his feet and wants to move it quickly. Looks out to the members' wing where Cozzy Pickett has 20 metres of free space. Adelaide look to close it quickly. He looks towards half forward. Petrarca leads up to the footy. Marks on his chest. Edge of the centre square, inside 50. Didn't get to Neil Bullen. Laird with a crucial touch. Duday was worked out of it. Little tap. Melcham behind his legs. A chance for Davis for Adelaide. Gets it to Laird. Clearing kick over the head of Keys. Brayshaw becomes the tackler on Keys as he can't keep it in play. 55 metres out from Melbourne's goal at the city end of the MCG.
He's got moving a bit, Petrarca, hasn't he? 4 possessions in the last couple of minutes. Might be time just to put a bit of work into him.
Saw Geelong senior players yesterday, Mark Bledsoe, Joel Selwood, just addressing the group at half-time and again before they came off the ground, before the coach spoke to them, or quarter-time yesterday for Geelong. Angus Brayshaw led the chat right on the stroke of half-time with Melbourne before they disappeared down the race. Just a stern chat amongst the players. From the boundary throw-in, Laird gets a kick down the line. It's out of play again, so a throw-in on the wing.
I reckon he might have been saying, let's use the width of the ground, boys. I'm out here on the wing and have not sighted it.
Absolutely. Just the 3 touches for Angus so far as the fat side winger from the boundary throw-in. Jackson grabs it out of the ruck, tackled, hand push straight to Keys. Adelaide onto it, up over halfway. McAdam one way then the other, hands it to Murphy, kicks inside the forward 50. Fogarty and Petty let his man go and took the mark. And Harrison Petty, what a year he's having, marks in the back pocket for Melbourne.
Slotted in nicely to the roll. Adam Tomlinson had in defence, sends it long towards Gawn, hard against the boundary, got rid of Murray and then dropped the mark. You could hear the scream of frustration from Big Max, having done all the hard work but couldn't hang on to the mark.
Was it right in front of Mitch Cleary on the boundary? Mitch, what did he say?
Just a big R, and it was right in front of our effects mic that we've got sitting front row. It's one of the beauties of having complete access to the MCG.
Silthorpe took it out of the ruck for Adelaide, kicks inside 50, Fogarty in front. Takes the mark in front of Petty. Darcy Fogarty with a chance once more to answer back for the Crows.
He just sung his praises, Corbs. Yeah, Harrison Petty, his ability to leave his man and take the mark. Well, got caught out there, and Fogarty just front position. He got the big backside in front. Just held him off. A nice mark in the end. Good contested mark.
Taking his full 30 seconds as well. 22 goals, 10 for the season. Adelaide fans know what this player can become. Fogarty to keep the good times rolling for Adelaide. He steers it straight through the middle. Fogarty with his second. Adelaide closed the gap again to 3 points Melbourne's way. 8-4-52 to the Crows 7-7-49. Adelaide in a heartbeat of 13 minutes of this third term have kicked 4 goals to 1.
I'm just watching Max Gawn, who's been resting deep forward, walk back into the centre bounce lids, because it's been around the stoppages, and that time it was Riley Thilthorpe, so not necessarily a known ruckman, but he just outworked Luke Jackson there and took clean possession, belted the ball forward, knew he had one-on-ones ahead of the footy, and Darcy Fogarty was good enough. 7-2 clearances, so very much on top in that department, the Crows. That gives you the best chance, obviously, to get the ball forward and try and trap the ball inside your forward line, so been really impressive. Plus 10 across the day too, Crows, so even without the known number one ruckman.
Adelaide haven't led since the 17-minute mark of the opening term. Gawn wins it down to Oliver, kicks inside 50. Duday marks as a free behind all of that, and Bailey Fritsch is going to get it. Centre half forward, 35 out, straight in front.
Against Jake Kelly, must put his arms around him, did he?
Yeah, gee whiz, Matty Nix doesn't like it. Again, it wasn't much in it.
Jake Kelly looked a little confused as to what the actual call was about.
Yeah, well, I was watching the umpire lids. He didn't even make an action.
Right.
There's the slightest of tugs on the jumper, and sometimes that's all I need to see, isn't it? But that's who this will hurt.
Bailey Fritsch straight in front. He kicks goalward. He's got it. And that's 100 for him as a demon. Puts him through. And as a result, Melbourne moved to 9-4-58. Adelaide 7-7-49. 14 played third term. He's second of the day. Just the 76th man in Melbourne's history to kick 100 goals for the club.
There you go. Doesn't miss many, does he? It was.
He did early, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Early this season, he was shaky.
Bit yippy. Yeah.
Had the yips, didn't he? Want to give them off.
Oh, gee whiz. There's not much in that. Just having a look at it. It was Kelly using his strength, really. Maybe a slightest tug of the jumper or the arm around, but gee, it hurts, doesn't it, when you think of the penalty. We spoke about clearances. It was gone down to Oliver in the centre bounce, so they sensed that they needed to get moving in there. And yeah, a lucky one there for Bailey Fritsch, but good enough to kick the goal.
Melbourne's second of the term. Adelaide kicked 4 of the last 6 goals of the match. The margin back to 9 points Melbourne's way. Bounce back in the middle. Strawn tries to go early against Gawn. Can't quite clear the area though. Laird had a go at it. Couldn't get boots a ball as he was tackled. And the umpire will circle and ball it up. Quarter time in Geelong. The Suns with the last 2 goals of the match. They're 2-2-14. Likewise with the Bombers. There is an ABC call of that game available via the AFL app if you want to tune in. We'll try and keep you across it. Gawn with the clearance, kicks towards the 50. Fritsch going back with the flight, couldn't take the mark. Duday gathered, tackled by Jordan. Ball comes clear. A chance still for Melbourne right at the top of the 50. They scrap for it.
Going to ping him.
They are going to penalise the player at the very bottom, which is Tom Sparrow. And Rory Sloane's going to take the free kick on the defensive 50 arc.
So the Adelaide captain goes back and across. Kelly marks back flank. Long kick towards McHenry. He's outsized against Lever. Gave him a nudge and takes the mark. Nice work, Ned McHenry. Hand pass off his knees to Seedsman. Kicks to centre half forward. Fogarty can't mark. Spills down to Rivers. His hand pass was meant for Hibberd. Becomes the tackler on Lynch. Still trying to get it out off his knees. In the end, it's taken away by Sparrow. Hand pass to Spargo. Now back to Rivers. Rivers kicks out to the southern wing. Brown there in a one-on-one with Butts. The ball hits the ground. Butts overruns it. Brown collects. Tries to swing a hand pass away. It's stolen by Butts. Adelaide back with it, southern wing. Sloane to Laird. Short kick. And he finds McAdam, who marks just forward of the southern wing. D's by 9 points. 16 played third term.
Couple of goals for Shane McAdam as he goes short around the boundary line. Scholl has it still at right half forward. McHenry's free, shorter than that to Laird. Tackled by Jordan, not 15, and the umpire will throw it up. 55 metres out from Adelaide's goal at the Punt Road end. Melbourne leading by 9 points. 17 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. Thrown up, Gawn and Strawn. Umpire says free kick Melbourne's way, advantage taken. Bowie kicks into the middle of the ground over the head of Petrarca. Racing back with Kelly, clears those two. Duday ran down by Fritsch, laid the tackle, holding the ball. Bailey Fritsch had taken in the middle of the MCG.
So here he is alongside the centre circles. Fritsch looks for Cozzy and Pickett takes the mark. He plays on immediately. Kicks to an unguarded goal square. Needs a kind bounce, doesn't get it. And the behind for Pickett. Melbourne 9-5, Adelaide 7-7, D's by 10. 18 played, third quarter.
Ben Brown was on the lead, not probably the key forward to give a small forward a bake. Decided to go for goal. As Jones brings the Adelaide Crows back into play. Works it to Kelly and back to Jones, up to Duday, who takes the mark at left half back for the Crows. Looks to play on and veer out to the right. Looking for Thilthorpe across from the side. Petty. Off hands McHenry. Trying to work it forward to Thilthorpe. Knocked it onto Seedsman. Feeds a hand pass around the boundary line to Murphy. Great hand pass inboard to Laird. Adelaide moving it forward now. McHenry doubles back trying to find a way past the tackler. All the way back to Thilthorpe on the wing and now to Seedsman. Off a step. Kicks towards the 50. Lever underneath. Great courage. As Murphy came in late trying to knock him off balance. Lever was up to the task and takes the mark. Into the middle of the ground to Sparrow and now to Jordan.
Jordan links up with Petrarca up over halfway. There's no one back. He kicks as deep as he can. Shanks it off the boot. Bounces in the back pocket. Duday first one back for Adelaide. Hand pass away to Butts. Spears his kick and Chase Jones marks. Back flank. 10-point lead for Melbourne.
Both teams lacking a bit of composure, aren't they, Lids, with that last kick inside 50 at the moment. End-to-end stuff.
Gee, Jones pulls the trigger. This is what Adelaide love to do inside the centre square to Sloan. Marks, hand pass to McKay. Kicks up for Lynch. Can't control the half volley. Spargo for Melbourne. Hand pass to Gawn, takes the advantage, kicks to a dangerous one-on-one. Oliver the target, comes out to Bowie. Feeds a hand pass forward to Brayshaw. Some indecision, hands it back to Gawn with a sweeping hand pass. At half forward, lifts it over to Jackson. Swings a hand pass inboard to Petrarca. Kicks to the goal line. Perfect placement. And Pickett takes the mark 5 metres out, just right of centre. He'll play on, he'll snap, and he's got it. Beautiful team goal for the Demons. Cozzy Pickett on the end of it. And Melbourne back out by 16. As we go into time on in the third term, Melbourne 10-5-65. Adelaide 7-7-49. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio, Grandstand AFL.
It's not pretty, is it, Lids? I just finished saying that both teams, it's end-to-end because both teams can't hit that money kick inside 50. And not the usual suspects involved there. Big Maxi Gaunt showed his opponent a clean pair of heels. Jackson involved, but when it's Petrarca kicking inside 50, it's usually a pretty good result.
Generous.
Yeah, usually.
If that was Brendan Goddard sitting there in that chair, he would be.
Yeah, I don't know if the stats back you up, Paulie.
BJ, yeah, exactly. BJ was.
He could kick it.
He could kick it, but it's the old one. The more years go by when you finish playing,
the better you
all
get.
of a sudden he was 100% kicking. I mean, seriously.
Well, who's going to pull that up?
That was a beautiful kick from Petrarca.
That one was.
Just landed in young Cozzy's lap.
Cheer out of Brendan Goddard, who no doubt would be on dad duties this afternoon listening into us. Back in the middle of the ground, Gawn knocked off balance, Strawn won it down to Sloan. Quick kick inside the 50. McAdam races onto it, tackled immediately by Lever. Spills out to Tom Lynch, snaps on goal and puts it through. Great finish on the left. Adelaide answers straight back. Melbourne's lead cut back to 10. Adelaide in this third term, they've had all sorts of attacking options. 5 goals to 3. And the Demons 10-5-65 to Adelaide, who continue to keep challenging, 8-7-55.
Well, they're hanging around, aren't they, Bawley? They're certainly not going away, making Melbourne earn everything at the moment. A bit fortuitous and, with pretty good pressure there from Jake Lever, ability just dropped off Tom Lynch, give him half a sniff.
Yeah, nice kick.
That's what he's been able to do for a lot of years, Tom Lynch, make the most of his opportunities. Sharpshooter around goals. A real conduit forward, Dimmer used to call those sort of players, real link player.
Centre bounce work from the Crows again. Sloan having a good quarter. He's up to 7 for the quarter.
So back to 10. Melbourne still lead it. Adelaide led by 6 early. Melbourne had it out by as many as 28. As Keys hovering over the footy, he was then tackled without it. Gawn wrapped him up, took him to ground. And we'll get the free kick, Ben Keys. Sporting the glove on his left hand. Isn't that a dying fad in the game? We don't see too many players rock the glove anymore.
I don't think you're allowed to, are you? Unless you've got an injury.
Medical exemption.
Yeah, I'm going to hope and assume that he does. That's a bad hand or finger.
No reason for that then. As he sends a kick down to half forward. Phil Thorpe takes the mark, kicks to Lynch, the goal kicker from moments ago. Beautiful kick to Dave McKay. Marks centre half forward. He wants to kick it out wide into the pocket for some reason, and Scholl takes the mark. In the sunshine, shielding his eyes from the sun. And now he's about 25 out on a really tight angle, right half forward.
Yeah,
not sure about that
choice, Dave. Yeah, that's a 200-game player, not backing his leg in. He's usually a beautiful kick too, Dave McKay. It's a tough chance now.
So Scholl, the Medi sub, moves in, right peg against the boundary line. Can he finish the work? He can't. In the end, he's lucky to sneak in it behind. So a minor score. Odd move. Melbourne by 9. Time on third quarter.
A couple of the most famous glove wearers are probably teammates of yours, Paulie. Nick Maxwell, or one, Trav Cloak.
Cloakey, he's the reason that got outlawed, Cloakey, that sticky thing that he used to wear.
Grippo on the glove?
No, it was an NFL glove that you just couldn't drop him.
It's probably a follow-up. I'm going to leave that. Salem long out of defence. Jackson gets the free kick at half-back.
Going back, I reckon Gary Ablett Senior
wore
a few of them, didn't he? I reckon he wore 2 at some stage.
Jackson feeds the hand pass to Hibbert, who's going to go wider still on the southern wing to Salem. Now to Petrarca, who's got more involved in this third quarter. Yeah, Matty Richardson is a good suggestion. Mitch Cleary on the boundary. 0437 774 774.
G-Train.
Yep. Petrarca with the kick on the southern wing, long towards Jackson at the top of the 50. Worked it down to Melcham off the outside of the boot. McKay going back. Had to sit underneath the swirling ball and takes the mark in front of Jordan. Inside the defensive arc for the Crows.
I know people in Perth will be screaming about Quentin Lynch.
Yeah,
yep.
of course.
The old glove throw.
Old teammate, Lynchy.
Yeah.
Dave McKay off half-back, kicks to the outer wing. Lynch low down his ankles, picks it up, hands it to Strawn. His handball looking for McKay. Had a little fumble, now tackled, and Oliver just steals a footy from him. Stands up with it, hacks a kick to centre half forward. Jones back with the flight, can't complete the mark. Gives it to McPherson, he's mowed down. Tackle from Fritsch, loose ball half forward from Melbourne. Neil Bullen has a fumble, pack forms around him. McPherson goes back, extracts it again. Jones standing over it, dispossessed. Now Neil Bullen's gang tackled, and after all that, we'll have a ball up. Centre half forward for Melbourne. The shadows just lengthening. Most of the ground now in the shadows. 25 played third term. Melbourne by 9.
Out of the clearance. A chance for Strawn, who hacks it out onto the southern wing. Lynch races after it, gets there first. Quick 1-2 with Scholl. Little dribbling kick to Sloan, missed him. Neil Bullen gathers, broke the Sloan tackle. Hand pass to Cozzy Pickett. Turns back on his left, sends it wide to Hibbert, who marks 70 metres out from goal at the city end. Looks to play on, veers around to the left, kicks inside the 50. Jackson, the target, up with one arm, pulls in the mark. Not sure he fully had control of that, but somehow managed to nestle it from his hand to his underpit and then the footy in his chest.
He got a little leg up there from Bailey Fritsch and might have just rolled down his arm back into his lap, which is, I don't think the umpire could have seen it, but this is the impressive stuff that this big boy can do. The ability to not only help out in the ruck, but then to go forward and to kick goals, hit the scoreboard regularly. It's what would be most pleasing, I think, for Simon Goodwin and his coaches.
The young Western Australian, the favourite for the Rising Star Award, Luke Jackson. He's kicked multiples on 3 occasions so far this season. Make that 4 as he sends it straight through the middle with the arms outreached as his teammates come to celebrate. Melbourne have seen off the Adelaide challenge for the moment in this third term to restore a 15-point advantage. 11-5-71 to the Crows, 8-8-56. 26 minutes gone, third term.
Puts himself in good positions, doesn't he? That's what I like. He likes launching at the ball. He really commands the footy, wants it kicked to him.
Doesn't catch everything just yet, but I reckon once he gets a bit stronger, a bit more confident. Early this year, he was flying for a heap and not quite hanging on, but he started to add that to his repertoire, being able to catch it and then to finish as well. Like, there's a lot of guys that can catch it down there, but we've seen them that size be a little bit shaky in the front of the big sticks.
Do you think he'll be more valuable as a forward than a ruck?
Yeah, not sure. I think they've stumbled across a perfect setup with him and Gawn, haven't they? Both with the ability to rest forward.
Bit of a unicorn.
Yeah.
Melbourne with 3 of the last 4 after Adelaide got within 3 points. The D's have led this game by as many as 28 as Oliver to Salem out the middle. Hand pass into the path to Harms. The 1-2 with Melcham. Back to Harms on the run from 45. Not quite. And an effort on the goal line as Fritsch went up to take the hanger. Crashes into the goalpost. There's a couple down as well as looks like Chase Jones also face down on the turf at the moment. In fact, it's Jake Kelly who's down there, the opponent for Fritsch.
James Harms just repaying Charlie Spargo for his burn earlier. Had a chance just to pop one over the top to him and said, "Nah, mate, I'm having a ping here."
So Kelly was backing back to defend. Fritsch was leaping up. Looks like he got a knee sort of high in his back while Fritsch just ran straight into the post. The trainers are out to both of them.
Jones long to half back for Adelaide. Thilthorpe, an impressive mark. Hand pass to Butts, who kicks around the boundary line, and Lynch has it. Centre of the Great Southern Stand wing. Inboard he comes on the 45 to Thilthorpe.
Oh, Riley.
Who wants to switch play, looking for McPherson. It won't get there. Spargo takes the intercepting mark for Melbourne. Harms streaming past, ignores him. Ignores initially Fritsch and now does honour him. It's not 15. So Bailey swings onto the left and puts it just to the goal line. I think it got there. They're just going to confirm upstairs. Tom Duday right on the goal line. Thought he might have had the mark, but I think we might find this is a cross.
Interesting that Jake Kelly was in the hands of the trainers that then could see the quick turnover.
I think Bailey Fritsch was the more impressive recovery when the ball was coming inside 50.
Yeah, the more
Lazarus, he was back into it.
The less surprising, but geez, if you're Jake Kelly, you're going, "Hey Riley, big Riley, are you really going to roll onto your left across half back and kick a 50-metre centering ball to a 50-50. I was about to give him a big pump up, Riley Thilthorpe, looking so good when he's at full stretch on the lead, isn't he? But
got the camera on the post, working beautifully here. So Tom Duday was over the line as he claimed the mark. So the goal will stand. And Bailey Fritsch has his third. A few of the key involvers for Melbourne starting to prove influential. Melbourne leading by 22 points, 12-6-78 to Adelaide. 8-56, 29 minutes gone.
I'm not sure Lockie Whitfield would have been able to pull off that, rolling onto the opposite and just trying to drill one 45 metres across your body on your opposite. Charlie Spargo, not the biggest bloke, so it was a reasonably easy mark for him. Bailey Fritsch, though, class finish, just wheeling around onto that trusty left peg of his. Steered it through, just enough on it to get it over the line.
Bombers have kicked 3 goals to none in the second quarter, Corby. 5-3-33 to the Gold Coast Suns 2-3-15 down at Kardinia Park.
Melbourne by 22 here, so they've kicked 4 of the last 5 after Adelaide got within a goal. Back in the middle, Strawn wins it down. McHenry went on a run, tackled, dispossessed. Spills down to Keys. He too tackled, couldn't get his kick away and caught in the process. Gawn and Sparrow the tacklers, and Gawn's going to take it. Inside to centre square, kicks it to centre half forward. Brown down there. Spoil comes from Davis. Melbourne still a chance. Fritsch collects the loose ball, hands it to Salem. Hand pass got to Melksham with the kind bounce. Kicks to the top of the goal square. And in the end, push through. Chase Jones did well last line. Knocks it through for a rush behind. 23 points the margin. Question is, did it clip the behind post? There's going to be a conference while that's happening. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Yeah, Jake Kelly's come from the ground, taken down to the rooms, bleeding from the back of his head. Looks like he might go for some stitches. That rough incident a few moments ago with Bailey Fritsch against the goalpost.
Thanks, Mitch.
And Joel Smith, we haven't seen him.
How's he going, Mitch?
He's had the quads worked on. I just saw him getting some work done on the hamstring. He's been on and off 3 times. He looked to be not in too much discomfort, but it's having a long chat to the physios as we speak.
He's had a lot of work done, as Mitch touched on his lower legs. I wouldn't be surprised with that collision with Hibbard, whether he just copped a corky in a bad spot. But yeah, he certainly doesn't look as comfortable. Had a nice start, for what it's worth, Joel Smith. He's the late inclusion for Stephen May. Now we're headed to the arc here to see whether the ball's hit the behind post or not. So if it has hit the behind post, we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket for Melbourne. If it hasn't, it's a minus score. D's by 22. Just for our audience as well on ABC Radio and WA. We'll get the preview obviously at 3/4 time, but the Derby is up next. So Derby 53. It's a big game, Clinchy, as you know, in WA, but this game has ramifications for the league. So big game in the round. If the Eagles win and the result goes the Suns' way down in Geelong, we'll have the top 8 set. It's out of bounds, by the way, so a throw in deep forward for Melbourne.
Where Brown's doing the ruck work in front position against Strawn, works it down. Oliver off a step, snaps on goal. It's across the face to the right. A minor score, 23 points Melbourne's lead. It's Derby live on free-to-air. It's live on ABC Radio.
Yeah.
That's where it is.
Good question. I know it's a bit hit and miss. The free-to-air network in WA.
It'd be a pay TV game as the last of the round.
Jones on the kick out, kicks it straight up the pipe. Mark dropped by Sloan with a bit of pressure, spills to Duday. He's taken high. So Tom Duday, his 50th game. Comes the 96th crow to reach the milestone. Goes out wide to Davis, and Davis short to Keys. No, it's defensive side of the wing. So D's by 23 points. It's going to be a long quarter too. 33 minutes travel. Still a couple of minutes on the game clock. Keys out to Big Strawn. Up, can't take the mark. Spills down to Harms of the Demons. He went without it. Gawn pushed in the back. In fact, held without it. Regardless, it's a free for Big Max. It's coming back to him, defensive side of the wing. Mitch is on the boundary.
Jake Kelly preparing to come back on the ground. Looks like he might have avoided stitches. They just patched the back of his head up, though, and he's ready to come back on.
Thanks, Mitch. Crows, of course, using their sub in the first quarter. Elliot Himmelberg out of the game and Lockie Scholl coming in. Melbourne still have Aaron Vandenberg as their medical sub. Lever straight down the middle to Rivers, who takes the mark at the back edge of the centre square. Space in the middle of the ground in which Sparrow runs into it, takes the mark. Defensively behind the 2 centre circles. Plenty of Melbourne players pleading for it. In the end, he kicked it to no one really in particular. Too short for Fritsch and too wide for Brayshaw. Davis takes the mark, kicks it into the middle of the ground for Sloan. On the bounce to Lynch. Tackled by Salem. Just can't get a hand pass clear. Now he can to Cook. Cleverly pulled his kick, spotted McHenry free. Has it inside the centre square. Melbourne have a lot of numbers inside their defensive 50. So goes short to Seedsman, who plays on, almost ran into Harms. Long kick, partially smothered as he kicks inside 50. Levers spoil, straight to McAdam. Could have been slung and dumped in the tackle. Umpire will ball it up 25 metres out from Adelaide's goal.
Melbourne by 23. 34 played third term. Up it goes, deep forward for the Crows. Gawn palms it down. Oliver's caught, trying to run away with the footy. Dispossessed, no prior, said the umpire, so Langdon chucks it on the boot. Clears the defensive arc. Spills to Butts. He's tackled, taken to arm, ground at his arm, pinged by Pickett. Heavy tackle, and Cozzy Pickett against the key back wins the free for holding the ball. He goes out wide to Salem, defensive side of the southern wing. Kicks up into the front half, turns it over. And Duday with the intercept mark for Adelaide. I like Adelaide's alternate jumper, by the way. It's very bright.
Yep, agree.
It's essentially the same as their home strip, for those of you that haven't seen it, but the colours are mixed up, so it's predominantly yellow with a couple of thin red and navy hoops. They're in the white shorts, and we're 3/4 down. That quarter running just under 35 minutes, and it's Melbourne by 23 points. Adelaide drew within 3 points in that quarter, and from that point on, Melbourne steadied up again to kick 4 of the last 5. They've led for most of the afternoon after trailing early by 6 points back in the opening term. The goal kickers Clinchy, 3 for Fritsch, 2 for Petrarca, Jackson and Brown, 1 each to Spargo, Melksham and Pickett, while for Adelaide, Darcy Fogarty has 2, Shane McAdam has 2, and then singles for Murphy, Seedsman, McKay and Lynch. That's 12 goals to 8. Melbourne by 23.
And as you touched on, despite Adelaide's early impressions, both sides finished with 5 goals for the term. So Melbourne leading by 23 points. Meanwhile, down in Geelong, it's Essendon leading the Gold Coast Suns by 25 points. So the Bombers looking to stay in finals contention. 6-4-40 to the Gold Coast Suns, 2-3-15. So 4 goals to none in the second quarter the way of the Bombers. It's all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Hi.
Hello. We're from the police.
We're from McCallum Real Estate.
Yep, sorry, that.
Come home to Rosehaven one last time.
What? Sorry, just a bit excited. It's like a panic attack, but with joy. Attack.
Luke McGregor and Celia Piccola are back for the final season.
Exactly.
What?
Couldn't decide whether to say bingo or exactly.
All right.
Of Rosehaven, Wednesday 9 p.m. on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
McPherson again to Lynch, goes inside 50, waiting man McHenry comes up with it, takes on the tackler, hand pass to McKay, away to Murphy, shoots goalward, and Murphy off a single step puts it through. Murray kicks out to halfback, Seedsman and Langdon wrestle for it. Langdon collects, gets through, tremendous stuff, Ed Langdon kicks to the top of the goal square for Melbourne. Petrarca onto it, Petrarca in the goal square bangs it through. Gone with a sweeping hand pass at half forward, lifts it over to Jackson, swings a hand pass inboard to Petrarca, kicks right to the goal line, perfect placement, and Pickett takes the mark 5 metres out, just right of centre. He'll play on, he'll snap, and he's got it.
Gorn knocked off balance, Strawn won it down to Sloan. Quick kick inside the 50. McAdam races onto it, tackled immediately by Lever. Spills out to Tom Lynch, snaps on goal, and puts it through. Great finish on the left.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
3/4 time at the MCG. Melbourne leading Adelaide by 23 points, 12-7-79 to the Crows, 8-8-56. After this match, of course, we're taking you across west, where it's the derby taking place between the West Coast Eagles and the Fremantle Dockers to preview that clash. It's a very good afternoon to Clinton Wheeldon.
And a good afternoon to you, Matt Clinch. Derby 53, and few derbies have had more at stake regarding the result. The finals hopes, of course, of Fremantle, but not only the Dockers, also of St Kilda and Richmond go on the line. If West Coast win, they're all done for season 2021. If Fremantle can win, they're still alive. And then the Eagles face been out of the top 8 with a round to go, and it is certainly going to be advantage Essendon if they continue on, as you mentioned, with their result against Gold Coast today. There are no late changes for either side. For the Dockers, Brett Bewley is their medical sub. For the West Coast Eagles, Zach Langdon. The Eagles do welcome back some keys. Luke Shuey, their captain, returns. Liam Ryan and Tom Barras, one of, well, certainly big inclusions of the 4 changes that the Eagles have made for this game. A lot at stake. Can West Coast make it a Derby dozen? The Eagles have dominated recent proceedings. They've won their past 11 games, the longest streak in Derby history. It's a cracking day in the West. Bright blue skies. Should be, we hope, a terrific contest for you. Clinchy?
Thank you, Clint. Looking forward to joining you after this match. Clint Wheeldon alongside Ben Cameron, Shane Woden and Cara Antonio, and special comments, Bridget Lacey down on the boundary. So no late changes. Adam Cherra looks like he'll take his spot in the selected side. Brett Delidio and Luke Paul, your experts on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Just a quick thought on the context of the game so far, and just going to shine a bit of positivity for some Adelaide fans who are wondering
that's right.
as to how you assess their progression this season.
I think. I mean, they started well, didn't they? And we know at their best they've been a side who have hunted and attacked and pressured their opposition. And I think it's been pretty good again today. What have they had? Yeah, they've had 54 tackles. So it's been a bit of a scrappy game. I think a lot of the mistakes today have probably invited a bit of that pressure in. But they're ahead. They're +7 contested footy against a Melbourne team who very much pride themselves on that. And where are those clearance numbers? And they're +6 in the clearances. Yeah. Against, again, a star-studded Melbourne midfield, including the best ruckman in the comp, with a young, developing ruckman and backup. So,
well, if you're looking at young players, though, let's go through a few players, Bally, and see where.
Well, I mean, Phil Thorpe's the obvious one. I just reckon he's. In terms of what he can do at that size, I just can't wait.
Well, you build a team around him,
exactly, and I hope he's got the work ethic to match it, because the sky's the limit for him if that's the case.
I look at guys like Scholes come on as a sub, 16 touches.
Yeah, I've been impressed with McHenry today. Yeah, I love his
got a bit about
attack on the footy. Yeah, that's right.
Schoenberg, another one.
Schoenberg's a beauty. Yeah, I really like the way he plays as well. Just a natural footballer. So. Chase Jones, high draft pick. Yeah, there's he's a bit of a work in progress.
Braden Cook's a young bloke playing down forward. Did some impressive things last year prior to getting drafted. Haven't seen the best of him just yet, but he's only in his first couple of games. So
Jordan Butts as well has looked like he can be a longish term key position player as well down back. So
good signs.
Bit to like there.
Bit to like.
Quarter to come here, Melbourne by 23 points. Final quarter action underway as Gawn hooks it down in the ruck. There's a Sparrow grabs it and he's wrapped up straight away, still inside the centre circles. Meanwhile at Cardinia Park, Essendon 6-6, Gold Coast 2-4. So what's that, a 26-point lead for the Bombers. About 6 minutes on the game clock before half-time. So big result there in the context of the season as well. So back in the middle, Hibberd gets a kick out into open space on the southern wing for Melbourne. Pickett had it, lost it, tried to hand it to Neil Bullen, who inadvertently soccers it out of play. So a throw-in on the wing.
Unfortunately for the young Adelaide players, you just need time, don't you? You need games into them, need to be able to develop that experience, learn how each other plays, learn new structures. So it's going to take some time.
Shawn wins it down for Adelaide, but Gawn comes up with a footy. Hand pass away to Sparrow. From the stoppage, Melbourne work it out again. Gives it to Oliver, back to Sparrow. Kicks hurriedly down to half forward. Jackson trying to get himself in front. The juggled mark can't complete it. Spills to Duday. Off the back flank, hand pass to Jones. Tackled, taken down, holding the ball. And Cozzy Pickett wins another one. The tackle on Chase Jones.
Going to be an important player in the finals for them, isn't he, Cozzy? Just feel like it'll be made for him. The pressure, the intensity of finals footy.
Cozzy just lays it up with a kick. No one marks it. Hits the turf in a crowded forward 50. Jackson on the bounce. Hand pass a turnover. Keys away to Laird. High floating ball out to Murphy, and he marks just with the pressure from Hibberd. Lockie Murphy back flank for Adelaide. D's by 23, 90 seconds into the final term.
Kicked a goal in the third quarter. Lockie Murphy goes short to Jones. He takes the mark just wide of the defensive 50. Shorter still to Laird, not really 15. Called to play on, has to kick long around the southern wing. Lynch underneath it, coming late. Petty spoils it out of play for a boundary throw in.
Love to see the Crows continue to be bold with their ball movement here, Lids, as the game goes on. Give themselves even the slightest chance to win. Up and down the line is not going to work, we know that. take a risk, bring the ball back into the corridor.
Melbourne by 23 points. If Adelaide kicked the first couple, it might add some spice to this game from the throw-in. Gawn can't be separated with Sloane trying to wrestle for the footy. Umpire to throw it up under the Great Southern Stand. Gawn one down the tap. Sloane sharked it though. Hand pass to Cook for the Adelaide Crows. Kicks wide. Lynch had it spoiled away hard against the boundary by Hibbert. And a boundary throw in. To be an improving side, you need players that have career best seasons, and Cozzy Pickett is certainly one of them. 32 goals for the season.
Good numbers, aren't they?
Yeah. Number 3 in the AFL for tackles inside 50. I think in his second season he had the family passing early in the year and had to do his own personal training before the season got underway. What a player he's become. Murray shoved out of it by Jackson. And the free kick's going the way of the Adelaide Crows. The free kick in the back for Murray, so he has it on the wing.
Interesting. I mean, they're clearly going to pin their hopes on these young tall defenders, aren't they, with Daniel Talia not being offered a contract next year, Lid. So Murray, Butts, down the other end, Himmelberg, Phil Thorpe.
Mackesy.
Mackesy, of course, yeah. I mean, he's the top 10 pick, isn't he? So, yep, absolutely.
Hibbert switching play, looking for Lever. McAdam was trying to close the space, but gave away the free kick for front on contact. Got Melbourne out of trouble. As he goes short, Jordan takes the mark for the D's at left half back. Melbourne by 23.
Round 8 rising star nom, James Jordan. The long kick down the wing, too much on it, and Jake Kelly takes the intercept mark. Back flank for Adelaide, kicks to big Strawn. This is Kieran Strawn, the 25-year-old in his second game.
Been okay, hasn't he? He's kept at it, I think. What's he had? He got the 10 possessions, 5 marks.
Short to Chase Jones, who kicks short to Sloane and likewise goes out wide with his kick. Here's your man, Lids, Braden Cook, 19-year-old in his second game.
If you went back and watched his highlights from the sample last year, he did some very impressive things.
He goes short to Lynch and Lynch short to Sloane, still on the halfway line. He's going to go back to Chase Jones. You can have a go, Clinchy. Defensive side of the wing for Adelaide.
He's going to switch play to McPherson in the middle of the ground. Looks out to the members' side of the MCG. And Kelly takes the mark. He's got all but a handful of players in front of him. Nord Keys, who offered the short lead. Now Kelly's going to have to kick long. Sets it in the direction of Strawn. Gawn's there, got hands to it, can claim the mark. Front and centre. Salem works it to Petty. Fires the hand pass back to Salem, hard against the boundary. Pulls his chip kick towards Spargo. He thought he had his arms chopped and the umpire agreed with him. Not too often. You turn around and plead your case and the umpire blows his whistle. Charlie Spargo will take the free kick at left half back. Drives Melbourne up the members' wing. Jackson and Brown both there. Murray spoils from behind and it rolls out of play in front of the two benches. Down in Geelong, the Bombers doing what they need to do for the moment. 7-7-49, leading the Gold Coast Suns 3-4-22. There is an ABC call with that game available via the AFL app. After this match, we're taking you, of course, west for the West Coast Eagles and the Dockers.
Melbourne by 23, start of the final term here. Oliver wins it. Oliver had it. Hand pass away to Jordan. Gives it to Harms. Floats a kick to half forward. Brown competes in the air for Melbourne. Petrarca got a tap on it, but no one collected it. Duday grabs it. Hands it to McPherson. Floats a kick down the wing for Adelaide. And Salem takes the intercept mark. Looks in the middle of the ground for Jake Bowie. Just backward of the centre circles. He's the youngest man on the ground as a teenager for Melbourne. He's got the young boy haircut with the shaved sides around his ears. He's ready to go as he goes short to Neil Bullen and he kicks out wide for Langdon. Chips it over the top to Petrarca and that's confidence. Drops in front of the ball to take the mark himself, Jake Bowie. Between wing and half forward. He looks inside the forward 50, then just goes long to the hot spot. Jackson rises, no mark. Spills down to Sloane. He hands it to the ruckman, Strawn. Kicks across the goal mouth. Back pocket. Lynch there. Hand pass away to Seedsman. Pokes his pass out to McAdam, who can mark back flank. Up against the boundary line. Melbourne by 23. 6 played final term.
He's got the Melbourne wall to deal with as Joel Smith and Christian Salem fill in the hole. So he's going to turn and chip it back to Seedsman. In fact, it's Duday who kicked off a step, but not a great kick. Put Kelly under pressure. He gets away from Petrarca with a hand pass back to Butts. In two minds, hard up against the behind post. Found a way around Ben Brown, but his kick is wide. Looking for Sloane to intercept. He can't quite complete the mark as Langdon came late, and it's out on the full anyway. So Adelaide just hemmed in their back half a little bit at the moment.
Ben Brown just struggled to have an impact
in
the second half, hasn't he? There's 6 possessions. Showed so much promise early, Lids.
Harms kicks it in the Brown direction, but too wide, out of bounds, level full.
Delivery like that doesn't help.
Right, so we're not hitting any high watermarks in this last term so far. Yet to have a goal through the opening 7 minutes.
Maybe give it another 5 and then we'll call it off. What do you reckon, Lids? I think both coaches will be happy with that.
Yeah, unscathed, relatively.
Melbourne tried that. The Thunder and Lightning didn't work for them last week. Had to play it out, and the Eagles offered a bit of a chase, didn't they?
They didn't want to come back out.
But short to Murray. Kick through the hands of Kelly. McPherson's able to clean it up for Adelaide. They're finally out of the defensive kick. 50 with a long kick to the wing. McAdam set himself. Flew against Lever. Off hands, it goes out of play for a boundary throw in. Melbourne by 23 points. A win for the Demons this afternoon would have them a game and 2 points clear on top of the AFL ladder, taking on Geelong in the final round. Chance to claim their first minor premiership in over 50 years.
Teased by 23 for the boundary throw-in. Gawn went without it. Strawn picks it up. Kick smothered by Oliver. Ricochets at the feet of Laird. He's tackled. Taken the ground. Ball up on the wing. Mitch Cleary's on the boundary. Any drama downstairs, Mitch?
No, Joel Smith from the Demons had those concerns in the third quarter, but got through and passed the fitness test during 3/4 time, so he's all good. Aaron Vandenberg, their sub, still unused at this point.
Melbourne win it from the stoppage. Nice work, Brayshaw. Taps it to Harms. Hand pass to Bowie. Gives it to Rivers. Boy, there's some hang time in that kick. A high up and under to centre half forward. No mark. Spills front and centre. Cozzy Pickett's there. Chucks it on the boot. Bouncing ball goalward. It's off target, though. Another behind for Cozzy. So where's his stat line today? Cozzy's up to 1 goal, 2. He's had 10 touches. 5 tackles, though. 4 inside 50s for Keziah Pickett. Melbourne by 4 goals neat, 9 played final term.
Just picture, say, Suriola's impact on Hawthorn's finals run in 2008 in his second year, wasn't it? Maybe it might have been his first year, actually. I feel like that's the sort of impact that a Cozzy Pickett can have on this Melbourne team's assault.
Adelaide had worked it up to the wing. McHenry's kick to Laird wasn't 15. All of a sudden, Murray has to scrap for it. Gives away a free kick for in the back, and Fritsch will take it at left half forward. So Adelaide seemingly had it all under control until one loose kick turned it over, and now Melbourne will take it back at left half back. It's the challenge of the young group, isn't it? Trying to make sure that if you do make mistakes, they're not costly. Fritsch sends it into the pocket, looking for Brown. He's got 2 to compete against. Tapped it down beautifully to Oliver. Hand pass intercepted by Butts of Adelaide to McHenry, to Lynch, to Laird, all around the boundary line, back to Murray, and now McHenry. He runs forward at half back to McAdam, nowhere to go. Tackled by Salem. Hand pass comes out towards the boundary line and rolls out. Melbourne leading by 24 points.
Both praise to Ned McHenry at 3/4 time. Bit to like about him. Picked 16 in the draft a few years back. 2018. He's probably one that just suffers a bit from the crosstown comparison. Of course, Dersma taken 2 picks later to Port.
Yeah.
But what was that? Was it Teddy Roosevelt who said comparison's the thief of joy?
Yes. Yeah.
Probably a little bit along those lines. Feels like he's starting to play some good footy at 21.
Yeah, he only knows one way. He's a hard worker from all reports. Has a crack.
The boundary throw in. Jackson palms it down to Oliver. His hand pass back to Jackson, went without it. There's Schonberg passing through, gives it to Laird. Laird by hand to Murphy. Swings his kick inside the forward 50. Paddy in front of Fogarty, and Paddy wins this battle. Takes the intercept mark in front. Good contested grab, back pocket for the D's. Melbourne by 4 goals, 11 played in the last.
Paddy spotted Jordan Free at half back, hits him at left half back and turns and wants to switch play. Out to Ed Langdon on the defensive 50. Has it southern side of the ground. Spargo leads up at him. Kicks wider onto the wing. Melbourne trying to transition here up to Sparrow. Takes the mark between wing and half forward. Turns and comes inboard. Rivers has it for Melbourne. One of 3 rising star nominees for the Demons in season 2021. Rivers works it over the top, and Petrarca leads into the space. Back to Rivers. Shows good dash as he gets to right half forward. Long kick inside the 50. Jackson's there. Fritsch marks on his chest, which was quite a good feat given that it was a packed mark. And Bailey Fritsch just read it best. He marks 15 metres out directly in front.
Well, that's the ability just to get it past that man on the mark, isn't it? Get to a guy who's on the move. Trent Rivers, we've seen him bang a couple real long high balls. That one had a little bit more penetration, really well read from Bailey Fritsch. See this earlier in the year, he just bobs up in the right place at the right time, the man with the grouse hairdo.
Bailey Fritsch shooting for his 4th goal this afternoon. Comes in and puts it straight through the middle. So he had a career best last season with 22 goals in season 2020. All of a sudden now he's up to 43 goals for the season, and boy from Coldstream is having a fantastic season as one of Melbourne's main men in attack. Took a while to get the first goal of the final term. 12 minutes, it comes Melbourne's way. They lead by 30 points. 13-8-86 to the Crows, 8-8-56. Meanwhile, half-time down in the Cattery, and it's the Bombers, 8-8-56, leading the Gold Coast Suns, 3-4-22.
Probably think about just managing some of their players now for the last 10 minutes of this quarter, you'd think, Lids.
Yep.
That fixture isn't out yet, but being a Sunday game, they head down to Geelong next week for a game that will decide the minor premier. When was the last time Melbourne won a minor premiership?
1964.
There we go. So,
stats man.
So that was obviously their last premiership year as well, the last time they finished on top. As Jackson pumps it out of the ruck to his own advantage, grabs it, hand pass away to Oliver, hurried kick inside 50, Fritter got hands to it again, he can't take the mark, spills down though Adelaide's way, they work it out as Murray to Duday and now away to Keys, high bomb out towards the southern wing, they all miss it, spills down towards Lynch. There's a free kick to Adelaide, and amongst all of that, the upset advantage. Keys floats it inside the forward arc. No mark to McAdam, spills down to Bowie. Hand pass to Harms under pressure. He's tackled. Got a handball out to Jordan, goes across the back line to Langdon. And Langdon, a high kicking hope down the southern wing, butts in front of Brown. Jordan Butts takes a nice mark.
Yeah, he's been good. I like the fact that he's taken front position, make Ben Brown mark it over the top of him. His second half in particular has been terrific.
The third-year rookie from Shepparton. Butts kicks towards half forward. Lever too easy in front position, takes an uncontested mark. Picked up on your comment around Bailey Fritsch's haircut.
Yeah.
It's
high, isn't it? It's a real high front.
In lockdown, it's a good feat, because I'd imagine it's teammates, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Luke Ball's hair would look like. He chemically straightened it. For all the listeners out there, that's what I'm looking at right now. Luke Ball, chemically straightened hair, slicked back.
I did do that one year.
Righto. Depending where this game goes, we might get back to that. Scholl kicks inside the 50. Thilthorpe came charging out, but Petty was smart enough and awake enough to intercept the mark. He marks in the right back pocket. Switches across the defensive goal mouth to Jordan.
Mixed reviews.
Rivers, in fact.
Mixed reviews.
Was it?
From memory, yeah.
Always the wet look, probably.
Yeah.
Rivers, long kick down the wing. And Jackson got a hand on it. It spills to that man Fritsch, who's off and running. Two running bouncers. Floats a hand pass to Spargo. Melksham deep one out. He kicks it to him in the pocket. Not a great kick.
That's a free kick.
Melksham isn't happy as he just kicks it away in frustration.
Come on, Jake.
And puts it 26 rows back after it went out of bounds, and sure enough gives away the free. So Jake Kelly takes it, kicks it across the goal mouth. Butts marks in the opposite pocket, links up with Duday, and they're out here, the Crows. Dave McKay out on the southern wing is off and running.
Takes a bounce as Ed Langdon tries to close the gap. Looks up and Tom Lynch is on the lead. He dropped the mark and then has to regather it at his bootlaces. Turns and kicks inboard towards Sloane. He takes the mark in front of Jordan.
Tried hard, Roy Sloane.
Yeah,
had a good second half.
Wing and half forward. Spots Seedsman free in the middle of the ground. He's slowed up a little bit after his dominant first quarter. 31 disposals coming up here. He might be within range as he gets to 50. Has a goal already right to the goal line. It's rushed through by Petty, who sees it through for a minor score. Melbourne leading by 29 points. Were you married when you had that hairdo? Or?
No, I wasn't. Wasn't trying to be either, to be fair.
I was going to say, was that part of the reasoning to straighten the hair?
Yeah, must have been at the time. Someone would have been running with it. Some A-lister.
Were you a swooper of the fringe at the front? You pull that right across the forehead?
Had a headband going at one stage in the pre-season.
Rivers marks the kick out and then goes long to the wing. Fritsch becomes the tackler on Jones, so Adelaide win it. Seatsman to McPherson, hand pass to Davis. His kick touched on the way through. McHenry tackled high by Joel Smith, and so a free kick to Ned McHenry.
We talk about Lids' hairdos at some stage.
If you're wondering about the standard of the game, we are on haircuts.
That's a whole catalogue.
We haven't got long enough.
Here's McHenry, kicks into the pocket, hands on it from Fogarty, can't complete the mark, and Rivers whacks it out of play. So a throw in, 35 out from Adelaide's goal. Demons by 29. He kicked the only goal of this final term. That was to Bailey Fritsch. Made it 30 points. That was a game high at that stage. We're now 17 minutes into the last. Melbourne by 29.
From the throw-in comes down to Seedsman. Kicks long to the top of the goal square, almost to mark. Thilthorpe and Smith there battling. Melbourne have the numbers. Lever with a hand pass to Hibbert in the right back pocket. Kicks towards Cozzy Pickett. He and Duday battle for it after it hit the deck. Duday just slipped and Pickett, quick as a flash, grabbed it. Kicks out onto the southern wing and Ed Langdon running back with the flight marks. Melbourne by 29 points. Can return it over the top to Pickett. He can hand pass it around the boundary line. Gets it to Spargo, who works it forward to Jackson. Couldn't quite grab it down low and now wrestles with Murray. And the umpire will throw it up 52 metres out. Nigel Carmody's been in touch with us. Calls, of course, the VFL on Channel 7. Cheerio to Nudge. Says that he's gone to the same barber as Christian Salem. It's the Melbourne boys putting a bit of money and effort into the haircuts.
Jackson wins the head out from the restart. Oliver sits on the footy. He's tackled. Umpire circles and eventually says ball up half forward for the Crows. Mitch Cleary's on the boundary.
Boy, you just spoke about the need to rest players. Obviously, uncertainty around the pre-finals by the Demons going into this last 7 or 8 minutes with only 5 interchanges left. Jake Melsham just came from the ground. Simon Goodwin with a stern word to him after that silly free kick.
Might have the runner out to number 5 at some stage. So come and have a sit on the bench, Christian.
High ball inside the forward 50 from Sparrow. There's a pack forms underneath.
Number 11.
Sorry, Corb, yeah, probably number 11 too, I would have thought. Maybe even Jake Lever, given Stephen May's missed a week.
Ball up half forward for Melbourne. Sloane dispossessed in the tackle. Still 45 out from the D's goal as Jordan wrapped up. And eventually the umpire says, let's just clear this out. That's holding the ball. He didn't have much room to go, but the umpire says, I've had enough. And a free kick for Adelaide across the back flank. And so it's going to go to the captain, Rory Sloane. Picks himself up off the deck. 19 minutes into the final term. D's by 29.
So Sloane takes it and sends it long up the southern wing. Lever trying to get a definitive punch to it. Can't do so. It clears the pack. Tom Lynch couldn't take it cleanly for Adelaide, and Melbourne emerge with it through Petrarca. Kicks laterally towards Fritsch, backpedaling on 50, couldn't take the mark. Kelly right there with him. Fritsch got away, trying to link it over the top to Pickett, couldn't do so. And Davis for Adelaide. Hand pass to Kelly, to McPherson, almost run down by Pickett. Sends it wide to McHenry, who takes the mark at right half back for Adelaide. Almost played on with a step. Now pushes back and chips inboard, and Seedsman has the mark. Right half back, Melbourne by 29 points. Kicks towards Dave McKay. Addison underneath it a long time. Lever spoils it down. Salem onto it for Melbourne. Hand pass over the top. Works it to Sparrow, who gives the hand pass to Lever. Kick looking for Jackson, just a metre too wide. Cleverly tapped it over the top of Duday. Emerges with it. Down low for Harms. Can't gather. Does pick it up though. Hand pass to Petrarca, to Oliver. Chips it inside the 50, and Fritsch slipped over. Allowed the easiest of marks for Kelly, who comes in the middle of the ground for Fogarty.
So Melbourne have got the +1 back. Lever's just lurking right where Fogarty wants to kick this at centre half forward. So he's going to have to go laterally across the ground to Davis. Ben Davis, defensive side of the commentary wing, chips it to McHenry. Melbourne by 29, just 1 goal in this final term, 21 minutes old. McHenry hands it back to Davis, looks inside 50, Lynch the target, little shove at the back, no free, falls to Petty of the Demons, hand pass to Brayshaw, his kick touched on the way through, spills towards the advantage of McAdam, he grabs it, shoots goalward, 1 bounce into the behind post and a throw in forward pocket for the Crows. Of course, if the pre-finals bye goes, that has ramifications for week 1 of the finals. The old Thursday night final is gone, you can't play that. Also means we could see a series of teams playing sort of back-to-back 6-day breaks leading into finals, which obviously gets tricky for the league as well.
Thrown back in. Jackson tries to knock it to the front to Oliver, deep in defence. Thilthorpe offers chase. But Jackson gives the hand pass to Lever. Kicks towards Langdon. Duday over the back. In fact, it was Scholl who spoiled it down. McKay bumped off it. Fogarty tried to don't argue Sparrow, but he's penalised holding the footy. Sparrow decides not to take the advantage, and then Langdon to take the free kick for his tackle inside the defensive 50.
Jake Lever saying, come on, Ed, I need you to run and spread out there for me, but then kicks it on top of his head so he gets crunched from behind. Cheers, mate.
So Melbourne obviously have Geelong next week. Adelaide have North Melbourne from the Adelaide Oval in their final game of the season. Seedsman in the middle of the ground. Got it to Schomburg. Underground kick to Lynch. His kick is smothered by Neil Bullen. Almost went over the back of Lynch. No whistle for a free kick. Seedsman backpedaling at the top of the 50. Hand pass over the top to Laird. 50 out. Turns towards goal as he got the distance. Fogarty the target up. Completes the mark. Just in front of the behind line. Darcy Fogarty with a chance to go back and kick his second of the afternoon. Mitch Cleary.
Boy, they must have a direct line to our box. Christian Petrarca coming off. Max Gawn already on the bench, along with Cozzy Pickett, just getting these last few minutes of rest.
Thanks, Mitch. So Fogarty with a couple, so a chance to kick his third.
It's been all right today, I reckon, when he's been the number one man. Led up, taking some nice marks.
Doesn't get a lot of the footy is probably
needs
the frustration.
Big pre-season, doesn't he?
As he snaps across his body and is able to steer through his third. So good afternoon for Darcy Fogarty. Melbourne leading by 23 points as Adelaide kicked their first goal of the final term. So a goal apiece through 23 minutes. Melbourne 13-8-86 to Adelaide 9-9-63.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a talent, isn't he? We know that. He can mark it. He's a big beast of a kid. He's a beautiful kick of the footy. You just love to see him. I think the way the game is now, Lids,
he needs to strip.
Yeah, he probably needs to strip another 4 or 5, doesn't he? If he wants to be a consistent player at this level and be able to get to more and more contests. Because when he gets to the contests, he wins a lot of them because of his strides and strength, doesn't he? So, again, shown enough, as a lot of these Adelaide players have, and it's up to him, I suppose, as to how he wants to come back in 2022.
Lids, I know you've played in a couple of Sunday elimination finals here at the MCG. There's every chance that the Sunday elimination final could be back for 5v8 if that finals bye goes. Out of the middle, Melbourne again with it. Harms to Neil Bullen, back to Harms to Salem. Almost run down by Cook. Somehow got it out towards Jackson. He links up with Oliver. He's chased down. He's pushed in the back.
Push, yeah.
That going against Ben Keys, trying to lay the chase down tackle, and Clayton Oliver.
He's having a shot.
He's trying to fool the umpire into thinking that anyways. 55-60 out. And Oliver now is just going to kick it into the pocket onto the leader, Ben Brown. Spargo also down there. Spills towards Neil Bullen. Hand pass to Fritsch.
5.
He snaps. He's got it. 1 for the thumb for Bailey Fritsch. A bag of 5. And Melbourne out by a new game high. The D's by... In fact, they've already added the goal. No, just scratch everything I just said. Melbourne by 29 points. The high water mark is 30. They're in front of me, the scoreboard, adding that goal already. 14-8-92. Adelaide 9-9-63. 25 travelled final term.
I wasn't sure about that kick from Clayton Oliver. Going wide into the pocket to Charlie Spargo 1v1. Did well enough just to bring it to ground. Jake Melksham come crashing in. Neil Bullen clean off the deck and just fed it to Bailey Fritsch, flying past on his non-preferred. Little handful. You've got to be happy with that. Coming into the game.
Slow start too, wasn't it? Yeah,
didn't touch it in the first.
Touched the first quarter, so
1 in the
that's
second,
what he's capable
2
of.
in the third, 2 in the last.
You feel like he's going to have to kick goals in the finals too.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not sold on this Melbourne. It's the only part of the ground we're not completely sold on yet. Does McDonald come back? Is it Wiedemann? Looks like Brown's going to be given the opportunity. He's the one.
Melbourne breakaway with the clearance. Here's Neil Bullen at the top of the 50. French mightn't be done with yet. Comes out in the lead and marks a chance to kick his 6th, which of course he kicked 6 against North Melbourne, which was his season high so far. Cashing in late.
Why not? That sort of ball movement coming out of the centre, there's nothing better for a forward.
Bailey Fritsch on a 45-degree angle. Kicking from about 35 metres out. For his 6th. Fritsch strikes it truly. Pumps his fist in celebration. And Melbourne are finishing with a real flurry here. It took us 13 minutes for our first goal of the final term. And all of a sudden, now Melbourne have been able to put on 3 quick ones. So 3 goals to 1 in the final term. The D's out by a game-high 35 points. 15-8-98 to the Crows, 9-9-63.
He's a good size, isn't he, Bailey Fritsch? His ability to get into the right spots at the right time. I think having a McDonald or a Wiedemann, whichever it is, coming back in only benefits him because it means he gets a smaller defender again, probably. and his ability to catch it overhead is as good as any at his size. His forward craft's really good, and now he's added his finishing, which was probably my question mark on him early in the season. But
so do you think Brown cemented his spot?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, because the two ruckmen are definitely in, aren't they?
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
Yeah, Fritsch
is in.
McDonald probably comes, depending on how much footy he missed now. It's starting to get a little bit of a worry.
D's are out of the middle again. Jackson, hand pass to Neil Bullen, kicks wide. Spargo marks. Looks for Fritsch. Fritsch on the end of it, takes the mark.
I'll tell you what you can't let him do. Have an easy run at it without any body. Jakey Kelly.
Or change it up. Stand in front of him.
Put some body on him because he's got wheels, hasn't he, Fritsch? I think he looks deceptively quick. Looks really quick. And smart. Great forward craft there. Just almost led before.
Oh, he knew he was going to get it.
Spargo. Yeah, he knew he was going to get it. Yep.
He's got flames coming off him in this final quarter. Bailey Fritsch, 6 for the game, 3 in the last. He moves in, the neat left footer, the sharp shooter. 7 for the day, 4 in the final term. And Melbourne are in pole position with 1 to play. They'll clash with Geelong next week for the minor premiership. The first time since 64. The D's trying to run it all the way back.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
2 points clear on top of the tree with a percentage of 132 with 1 to play against the Cats next week. Bailey Fritsch, 7 sausage rolls, had 4 of them in the final term. 2 for the Tracker and Jackson and Brown, 1 each for Spargo, Melksham and Pickett. While for Adelaide, Fogarty kicked 3, McAdam kicked 2, 1 each for Murphy, Seedsman, McKay and Lynch. It was Adelaide by 6 halfway through the opening quarter. It was all Melbourne thereafter. The D's in the end by a game high, 41.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
So the Demon Cinderella path lays in front of them. Melbourne winning by 41 points with a 4-1 final term against the Adelaide Crows. 16-8, 104 to Adelaide 9-9-63. And Bailey Fritsch with a career best 7 goals. Many thought it might be Ben Brown who would be able to get a bag before the season was out, but it was Bailey Fritsch who capitalised in the dying minutes of the match. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with their thoughts on what was a pretty dominant win from Melbourne in the end.
Yeah, we're just looking at the screen and not a touch, as well. I think we spoke about in the first quarter, and he's done a fair bit of damage late in the game. They kicked, 4 did you say in the last quarter there?
So only 4. They only kicked 4 in the last quarter.
He kicked them all. Yeah, like I said, it's been one that I've really liked watching. We've done a lot of these games this year, Corby, where he just gets into great spots, and he is that third tool there that can really change the dynamic for him. You know, Tom McDonald's a workhorse, gets up and down the ground. I actually think, to answer your question, I think their setup that they had at the start of the year was their best one. No Brown, no Wiedemann, Jackson gone, and then just Brown and Fritsch playing down there. So gets another mobile player, Melksham, in there, playing also that third-ish, fourth tall maybe.
Tom McDonald comes back.
Tom McDonald that's what I'm alluding to, yeah. Tom McDonald back in, Brown out, Wiedemann not in.
The interesting part is they train in the pre-season to try Tom McDonald on the wing. Are you bold enough to try that in a final series? You wouldn't have thought so.
We saw Mark Blitzarves do it for Geelong, and everyone was like, what the hell? This is your premier full-back, and here he is lining up on the wing. They lose the game. And
it's a specialist position too, the wing, isn't it? Tom McDonald doesn't strike me as he's a magnificent athlete, we know that. That would be a strange one. Ed Langdon's been almost, really, you could argue, the best wingman in the competition this year.
Yeah.
So...
and Angus Brayshaw doing a difficult role,
shocking role, worst role in footy. If you ask me, you got to be a very disciplined player to want to continually do that, and they would be patting him on the back and pumping him up inside the four walls, where he doesn't get any from us because it's like, I'll have a look at Angus Brayshaw. He's had 6 touches today, but he's run up and down the ground all day, covered exits, covered off for his backman, allowed them to set up. So it's a shocking role.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about that. Look, at times he's looked good as a forward this year, McDonald, hasn't he? But I don't think you can play Brown and him in the same forward line. That's probably the thing.
Too immobile.
Yeah. That leaves Wiedemann out too, of course. So,
Well, he had his chance, I reckon, Wiedemann. He didn't really grab it. I think that's been the biggest thing for him. He had to come in and say, right, here I am. And he he looked like he was ready to do it, but he just couldn't quite finish the work. Yep. But, and Brown just looks immobile.
Yeah, the emergence of Jackson, that's the sort of been the nail in the coffin, I think, for young Sam. Jackson's ability to go forward and look every bit as likely in the forward 50 as Wiedemann, I think, given his and then his mobility around the ground. So they've got the best ruck combo in the top 8 in the comp, really, going into the finals. It's going to be interesting because I think they want to settle on it going into next week. They want to play their best team, given especially if there's no week off the week after. They want to play their best team next week down at Geelong, and I think they'll want to finish on top. I think, that was 1964. I mean, that's a huge gap. So why wouldn't you want to go for that and go into the following week with, full of confidence?
It's a great end of the regular season to think that next week we've got virtual qualifying finals where the top 4 teams play each other.
Yeah.
Port Adelaide Western Bulldogs, and in the other game it's Geelong and Melbourne, and any of the 4 teams can finish on top, which is fantastic, amazing if sort of certain results fall that way. So it's all ahead of us next week. The Dogs may lose their place in the 4 altogether if they lost and Brisbane won.
Yep.
Made up the 2% they needed to. The Dogs could find themselves out completely.
And Melbourne, a side who failed to feature in the finals last year, chance to finish on top. Questions around Tom Stewart for Geelong. The Western Bulldogs with their form. Port Adelaide did what they had to do, but they might be finding form at the right time of the season, given they lost a few matches in the middle stages.
Well, I think we did that game, the Cats D's game here. D's did a number on the Cats.
Yeah, I remember that too.
No worries at all. But I think reading between the lines with Chris Scott wanting to know about this buy and why he would want it is he's got Mitch Duncan to come back, Gary Rowan, Zach Toohey. There's 3 walk-up starts into his best 22 that just make them a better side. You haven't got the ups and downs of a younger player who you don't know what's going to happen in the cut and thrust of a big final. But I think the D's, it's there for the taking for them, isn't it? For what they've done all year, they've been the best team in it.
Exactly. I was just going to make that point. They made the running early, didn't they? They went out and made the running and said, catch us, chase us down if you can. And we know that it's really hard to maintain that level across a full season. So yes, they had a bit of a lull, but it wasn't a massive lull, was it? They ended up pinching a few wins, scrappy wins during that period where they weren't playing as well. Had a couple of losses. One was to Adelaide, of course. That was their first loss of the year, wasn't it? So I agree. I think the gap between their best and worst has been the shortest out of any team or throughout the season. So if they go on and finish on top, they will have absolutely earned it. But then we know it's a new season after that. But it won't. They won't fear it at all.
No.
The way they're playing, the way they've built their game,
defense.
correct, defence and contest. They're key players. That some of them have played in a prelim final, so they'll be chomping at the bit. I think, or I hope they absolutely should be.
Can I just add that the worst role is not the wing; it's the unused sub, and then having to come out here and
Aaron Vandenberg's going to have to do some run-throughs.
Oh, Pits.
In Geelong, it's the Bombers 9-10-64 leading the Gold Coast Suns 3-4-22. So 6 goals in the second quarter for Essendon has allowed them to open up a gap against the Gold Coast Suns. So they're doing their bit to try and keep their finals hopes alive. We'll quickly run out of time. So just a quick thought or two on Adelaide this afternoon.
Yeah, I think they had a real crack, didn't they, early, and they challenged Melbourne and arguably made them step up. I think that's going to be the thing where they're starting to build something there. I think Matty Nix, he's a terrific coach. I had him for a year at the Giants and really respected what he was about as a coach, only an assistant there at the Giants, but you can start to see the things that they're putting in place, which is it's all you can ask, isn't it? You can see that the things that they're doing around the footy, hopefully they can add a little bit more with the draft this year. It'll be very interesting to see, their progression and you watch on.
Yeah, ended up level in the contest today, contested footy. Melbourne a benchmark in the comp at that. Won the clearances by 1. We spoke about that through the call. So, They're the cornerstones, aren't they? That's what Matty Nix will be pointing to. Yes, okay, some skill level, some execution, let them down at times, even particularly early when they were in control of the game. They really should have been 3 or 4 goals up.
Yeah, for listeners that went with us, 1-6.
Yeah, 1-6 to the first
10-15
exactly.
minutes,
Well, they were dominant. They were all over them. So that's the stuff that comes with a bit of experience. You mentioned 14 guys playing their first game on the G Corp, so some good signs. I think they were hard enough to play against today and gave Melbourne a decent contest. Just the class of the Demons in the end. Petrarca, after a quiet start, I thought got going when they really needed to.
Oliver the same.
Oliver the same. Well, they didn't kick it very well, but he won some crucial ball. I thought Langdon's work rate was sensational across the 4 quarters. He was one early who kept Melbourne in a bit in terms of being able to win the footy. So
Maxi Gawn just keeps going, 10 clearances for the big fella.
Yeah, that's right. So
they're the big ruckman, Strawn, he didn't look too bad today, did he? He had a crack.
Yeah, I thought he had a crack. Yeah, that's right. So pound for pound, they always had more talent, didn't they? So you felt like the game was always going to head that way. But no, I thought the Crows had a crack and wouldn't be too disappointed with their effort today.
So Darcy Fogarty with 3 goals with no Taylor Walker, Shane McAdam with a couple. Riley Philthorpe is probably the one they'd love to see a little bit more out of. 11 disposals, didn't hit the scoreboard this afternoon, but Paul Season with 36 disposals and a goal was probably the shining light for the Crows. I don't want to preempt the votes for the ABC Football of the Year. Who's got the job this afternoon?
Mr. Ball.
Hot hands from Lids. I'm going to give one to Ed Langdon, 27 possessions. There wasn't a heap of standouts. Well, I think he has to be in the squad, and then it depends on whether...
Best wingman in it,
yeah, he missed a little bit of footy. He was certainly on track, missed a few games, which might hurt him a bit, but he's had a great year. They targeted him a few years ago. They needed that outside run, and he's been terrific. So I thought he was great. At 11 in the first quarter when no one else was getting it for the Demons. 2 votes to Paul Seedsman, 36 possessions, 15 in the first quarter, 10 inside 50s. And a goal. He faded a little bit, but good on him. He said, I had a few years with him at Collingwood where he was maligned a bit for being purely an outside player. He's added some inside grunt to his game, and he's had a great year. I'd imagine he'd be top 5 or 6 in the Crows, best and fairest.
And 3?
3 we're going to give to the man who kicked 7. I know, Lids, you're going to say that he kicked a few jut time late, but I think these days, if you kick 7, you probably, and no one else is really...
cashed
outstanding. I think you're probably entitled to get the vote. So well done, Bailey Fritsch.
So gets the 3 votes in the ABC Football of the Year from Luke Ball. Melbourne winners by 41 points, 16-8, 104 to the Crows, 9-9, 63. Meanwhile, at Cardinia Park, it's the Bombers 10-10-70, leading the Gold Coast Suns 3-5-23. We're about to take you west. The Fremantle Dockers taking on the West Coast Eagles from Perth Stadium. Clint Wheeldon and Ben Cameron to pick up the commentary alongside Shane Woden and Cara Antonio and commentary. Bridget Lacey down on the boundary. So Melbourne on top of the ladder. They take on Geelong in the final round of the home and away season. What a thrilling end it's going to be. So the Demons winners by 41 points. As we take you west, let's allow you to finish with the Melbourne song as they belted it out down in their change rooms. Winners by 41 points. Enjoy your evening.